Well, a very good morning to you all from Watkins Glen International in Watkins Glen, New York, the south shore of Seneca Lake, the beautiful Finger Lakes region of upstate New York. This is the World Racing League on DriversEye Live. My name is Brendan Kazmarek. I am joined this morning in the DriversEye Live booth by JT Tammy. Good morning, JT.
Good morning.
Ryan West with multiple question marks will be here eventually. Joining us for some breakfast racing action from one of the great natural terrain road courses here in North America. And Jordan Worth joins us as well on the buttons, remotely, not in the booth, but guiding us through all of the action from today's 7-hour Sunday finale as part of the Glen Continental weekend here at Watkins Glen International. Layla Kazmarek is with us as well on the at World Racing League. If you'd like to follow along there, give us a like and a follow. JT, we've all had some time to digest yesterday, reset ourselves, dry ourselves out, really think long and hard about what it is we've done here. And maybe, just maybe, set ourselves up for success today on this Sunday. Yesterday was a day.
It was a day. It was a race.
That occurred. It did occur.
Yes.
Yeah.
When we had racing, it was good. Unfortunately, due to the nature of the track, it's a very fast, technical track where you don't have a lot of runoff, not a lot of room for mistakes, and unfortunately, we did have a number of cars get injured with some track barriers. Unfortunately, we also had some weather added into the mix to make things just a bit more difficult, because that's exactly what we needed. But yeah, it looks like it's a new day. Drivers have had a lot more experience now on the track. They've gotten used to the track surface, where the grip is. So hopefully we'll see less incidents today, less rain today, and hopefully a much better green flag running for us.
Yeah, yesterday kind of a confluence of bad circumstances there. Some unanticipated rain, at least from where we started the weekend forecast. Some pretty aggressive racing early on, which was quite good, but obviously when the rain came, things got very slick in a hurry, combined with a racetrack that hadn't seen a lot of rain, really well polished track surface, and in the end it was just all a bit of chaos as we got things underway through. It just kind of lasted most of the day. It just seemed like every minor issue became another minor issue or a much bigger issue further down the road. Did some barrier work overnight to replace portions of damaged barrier. As JT said, quite a few cars took some damage yesterday. Everybody was fine. Everybody walked away, and we'll certainly be able to fight another day. The cars, maybe not so much. We did have a few holes on the grid. We will get to some of those. JT, why don't you take us through the first couple of roads in each of our classes? I spy an orange Pontiac on the front row in GTO.
Yeah, that is true. The grid for this morning was set by the fastest laps from yesterday. So leading the field will be GTO. The front row will be the number 2, ACP Tangent Associates BMW M4 GT4. Alongside that will be the Pontiac GTOR from LML Racing, as you can see in orange here. Row 2 is going to be the 291 from Moorhead Speedworks in the Ginetta GT4, alongside the 91 from FPRS Motorsports in the 2024 Mustang GT4. Row 3, you'll see the Porsche Cup from Round 3 Racing, alongside the 77 from Kingpin Racing in their Toyota Supra. Row, which is this, 5. We have the 92 FPRS Motorsports Mustang, alongside the 11 from Kingpin Racing in their Toyota Supra. GTU, it was the 60 from Stratus that was quickest yesterday. They'll be lining up alongside the 59 sister car. Row 2 will be the 58 Stratus alongside the 909 Automatic Racing MV01. Row 3, Round 3 Racing with the number 1 and the number 10. And then row 4, the 908 from Automatic Racing and the 247 from Heraflight. In GP1, it's going to be the 26 from Edge Autosports. Their BMW 3 Series will be lining up alongside the 48 from El Diablo Motorsports and their BMW M3. Row 2, Primetime Racing in the Ford Chevstang will be lining up alongside PC Racing in their BMW M3. Row 3, GSD Motorsports M240IR alongside, I believe, the OLJ Racing Porsche Cayman S. And then the next row, I believe, is going to be the 424 Blitzkrieg Racing, line up alongside the 157 from No Rags Racing in their BMW 135i. GP2 is looking like the 779 from Laguna Tex Racing, the Subaru BRZ, will be the front spot alongside the 851 from AOA Racing in the Mazda MX-5. Row 2, the 222 Rebel Racing 3 Series alongside the M3 from Palomar Racing, the 83. And I believe row 3 is going to be 65 Open Throttle and the 55 from AOA Racing.
It is a slightly lighter grid than we saw yesterday, but no less high quality for sure. Interesting to see that number 70 Porsche as they climb the hill here out of the toe of the boot towards station, it'll be 7B up there, top of the hill. Interesting to see that car down in P5 on the grid. Alongside the car it did battle with to the checkered flag yesterday. That's the number 77 Kingpin Racing Toyota Supra. Talked to Tyler Hoffman yesterday. It was Tyler versus Cole at the finish yesterday, and aggressive but fair, I think, was the general sentiment there, and hopefully we'll see more of that throughout the day. We'll see if maybe a couple of cars ahead of them, the number 2, which saw some early issues yesterday, the number 91 is up there as well, the Ginetta. Let's see if they can turn their premier starting positions up there at the front of GTO into contention for a race victory today. Some weirdness there in the back, the GTU grid, as we all come towards the start-finish line to take the green for Sunday's 7-hour finale at the Glen Continental weekend. Looking forward to an altogether better day than we had yesterday as we start to wrap up the Eastern Region Championship. Onto the front straightaway comes the Grand Touring Field. GTO from GTU. The green flag waves, and it's the GTO field about 15 strong, crest of the hill down towards turn number 1. Looks to be the number 2 from ACP Tangerine Associates, who gets the early jump from the number 91 FPRS Ford Mustang. The Pontiac GTOR from LML slots into 3rd, and then Kingpin number 77 Ginetta and 74 AOA all leading the Porsche 991.2 Cup from Round 3 Racing, who's had a little bit of a lackluster start there, it has to be said, as the GTU field behind them gets single file. Back towards the front straightaway we go. The green flag waves. It's Edge Autosports in the number 26 who will get the jump, the whole shot as it were, down into turn number 1. PC Racing in the 44 into 2nd, but very, very wide. Tons more space given, but many, many cars to pile into a pretty narrowing area, let's say, there as they work towards the S's. PC 2nd, Blitzkrieg in 3rd after starting yesterday's day backwards at turn number 1. JT, I think we've got everybody right the way through the first sector or so here on lap number 1.
Yes, that a much better start. Let's keep it going, guys.
Some stragglers there at the back, but back towards the front, Edge Autosports puts about 10 or 12 car lengths between themselves and PC Racing. It was not the case through most of the day yesterday. GP1 was a ripper right from the start, and Blitzkrieg at number 424 orange BMW, we knew there was going to be pace in that car. Now, we saw it yesterday when they came back out, but really good stuff to get that car into the top 3 here at these early stages. Pontiac back into 2nd, Kingpin into 3rd, and that's because the FPRS Mustang number 91 has slid all the way back to 5th. As they work their way out of the boot and back onto the last couple of corners here, turns 10 and 11, beginning to bottle up just a little bit behind that Ford Mustang GT4. 7-hour race on Sunday provides an opportunity for some differing strategies to what we saw yesterday as far as driver lineup goes. Sometimes we'll see maybe a gentleman driver or rental driver start the race here on Sunday and then just cycle through the hot shoes towards the end. Just all how you like to play it out and how you want to set yourself up for the run to the checkered flag here on these this Sunday afternoons. Also worth noting, as the GTU field catches the last car in GTO there, that's the Rapscallion number 669 Ligier, much warmer this morning than it's been either of the last 2 days. About 55, 56 degrees. It feels cooler than that just because it's very, very breezy. Looking towards something like 40-mile-an-hour gusts later in the afternoon with pretty high sustained winds. So let's see what that means. But at least in these first couple of laps, first couple of minutes here, JT, the GTU field making quick work of the back end of the GTO class cars.
Ooh, wide from that Cayman.
Yeah, it's Capstone. They're dropping a couple of wheels on the exit of turn number 6. Good morning, Ryan West.
Morning.
Right on time, 7:05. We love it.
Nope, I was here for the start. I was actually here before the start.
Well, fair enough.
Yes, he was.
Fair enough. Got to chime in, man.
I mean, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait until I'm introduced.
Gotcha.
If JT can hear me, he knows I'm here. I'm not gonna step on people.
I never know. Hello, Ryan West, who joins us from
Hi
the
there.
Global Broadcast Center. No, that's not it.
Nope, not that.
FPRS goes wide on the entry to the Achilles there at turn number 9. Round 3, slides up the inside backwards AOA. Looked like maybe there was a little bit of contact that turned that BMW M4 around, moves to the outside there and has, fortunately, plenty of room here to get itself turned around and pointed in the proper direction without impeding the GTU or GP1 field. Sure looked like there was some contact there at the exit, apex to exit of turn number 9 that got that car pointed in the wrong direction. Their loss, however, is going to be the gain of the round 3 racing number 70, who, having passed the FPRS Mustang, now also picks up the position from that number 74 AOA BMW, and it's kind of splintered this GTO pack as it was into the lead group, a chasing group of about 2, and then this it's not quite a gaggle, but this pack at the back that's now beginning to intermingle with the GTU field.
Yeah, that was a definitely close call there, though. Coming out of turn 9, the Achilles. I gotta say, I'm really impressed right now. Moorhead looks like they're going fantastic, up to 3rd, I believe, in maybe 4th in GTO at the moment.
Well, it's a bit of back and forth with that Pontiac, who was 3rd, then up to 2nd, now back to 4th. So all change there behind the race-leading, GTO race-leading number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW. Kingpin 77 slots into 2nd there for the time being. Battling at the front of GP1 as well. Well, I say it's the front. It's really 2nd on back because Edge Autosports has made good their escape as they run down the back straightaway towards the inner loop. Not the interloop, of course not. That's the OLJ Porsche Cayman.
Yeah, and that's you have OLJ Cayman, you have Blitzkrieg directly behind them, and then GSW. Those are 3 cars that were heavily involved in the turn 1 lap 1 incident yesterday, and it is great as it cooks you wide on the exit. It's great to see them running here at the front. This is kind of what we unfortunately missed out on yesterday.
Absolutely. Yeah, cars that we knew were going to be competitive in GP1, but obviously caught the early trouble, and we didn't get to see them feature yesterday. PC Racing was a part of that lead battle. OLJ obviously is kind of flexing their muscle where they couldn't yesterday, trying to get an altogether better start than they were able to at turn 1, lap 1 yesterday. They've displaced the El Diablo Motorsports number 48. Ryan, I did confirm yesterday it is the same El Diablo Motorsports.
All right.
Yep.
Yes.
Lance Boycelli was the name recognized on the fire suit. Perfect. Definitely the same gang in Bimmerworld suits as well, which I think have a few years on them by this point.
As long as they're still legal, and they had to have been taxed.
I'm certain they are. I'm certain they are. Ooh, is that some dropping there from the right rear corner, or leaking some fluid perhaps from the right rear corner of that number 48? Perhaps just some dust as OLJ goes a little wide at turn number 10 there. That's going to allow Blitzkrieg up the inside, and I think this is going to be an early pit call for that OLJ Cayman.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate. They're talking about what a strong start they had relative to yesterday. Unfortunately, JT, one of the things that you lose out on when you're not able to get the car back into any really meaningful running after an early incident is that sometimes there are some kinks that need to be worked out that you didn't have the chance to shake down on the Saturday. I wonder if that's the case here with that 880 Porsche Cayman.
Yeah, that most likely will be the cause for coming down pit road, just to check things over. We also saw, I want to say that was the 157 from No Regs leaving pit lane as Edge Auto Sports was coming into turn 1. So they will be either a lap down or very close to it.
That kind of splintering of the GTO field that we had talked about. AE Victory Racing up the tailpipe of, didn't quite catch that car, but up the front it's now a 4-car train, the Round 3 Racing Porsche. You know, we kind of noticed this yesterday at the end of the race. It seemed like it took a couple of laps for that Porsche to kind of come into its own, not just after, you know, starts and safety cars, but even after just a code 35, a couple of minutes worth of code 35. The Kingpin Supra, for sure, off the restarts, had the better of that number 70. And just like yesterday, after a couple of laps here, tires up to temperature and pressure, it seems like it's kind of settled into a really good and competitive pace there. Caught the back of the lead trio there in GTO.
That's a quartet at the front here today at GTO. Is the 291 of Warhead Speedworks, which did not factor heavily into the GTO top of the field yesterday, is now moved up into third as a result of some good qualifying pace yesterday, taking the grid order today based on the fast laps from yesterday. So that car now featuring closer to the front.
You'd have to
third,
assume
I think,
Johan. You have to assume Johan is involved in that, Ryan.
Exactly.
Yeah, Johan Schwartz, saw him yesterday evening. Didn't realize he was here actually, but you have to figure that qualifying effort and the good early start this morning likely featuring the hands of Johan Schwartz.
Indeed.
Pontiac, Supra, and then the GTU leader. The next cars in line after. Oh, that's awkward. 77 goes wide. That's going to allow the Ginetta to at least temporarily go side by side with the second place number 77 there. They all work past the number 63 Open Throttle Racing BMW. And settle back into a line. Gives that number 2 a little bit of breathing space.
So that lead GTU should be the 59 from Stratus Racing, having overtaken the 60, which is slotted into second. Third appears to be the 908 from Automatic Racing, just in front of the 1 from Round 3 Racing. We saw in GP1 Edge Auto Sports did kind of run away a bit at the start here. For the moment, it's PC Racing second, Blitzkrieg Racing third, El Diablo in the 48 fourth, and the GST Motorsports number 6 in fifth. GP2, Laguna Tix leads from pole over the 222 Rebel Racing, the 851 from AOA Racing, Palomar 83 up to fourth, and 55 AOA in fifth.
Hello to all of you joining us on the live stream over on the World Racing League YouTube channel this morning. Hello to all of you in the chat. Saying this looks like something like a video game. Unfortunately, I guess one of the things that modern video games do really well is kind of in between lighting transitions, sunrise, sunset. A lot of energy poured into that with modern graphics engines, and it does look really good. Kind of blurs the line between reality and sim, as it were. Early start this morning. I think we only had sunrise right about 7:30, just before 7:30 this morning. So very much taking the sunlight right into the commentary booth this morning, which is providing a bit of a challenge for me up here. But it kind of creates this, very almost kind of virtual reality type look. That's what I'm looking for to the cameras this morning as the field works their way around the 3.5 mile layout here at Watkins Glen. Early finish to this one today. kind of settled into that rhythm with current scheduling practices in the World Racing League. Earlier start on Sunday, earlier finish for everybody allows our teams and drivers a chance to get home on a Sunday night, which I'm learning more and more in club racing seems to be a highly motivating factor for people. Ryan, you and I have both covered some Porsche events, not uncommon to be done in some cases by 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Indeed.
And everybody really seems to love that.
People really want to be gone early on the Sunday.
There's a certain amount of we've had our fun.
Yep.
I want to go home and shower and relax and set myself up for the week. Yeah. But it is nice to be done around 3 o'clock. We get our podium done. Everybody packs up and goes home, and either catches a flight or I'll be home tonight by like 8:30. It'd be wonderful.
What a time.
Indeed.
You'll be able to see your cats.
Yeah, dogs. We have family visiting tonight as well, which is...
That's a plan. Wow.
It is. Yeah. Very nice, though. From your neck of the woods. Not quite. JT's former neck of the woods, I guess? I don't know. Southern California. Anyway. Off we go. 15 minutes just about down on this Sunday 7-hour battle for second in GTO. There goes your race leader, the number 2 of ACP Tangerine Associates. The Ginetta. Oh, is that a little side-to-side touch there? Headed up the hill out of turn number 7. Between the 77 and the 70. Kind of the way we left it yesterday, albeit under code 35. Picking up the battle under green. We're going to do it again here on the run down into the heel of the boot. That's turn 8. Climb the hill again, and I think the 70 is going to have the track position here at the apex. This all happening behind that number 291 Moorhead Ginetta. If the 70 doesn't have it done by now, you'd think the 77 is going to yield here into the very quick left-hander at turn number 10. Nope.
Still stays with him.
Yeah, kind of gives it back to the number 70. Saw that very much in reverse at yesterday's checkered flag. Looked almost exactly the same, with one of the cars out over the edge of the backside of the curb, the other one kind of holding tight to the exit curb, and looks like 70 has the job done, at least for now. Yep, super in a little bit shallow, and ends up running out over that exit curb. It's not just the exit curb there this year, guys. I don't know if it's very obvious from the trackside camera, but they've grooved the paved runoff with what you would kind of see on the edge of a highway.
Okay.
So those long rumble strips with, grooves that are maybe 8 inches, 10 inches wide.
Right.
There are it's row after row after row of those all the way across that paved runoff, all the way out to the tire wall on driver's left there at turn number 1. And it is not necessarily self-penalizing in terms of time. 4 wide. Almost 4 wide there with the 908 automatic Aston Martin, excuse me there. Thinking about it, they're far to driver's left. NPO1 doesn't have a ton of top end here at the end of the back straightaway there. GP1 cars even sometimes quicker in a straight line headed into turn number 5. So not a lot to do there, but they were 3 wide in front of him anyway. Clean action this morning thus far, guys, but still fairly aggressive from what I thought we might see. That battle with the 70 and 77. Pretty wild stuff, and then 3 wide in traffic there is really something as well.
Yeah, reminder, we've still got most of the race left, 6 hours, 43 minutes remaining. And if you go by our timing tower, you have almost 10,000 laps to go, guys. We made a command decision here at DriversEye Live this morning. We have 2 sources of live timing. We could either use Race Monitor or redmist.racing, which is altogether more functional and, generally speaking, mirrors much more closely what we were able to get out of Race Hero, including pit stop information, stint length information, things of that nature. Unfortunately, there's a small bug this weekend where it, because there are no laps set, it just assumes that there are an infinite number of laps to go and displays that as basically 10,000. Feel free to ignore that. The timer is correct. But we figure it provided a little bit more functionality and usefulness as far as analyzing the race, both for you and for us, relative to what we can get out of Race Monitor. Number 2 there, slicing through traffic, carving, you might even say, down the back straightaway. Yeah, just clearing the, looks like the 1AT from Blaze Racing. Good to see that car back out.
Absolutely. Early contact yesterday.
GP2 leader from Laguna Tixon. There's we go 3 wide. God. Again, 6 hours and 41 minutes remaining in the race.
Oh, trouble. That's Blitzkrieg. 424 is parked up on the outside of the exit of turn number 7. Climbing the hill out of the toe of the boot. Now, that car does have a fair amount of damage there to the left, to the rear.
Yeah, the bumper's
I'm not
gone.
sure if that's carried over from yesterday or if that's fresh.
And we have some cars tracking out pretty close here.
So impact now reported there at turn 7B. Well, the new camera's already paid off today, guys.
Perfect.
We did it. Tough for that Blitzkrieg number 424. After a rough start to the day, I think everybody was kind of hoping, or at least assuming, that we were going to get a better, cleaner start out of today. This almost certainly, and it will, now create a full course yellow. The double yellow flags go out for 10 seconds. We replace it with the purple code 35 flag. And the field slows all around the circuit to an even 35 miles an hour so that we can go recover that Blitzkrieg number 424. Oh, that's a crawling El Diablo? I believe that chartreuse-colored BMW doing substantially less than 35 miles an hour up the back straight. And a couple of pit callers just now. Unfortunately, our race leaders had already passed the pit entry. This allows just beginning with the GTU field. 59 and 60 are both in. The 92 is in. That's the second FPRS car. The 119 of AE Victory Racing in after just 20 minutes out on track. The 91 is it? How did the 91 fall that far back? Car's lost a lot of time. I think a couple of teams caught on to our run the shortest line chat we had yesterday during the Code 35. A lot of cars pulled far to driver's right, both here on the front straightaway and out on the far end of the circuit.
That might also be for any safety vehicles that have to come through.
Also true.
JT not finding the strategery angle.
Oh no, I definitely do, because it's something I do in sim racing as well. It's
Do you have Code 35 in sim racing?
Sometimes, depending on like the league you run in. But yeah, because we don't necessarily have the same effects of marbles building up as you do in real life. You could just run the shortest line everywhere if you're thinking about it, and so you can actually gain a little bit of time under the safety car.
We JT, I seem to remember during our VLMS days, we had instituted a code. It's like code 80 or code 60. It was whatever the pit speed was. Yeah. And I think the only competitive rule we enforced to that edge was everybody was given the opportunity to pit once. Mm-hmm. So basically, the first car to come to pit entry when the code 30 or the code 80 or whatever it is started, that car and everybody else behind it is allowed to pass pit entry once. If you don't pit, that's on you, and we're going to go back to green when we go back to green, right? We're not giving everybody equal. We're going to give everybody one chance to pit, make that all equal, and then we're done with the kind of competitive equalization.
I think that's how it should go, to be honest.
Yes. Agreed. You could make the same case at Le Mans where we do the slow zones, like, oh, everybody should be seeing the slow zone a roughly equal number of times. The problem is that in multi-class racing and over an exceptionally long lap, you're going to have cars lapping cars, and the whole thing gets a little bit weird. You can maybe do a thing where, like, the leader, the leader is at the same point on track, but that's really, really hard to track, and it becomes a little bit more difficult. Here, for our purposes, all that really matters is that we get the incident cleaned up, everybody's safe out on circuit. And generally speaking, here at Watkins Glen in particular, we're almost certainly not going to have a code 35 of less than a full lap here, which will be about 4 minutes or so at the 35-mile-an-hour limit. Did bite a few teams yesterday, though. I seem to remember AE Victory Racing coming in, maybe one of the Ford cars as well coming in right at the tail end of a code 35 and getting caught out in the pit lane as the green flag flew. You guys using Sector1.ai this morning?
What?
Sector1.ai. We had our chat with Scott Lovett yesterday.
I don't want to burn my one free demo before.
Oh, is it only the one?
I mean, I don't know. That's the thing. I don't want to sign up.
I just signed up for an account, and it took me right to Watkins Glen.
Yeah, I'm cautious when there's a demo. I want to use it when it makes the most sense. I don't know if the short day at a code 35 track is the day for that.
You know, that might be true. But also, I think it's maybe more important for the code 35. It's never just bunching up and kind of resetting your analysis of where everybody is, you know.
But isn't the circle thing based on, like, implied lap time and not actually in real time?
It is very much tracking things at roughly the correct pace, I would say. All right, now we've got the rest of the leaders in. Number 2, number 77, number 70, that's the top 3. Top 4, including the 291 Ginetta. They've made it back around to the front straightaway here where they had just gone by earlier on. The 880 is headed to the paddock now, it looks like. Takes the access road on the inside to the right side of the pit exit lane there. You see that little third lane there, let's say, near the banner, Corning Museum of Glass banner. LML did not pit from the looks of things. That Pontiac GTOR, I think, is going to inherit the lead here.
Well, they'll get a point for a lap led.
Yes, of course. We should institute, like, just bonus, like, fan points for WRL. Just do all kinds of rando bonus points from series gone past. The series, sure, yeah. I don't know what's going to get you, but
I think especially with the advent of ChatGPT now, we could easily do the Michelin Green X challenge. Like, if we had the disclosure sheets, then 100% we can make that happen.
Green X challenge, man. We need a sponsor for that.
Do you think Michelin would be mad if we made it the Continental Tire Green X challenge? Would anyone notice or care?
I don't think so, no. What team do we think would be the most likely to sponsor a dumb, like, completely made-up points challenge with nothing to do with the actual results of the race?
Well, if it's called Green X Open Throttle.
Oh, fair. Although there
I don't think Open Throttle is going to be in the business of throwing money at stuff for fun, though.
True.
I think it would be Kingpin.
Speaking of green,
perhaps.
Green flag waves. Again, the FPRS car is caught napping here on the front straightaway. The 91 just straight up doesn't go. The 92 rockets around the outside. Finally, the limiter is released on the number 91. As things get a little bit frantic behind them. So a morning where that 91 has just been slipping back after a really strong starting position there. Just kind of gets, can't afford to give up free time like that, you know? It's going to be really hard to claw that back without the aid of safety cars in particular.
All right, I'm calling it. That was our last yellow of the day.
Oh, great.
We're going green the rest of the way. It was a short yellow.
Well, every yellow is a short yellow when you're not into.
Oh, that's true. Got to restack the fields. Got to do the wave by procedure.
I have heard more and more, like, I say professionals as journalists, I guess, on podcasts and commenters online and column writers and things of that nature, I think just have kind of had enough of the IMSA yellow flag procedures. I think Road America was the last straw for a lot of people.
I was still surprised.
Oh,
whatever it was.
spinner, maybe? You catch it? It looked like the number 40.
Oh.
I was going to say it was the 41 there at the back of the shot. The car was really sideways coming out of turn number 6. But it was front-wheel drive, so it just kind of wiggled itself back into something of a straight line. I'm not sure whether it actually straightened itself up here. I assume it must have if we haven't cut back to the shot, where producer Jordan would almost certainly have seen a car sideways.
We trust in Jordan.
We do. Yep, sounds good. 2-lap penalty for car number 48
Oh, no.
for passes under yellow at turn 5.
Is that why they were going slowly? Because they passed people and then...
You know,
Yeah,
it might be. Yeah, it might be.
Yeah, that's too bad.
Well, either that or they were going slowly and they tried to take their position back.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a weird one.
An inauspicious start to their WRL experience.
Inauspicious.
Yeah. Anyway, I was astonished, whatever it was, a year or two ago, when they published the wave around procedures for Le Mans, and people weren't up in arms about it.
I know.
I remember reading that and being like, you have got to be kidding me. This is going to be terrible.
Well,
and everybody told me, oh, just wait and see, just wait and see. I'm like, no, this is the IMSA procedure, but worse. Like, what are you talking about? It's going to take ages to do this.
Yeah.
And then the race finally came, and then people went, oh, yeah, this is pretty bad.
So even SRO, right, GT World Challenge, particularly the Spa 24 Hours, there's a rule initially put out where when they went to a full course yellow, it was required to be followed up with a safety car. So, like, even if you wanted to put the full course yellow out for a minute and go pick up some debris, as soon as you deployed the full course yellow by the sporting regulations, you were locked into seeing that through to a full safety car deployment, which is hard for me to justify.
Yes.
In any set of circumstances. And fortunately this year they kind of undid all that. And they separated out full course yellow from virtual safety car, which doesn't make sense to me anyway. And then they said, well, if we do a virtual safety car, then we have to do a safety car. But if we do a full course yellow, we can just pull it at any time. Right? And I think, at the risk of jumping up on top of another soapbox here, we're massively overthinking this, right?
Yes.
Like as a sport globally, we are all just seriously overthinking course neutralizations.
Yeah, I agree.
Code 35 and be done. End of. Anyway,
I think there's situations that still call for a safety car in certain series where people really try to over-optimize the full course yellow. F1 springs to mind, to be honest. Like where, you're really not going slow enough. I think they need to make the delta time much slower.
Well, then you get people complaining about there not being any temperature in the tires. And...
Hey, guess what? It's part of racing.
Yeah.
If you don't build the car to where that's a thing, then that's on you.
Yep.
It's the same thing they complain about rain. Like, oh, well, we don't build the car for rain. Well, the person who does probably is going to do better in the rain. The person who sets their car up to be all right on cold tires or better than everybody else's, probably going to have a better car, right?
I think maybe
the constraints going in. Like, you can build the car however you want to build it.
Maybe we've just overthought racing in general. Maybe we took a sport that was just about going fast for a set distance and seeing who gets there the fastest in the end or covers the most ground in a set amount of time. Like, maybe that's just what racing is supposed to be.
Well, unfortunately, other types of racing at this point aren't doing a good job of looking any better, so...
No, I mean, that's...
Whereas in bike racing right now, for example, there's a huge discussion about we should limit the width of your handlebars because reasons.
I mean...
Which is insane. Like, Everybody's gonna mess with it. It's the over-optimization. You and I hate more than... I'll go on my soapbox for this real quick.
Do it.
You and I hate more than rage culture and, like, tribalism culture of, like, I hate things because it's fun, and if I say I hate things on the internet, it makes me cool. You know what's worse than that? Over-optimization culture. where you go to a restaurant in a small town in Northern California on the coast that has like 100 people in it, and you go to the restaurant there, and they go, "Oh, sorry, it's a 45-minute wait for your table." Like, that's fine. It's busy today. I understand. It's a tourist town. And they go, "But we have an oyster bar over here, and you can buy drinks and and everything has this like, oh, you can do add-on purchases for every single thing in the history of mankind.
Sure.
Everything has an add-on purchase. Everything is designed to extract the most out of whatever, and it makes life exhausting. Just absolutely exhausting. I just want to pay for the thing and have the thing. Is that too much to ask?
I mean, the problem is, I think that as soon as you've established that people will pay for the thing, or people will subscribe to whatever your thought process is, as far as, in this case, regulations of motorsports.
Right.
Like as soon as people realize that a bunch of manufacturers were going to sign up for a performance balance chance to go win Le Mans, we were locked into performance balancing. Like there's no coming back from that.
Right.
We've decided that that is the most successful way forward, even if it is not the most interesting way forward or the most compelling way forward. And so
well, you've also now ran off your main competitor. So, in the process. In terms of Porsche saying they're going to take their ball and go home. Yep. And everybody else being not thrilled with how the BOP's played out. So we're doing success ballast?
Success ballast.
Throw the BOP away then. Just do the success ballast. But then Ferrari, like they do every year, is going to game the success ballast
WRL.
and just run last until they get to Le Mans and then beat everybody again. And then be terrible the rest of the season.
I mean, how long did we talk about success power to weight points in WRL? Was it like half a season?
Are we even still doing that?
I think so.
Oh, okay.
Up to 0.3, yeah.
Okay, I was under the impression that they stopped doing it once they figured out that they had the cars even-ish.
I don't think so, no.
Oh, okay. All right.
We can get clarification on that.
Yeah, that's fine. To be clear, that was my supposition. I don't think I heard that from anybody. I'm not saying something wasn't done as intended. I'm just saying I thought that they were going to fix it and then, yeah.
No, because you can't. I mean, you get new cars that come in. You're going to have cars that kind of find their level. I'm generally fine with things like success ballast, right? Because at least at the
Brad McCall says they are still doing reward modifiers.
Yeah, at the very least, it's results based rather than like single lap performance based, and it applies to all cars, right? So it is a nominal way of really nominal way of discouraging just spending a ton of money to blow everybody else out of the water. Not preventing it, discouraging it, right? You could still do it, but your returns are... You are already getting diminishing returns on those dollars the further you get into a program. That gets even further diminished by adding those rewards modifiers, right? The 0.1, 0.2, 0.3.
Brad says max is 0.2.
Oh, it's 0.2 now. Okay, I thought it was 0.3.
So that's
anyway.
Okay. So they've turned it. It did used to be 0.3. I remember that. So they've turned that down a little bit. Maybe.
Yep, down to 0.2. Yeah. And that's, you know what? That's all fine, right? But the core tenets of the rule book in GTO in particular, I mean every class here in the World Racing League, but in GTO it's an open technical rule book to 9-1 with very, very limited performance modifiers otherwise, right? You can do whatever you like to your car. Some minor changes are made to your performance number based on your power curve or torque curve, and whether or not you're a road-going chassis or a two-frame chassis, and that's basically it, right? So you're taking and windows, right? So you're taking those on-track results and that on-track performance, and you're saying, okay, you've done all this stuff to your car. We're still going to pay you back if you're out there consistently winning every race, but it's happening the same to everybody. It's not being decided by committee. This is just the way the rule book is written, and this is how it's going to work for everybody. And everybody said, you know what? Yeah, actually, I think we're all fine with that. That's quite good. We'll do it that way, right? And then you look for other ways to overcome the way in which you're handicapped. Strategy, right? Other changes to the car, setup changes, right? But it's the same platform for everybody, and it's not changing from race to race in a way that is unpredictable at best. Whereas with a modern BOP system, it changes based on the style of track. You've got categories of tracks. It can be changed at any time. It's released to the public, and everybody scratches their heads and gets up in arms about it, and rage cultures it, as you say, Ryan.
Yep.
And I am with you. You do one or the other. You do an open technical rule book with rewards, modifiers, performance balancing, whatever, and try and bring everybody back into the same range, or you do homologated cars that are built to a certain specification and you let people optimize within that. But don't do both.
Right.
Because it just gets really dull and uncompelling the deeper you get into that sort of mindset.
I don't disagree. I do recall do you remember what the worst instance of VOP was in the American Le Mans Series?
Oh, you do this all the time. It was
do.
the Receive versus Extreme Speed F430s, right? Or 458s.
Yes, or 458s, yep.
Yeah, one of those, yeah.
Where if
they
you're
gave
the series
the AM a different
sponsor,
balance.
you get better VOP.
Yeah. I do remember that. Yeah.
Oh, man. Incredible.
The EBOP, the Ed Brown of performance.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's to be jacket season. I'm excited.
Yeah.
Speaking of Patron.
We're there, man. I mean, up here in Watkins Glen, I was out in shorts and a hoodie this morning. It was very pleasant. Like I said, the warmest it's been this weekend in the early morning. I am looking forward to late August here next year, although I think it's a little on the warm side. Maybe. We'll see. Although it is a little bit further north than where I live, so perhaps it kind of evens itself out. Cooler mornings, pleasant days. Spectators, perhaps, next year at Watkins Glen?
Ooh.
People are asking. I'm not stating that, to be clear, but I do wonder.
Many people are saying they should have spectators.
At least one person in the WRL paddock is saying that Watkins Glen would be the ideal location for a 24-hour in August. At least one person here is saying that.
Would Watkins Glen let you run a 24-hour?
I don't know. It would be one of the few places I think would. Did we notice there's at least one less 24-hour in the United States next year, right?
Which one are we losing?
That would be the VIR.
Ooh.
The Champ Car 24. They released their schedule a couple of weeks ago and does not feature the VIR 24-hour.
So is this the carry-on effect from our discussion yesterday with regards to paid track workers versus volunteers?
Yeah, some of that probably is. I mean, it gets more and more expensive to do these things. I do know for certain that the VIR 24-hour is co-promoted between the track and the series, so I'm sure there was some negotiation there anyway. I do wonder if there's just a little bit less appetite for it now that the effort required to be competitive over long distances has gone up substantially. And that's not a bad thing. That's just that the more teams and drivers do more endurance racing, like the better they're going to get, just naturally. And if you're going to jump in, you say, "Hey, I'm going to start doing this thing, and I want to get really good at it." You are going to have to either spend more time or spend more money trying to catch up to where everybody else is at. And you can do that, but I think it becomes more and more difficult to justify the type of money required to go long-distance racing if it's something that you're new to at a level like we're doing here in the World Racing League, which is still obviously not professional racing, but does kind of straddle that line just a little bit, versus doing like a Lemons 24, where you can show up with whatever you want, and it's only vaguely based around the idea of lap-to-lap competition anyway.
Right. Or even the 25 hours of Thunderhill, where as long as you keep the car running, you have a pretty good shot at the podium, because everybody else is going to break down.
JT says in the chat Utah would be better for a 24-hour. I don't know why JT
agree.
just didn't say that.
You guys were just talking about this, and I was just responding to chat.
Brad McCall says they have run 24-hour races here before. Yes, the IMSA Firehawk 24-hour in 1996 was the last one. And since this is the spiritual successor to the IMSA Firehawk series, I think that is the right answer.
Brad says he couldn't put up with 24 hours of sitting on pit road, not being able to see anything. Worst pit wall in racing. Brad, that means you got to invest in one of these IMSA power things, you know? You got to have the whole setup.
Or sit on Mike Gorman's shoulders.
There you go. There can be snow up there in October. Well, listen, WRL is no stranger to running in the snow, okay? So, that'll be fine. We'll be all right. Still couldn't see anything. Well, we need a periscope. Ooh, that's what we need, Brendan. One of those cameras that sits up, that they use for high school sports, that sits up between the uprights in football. That's, whatever it is, 30, 40 feet in the air. We need that looking down the pit lane.
Or give roof access to spotters.
I think they already have that.
Here? Yeah, they have it. They have it here.
I was thinking
sorry.
Utah.
Sorry. Redgrave also says in the chat, 24 hours would be tough. Been real lucky with the weather, but it can snow up there in October. Yes, that's why next year it's going to August, which we love to see. I have a visitor, gentlemen.
An August time of year. Go ahead. I had to do that joke. Sorry.
I think I've got the right mic here. It's Matt Geiger, formerly still of Zalo's Motorsport, but not this weekend.
Not this weekend. Yep.
This weekend you are with
Blaze Racing.
number 118.
All right.
That's right. Yep. One of our closer battles in Utah last round, right?
No kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tremendous on the Saturday there.
Yeah.
In particular, it was really, really good stuff. So you've swapped over to the local competitor, as it were.
Yep.
Same class, obviously. Altogether a different car.
Yeah.
Swapping out the M2 for the E36.
Right.
We'll just jump right into yesterday.
Ooh, yesterday was rough. Yeah, that they didn't go so well. Obviously, I think everyone watching the broadcast probably saw a bit of a melee in turn one on the opening lap, right? Kind of ugly.
Yeah.
It was tough. Our driver Lincoln in the car qualified and took the start, and just was kind of the ground beef and a burrito coming out of turn one.
It's the worst burrito.
Yeah, worst burrito. Blitzkrieg just, kind of came down hard. They were deep inside, came down hard, saw sparks underneath the car, so they probably cased the front end, and I think that unloaded the suspension enough to cause their spin, which then melee ensued. Lincoln moved left as much as he felt he could. He was stayed pretty close proximity to the orange car just to make sure he didn't get into too much trouble, and open throttle was left. And, they ended up coming together. I think everyone sort of looked at it and said, well, it just didn't seem like there was a lot anyone could do. It's a melee, and, shrugged their shoulders and moved on. We tried to put our head down, and we had hoped it was a relatively easy repair. It did a lot of damage to the Blaze E36. We I don't know if you saw the text, but we blew up a rear shock. It just a rear camber link broke, wheel cambered in, and rubbed a hole in the shock. Exploded shock goo everywhere.
So it was the left rear of the Blaze car towards looks like maybe the right front of the open throttle.
Yeah, because poor open throttle was over there taking apart one of their street cars to put a right front knuckle on it. Bad.
Not the first time, and I'm sure it won't be the last.
No, they do a good job of having spares in the form of rolling and driving spares. But yeah, so it was tough all around, and it's hard sourcing parts for the older cars. So we found a junkyard an hour away that had so it bent our upper spring perches, broke the rear lower camber arm, destroyed a shock, bent a wheel. So it took us a while to find all the parts. The work itself wasn't terribly difficult, but just finding the parts. And 35-year-old rear control arms, upper control arms weren't real cooperative coming out.
Sure.
So that took a little bit of effort because it sacrificed the bushings. So we had to then find bushings, which are pretty unusual to source.
Sure.
And so I think we just made something work out of something round and black, and they had a hole in it, and shoved it in the arm, and did an alignment, got it all sorted out late last night, and we're circulating. So they're real close in the points championship. They've got their eyes set there. We're not really focused on podiums this weekend with Blaze. The pace isn't quite there, but the drivers are all confident we can get a good average pace and look for the long sit, and maybe we can climb our way up the rank. But really the focus is just trying to keep the wheels turning, as they say, and keep that championship in sight. Palomar, so none of the teams that are in the championship really scored any points yesterday, because right now it's open. Well, it's Blaze, Palomar, open throttle, and so nobody scored points yesterday out of those three, which I guess is good or bad. But I know that Palomar is doing a great job. They just got back out there with an engine they sourced Saturday morning, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so they got that
somebody had to drive to New Jersey, I think, for the engine? Yeah.
Seems like a good one. My driver said the thing's fast.
No, nice.
So that's awesome for them. They're doing good, working from the back to the front, or working their way up. But yeah, yesterday was definitely just one of those endurance race days that you never look forward to, but they happen.
we've seen the trajectory of Blaze Racing, the 118 squad in particular. It was there was a time in early 2024, mid 2024, where it was very kind of down low here. Excuse me, and as you go up the bar graph to the right, positions start to increase, the consistency starts to increase, and eventually we got to Utah where everything just kind of clicked for everybody, right? The car was there, everything that was going to fail in that car had figured out where the failure points were and ironed it all out. You come to your home track, you got all that local knowledge, and man, it just everything works.
Yeah, the
right?
double, and HBR did a lot for them too. That P2 and HBR was huge for their point swing.
So you get up to the very top here, and you're like, all right, we figured it out. We're going to be competitive, and like we're going to go chase this championship, right? Yeah. And then immediately, turn one, lap one, you come crashing back to earth.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you know Scott and the guys, right? You guys are all based out at Burr Brothers Motor Park out there.
Well, actually, team owner and drivers are based out of Utah, but they're really kind of remote now.
Oh, is that right?
Zach's going to school, and so he's off to school far out of state. Jason's around quite a bit, but he travels for work. So they're satellites, really. And Scott's based out of, I think Scott's out of Vegas.
Vegas, yeah. But the team identity says, I think it says Tooele, Utah.
It does, but I would say that they haven't been around much in Utah lately.
Okay.
The car ends up living sort of east of the Mississippi most of the time,
of course,
to chase this series.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay. So anyway, you get to that kind of home venue. I'm sure you know them, right?
Sure.
You see those guys around playing.
They started with me. And,
sure.
Raced from the beginning with us.
So you kind of plug back in at their highest of highs. What is that kind of regrouping, or what has that regrouping been like over the last 24 hours or so? Of like, all right, we're going to get this championship. Shoot, maybe we're not, and now you got to regroup, rebuild, and try and do it all again.
No, you talked about that sort of rise of the Blaze Racing this season, right? And I think what that really represents is their grit and determination. I think there's not a lot of people that work everyone works so hard in this paddock, I shouldn't say that, but they just have so much grit and determination. No one batted an eye when things happened. Everybody just got to work, and it didn't phase them one bit. So there wasn't ever any doubt that that they'd get back in this points race. And certainly played the game of like looking around the paddock and seeing who else that we were immediately competing with for those points, what they were doing and how they were coming along with their repairs, because that plays a big role in it as we're trying to figure out this championship. But I think from day one of the season, they've been focused on this goal and just chipping away at it persistently and taking everything in stride and focusing, just to get to the finish line and keep gathering points up. They definitely swung a little bit for them with HBR and in Utah.
Sure.
They're definitely tracks that they're more familiar with, and that they have, like to your point, it's more local for them. So I think that does lend itself well to their success there. But most of their success is really just through sheer grit and determination. The heart of endurance racing, really.
Right now, running P8 in GP1. So in the points, at least for the moment, Palomar's up there as well, as you said, kind of chasing that championship. PC. I don't know if PC. Were you talking the national championship or the East championship?
Well, good question. Primarily national is their goal and has been their goal.
Got it.
I think they got the West, and then I think they also got
they went from third to first in the West championship there on just in the Utah weekend, and obviously High Plains, but yeah.
Sure. So I think that they were secondary goals, but the national is. They would like to collect anyone they can.
Yeah,
so they're certainly looking at PC too.
Yep.
And they're, PC's looking real good right now at this weekend. They've had a great finish yesterday, and they're, looking strong again. They always do such a good job. So the East might fall out of reach because of their performance. But, we still got a long race ahead of us, and we're hoping that we can gather up a few more positions as time goes on. If we hit our marks, get good driver changes, good pit stops, I think that we certainly will move forward as long as we keep things together.
Shifting gears ever so slightly.
Sure.
Did you guys make any new decisions on the Zaluz M2 after Utah?
The infamous M2, no. That car, the whole program's just a bit on hold.
Okay.
As I mentioned, I think in the previous broadcast, we were trying to stay within that CS Racing sort of wheelhouse for resale, potentially as an exit strategy. So we haven't made any progress on it. We haven't made any changes. I did start drawing up some wingy bits to put some aero back on the car. We obviously pulled the M2 CS Racing wing off of the car, trying to be those guys, the ones that could get to an apex first and cover it, and it almost worked for us, except for that yellow flag with Zach, who did a great job of capitalizing. But I started drawing up some stuff for a splitter and a wing to add bits, and then it's just plug in some shocks. The challenge for us we'd really like to have a lot more rubber under the car, and I think that'll be a constraint. So I'm not sure if that'll work. Again, we're still focused on GP1 primarily because ease of access for that class for us is a lot more. Like, bringing a staff to change tires and all the extra sets of wheels needed takes some of the fun out of it when you're bringing 15 people around the country. It's a lot easier to just take 3 or 4.
Of course.
So yeah, no real movement on that. And I got a big project on the M3, the Zalus M3 that we campaigned previously. I've got to get that back into an operating window. That'll probably be my December project as well.
Cool. So since we last talked, also, before I let you go here, we've also got the 2026 World Racing League schedule.
Yeah.
It was released with an April date at Thunder Hill.
Yeah.
I don't know if you were part of the crew that was in RJ's ear about, hey, maybe don't go to Thunder Hill in June because it's going to be 1 billion degrees. Shouldn't be 1 billion degrees in April. No. Compelling opportunity to go out west there to Willows?
Yeah, well, Thunder Hill. Sorry, you mentioned Willows.
Willows, California. Sorry, yeah, the booming metropolis, the county seat of Glen County.
So, all right, sorry. I'm motivated. I'd like to go to Thunder Hill. Obviously, I'd like to get to as many of the rounds as I could be fortunate enough to get to. I'm really lucky to be here with Blaze this weekend, and so fortunate. This is one of my favorite tracks. Watkins Glen is amazing, and I'm really looking forward to Sebring already. This is obviously beautiful country up here. But to answer your question, Thunder Hill is definitely compelling. Utah's exciting as well, so I am looking forward to those rounds already. Definitely expect to be at least minimally both of those, even if it's in my own car. So yeah, looking forward to that.
Awesome. Yeah, and have you talked to anybody that trying to convince people to make that trip further out to Thunder Hill, or do you think there's a kind of enough of a foothold there west of the Rockies that WRL has made its case?
I definitely think you'll see some good subscription at Thunder Hill. I think you've got a strong endurance following in NorCal and SoCal. Even to the extent that you saw El Diablo here, probably. I don't know if you noticed it, all the way from California. Scott Smith and the crew made it here. Yeah, which is really exciting. So I think they'll definitely have Thunder Hill on their bucket list. So I think you'll see 10 plus dedicated hardcore ex-work racers that join us for the 6 hour, cool. Also planning on the Thunder Hill race weekend. So yeah, I haven't spoke a lot to my local teams and regions about it because frankly we just wrapped up our 2025 championship. Like I feel like it was last weekend, so I'm still spinning a bit trying to get all the pieces back together. Of course. So not yet, but we'll turn our gears after this weekend and start thinking about it. Yeah.
You in the car later this afternoon in the 180?
Yep. Yeah, so right now, Zach's out there wheeling the car and keeping our head down. And, we felt good putting him in the car to make sure he could suss out anything since he's most familiar with it that might need attention. And then we'll shove Lincoln back in for the meet in the middle, so to speak. And he'll and both these guys are planning on doubles, and then I'll probably end up finishing it with whatever's left over.
Awesome.
At the end of the race. So I got a little time to go and just see how things pan out.
We'll keep our eyes out for that 118 the rest of the way. Matt Gavrick, thanks for stopping by.
Appreciate
you taking some time here. Stay warm up there on the
spotter
stand. Yeah, try and stay out of the wind.
I'd get blown off.
Yeah, man.
Today, I think.
Yeah, I don't want any parts of that. Thanks, Matt.
Right,
appreciate it.
So I've got some questions about the Thunder Hill thing to pose to people. JT, are you there?
I am.
Okay, cool. So number one, now I think I know the answer to this, but I think you know where I'm going with it. Which layout are they going to run on Thunder Hill?
I would assume the one that requires the least amount of corner workers.
Oh, well, that would be the small track, which they're absolutely not going to run by itself.
Well, I would assume the main layout, the one that
the main right
for the
east.
endurance races. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think WRL has an opportunity to be one of very few events that uses the whole layout, because that hasn't happened very many times.
Because of staffing issues, yeah.
It's the staffing thing, right. So you'd have to overcome that. But it would be one of the only times that you've done it. Excuse me, I had to clear my throat. It'd be one of the only times you've done it, and it would take away some of the advantage that the local teams would have versus the people coming in from out of town. Because most of the local big teams aren't in the habit of running on the small track at all. Because when they rent the track out, they rent just the big part. So I think having the combined would be a good shtick to get people to come out.
The 5 mile?
Yeah.
No way.
I think
I can't handle the West track, man.
Nah, let's do it. Let's do it.
And also, if we only get 35 or 40 cars, you're spreading out a lot over 5. You're spreading out a little over a lot.
What if we get 60 cars?
We have
what
to
if we get 60 cars because you're running the whole layout?
That's a fair point. We have to do an interview here.
All right.
I may or may not have bullied somebody into coming over to the booth yesterday that really didn't want to be here, but now she really wants to be here, and, well, I really wanted her to be here. So there's that. Anyway.
Yeah, I got conned into this.
Sarah Montgomery.
All right,
Well, you know.
Thank you for coming over.
It's a trek to get out here, and there's no directional arrows to guide me this way. I even zoomed in on the GPS to see where there's a road that leads me over here.
I could have sent you a map. You didn't ask.
Well, okay, that's fair.
Ask.
Okay.
Sarah, this is WRL team, team representative because nobody else comes to the broadcast. But WRL race winning squad, AE Victory Racing. Sarah Montgomery.
Yes.
You're obviously not starting the car this morning, but you did finish yesterday? Question mark?
I was in the middle stint. I was supposed to finish yesterday, but when it was raining, they were like, "Oh, Sarah's up," and I'm like, oh, "Dang it!" But I just found out that Ashley loves the rain, so she had a good bit of the rain yesterday, but her 3-hour mark was coming up.
Oh, okay.
And so she had to get out, and then I was like, oh, man,
It
all right.
kind of didn't matter yesterday, though, because most of the rain was either under code 35 or red. I mean, it was wet for like
It definitely
a bit.
was green laps a few times.
Yeah.
I remember the anxiety and the adrenaline and the high blood pressure I had from those few green laps, but, I don't mind the rain, but when you have guardrail right next to you on either side of the entire track, it gets a little daunting.
I mean, this place, even in the dry, has very little margin for error.
Correct.
Throwing liquid at it is
not confidence inspiring.
Yeah,
so.
and it wasn't. I mean, so when we look back to the beginning of the weekend here, we started looking at the forecast about a week ago, and it looked like Sunday afternoon was going to be our opportunity for rain if we were going to have it.
Yeah, how
right?
random.
And then
it was like a 1% chance of rain yesterday.
Exactly. And then on Friday afternoon, Friday night, it shifted to be this little mini spike, and it was like, 1/100th of an inch, just a little shower, no big deal. And then it started raining at 9:30 or whatever it was, and just poured for about 3 hours.
Yes, it did. Sorry, I was posing for a
I know.
picture.
Yeah, I did not. I was kind of half paying attention. Let's just come back up to the booth. So let's move back before Watkins Glen, because we got to go back. So Sunday, Utah. We saw you guys on Saturday. You guys had a great result Saturday afternoon. Saw you guys right.
Well, we had a little issue. We were doing really well and had an issue with about 2 hours left. WRL wanted us to fix. But then Sunday.
Right. So you had a great run Saturday. Didn't get the result Saturday.
Correct.
Had a great run Sunday.
Yes.
And when the checkered flag waved, we're like, second place for AE Victory. So close. And the chat we had on the
But I was catching them.
You were. But the chat we had on the air was, well, you kind of got hosed by a bad situation with the full course yellow, or the only safety car of the weekend, and some questionable pit strategy.
Yeah,
that
right. Definitely happened.
So I went to go collect all the cameras, and I was like, well, what could have been for AE probably should have been there. It's just like Daytona. Like, you should have had the chance to fight for the win at Daytona. Tough, but I'm sure they'll figure it out. And then we get to the podium celebration, and RJ starts with the results, and he's like, oh, wait, no, we got to start over because third place was wrong.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like, oh, shoot, that means AE gets the win. So what happened? I mean, take me through the timeline of those last couple hours, fighting back from after the safety car, catching the eventual second place car, I guess, or trying to catch the eventual on the road winner, and then everything up through that podium ceremony.
Yeah, they put me in the car at the end. So Ashley went first, Alana went second, and then I went last. But I had maybe 2 to 3-ish hours left of the race. And it was a lot. I knew my goal was to try and catch first place. Or I think we were in second or third when I got in the car, but we weren't worried about the third place, the car right in front of us, because we knew I was faster than him. And then we were just worried about that P1 car because they had their pro driver in and they were boogieing, as my dad likes to say. So my whole stint was basically to chase down first place. And slowly but surely, I was faster than them. Just kept getting stuck in traffic, and then a car that wanted to fight that was in class but 3 laps down, and I'm like, this is not helping. So I could see P1, I don't know, I think I was only less than 15 seconds behind them at the very end of the race, but which was kind of a bummer because I just drove my butt off. But yeah, so when we get to the podium, they call P3 as the people like 2 spots behind us, and I was like, this doesn't make, 2 spots behind us, and I was like, this is interesting. And I was like, what happened? And you could see like RJ and Stephanie up there just like kind of giggling.
So you didn't know?
I heard something was going on, but I didn't know officially what. And then, but Erin knew. She was laughing. And then, of course, she knew. But yeah, so then they eventually called us as the winners, and it was just like so cool. I did a really dumb victory dance to go catch P1 trophy, you know, but that was really exciting. Like, I still feel like I didn't fully get that win because I didn't pass that card because that's my competitiveness in me. But when they went over the dyno, they, you know, so we won.
That was kind of my, if I were interpreting the situation, first off, I didn't know you didn't know. It seemed like I was the only one who didn't. Like everybody else around me just kind of seemed to be aware that
crew guys
this had all
didn't
happened.
either, and they're like, oh, that's cool.
And like you have that split second, like, you know, I bet they really would have liked to have this one on the road and like have that moment, with the checkered flag and the team celebrating, coming back into the pit lane and everything, because even you just said like there's that little bit of disappointment, like, you're so close, you can see the car down the road, you didn't have enough time to get there.
And I was catching them every single lap.
And then you do get the celebration at the end, but like there's a little part in the middle, immediately post race, where normally you'd have all the emotion just kind of overflow, and it didn't exist.
Oh no, I was so bummed when I got out of the car.
But then they announce you guys as the winner, and obviously, I mean, the room just kind of goes nuts. You're doing a bunch of high fives and hugs on the way up. The longest walk I've ever seen to get to just the
there's
photo
also like
area.
30 of us too.
Right. And then you throw the dance in the middle, and like, obviously the joy was there, the excitement was there, and there must have been some carryover, like, letting out of emotion left over from Daytona, right?
Yeah.
Like, okay, so we have the result. Excellent. You've kind of checked that box and said, okay, we can do this. With an asterisk?
Yeah, well, I mean, even at Road Atlanta, I think Daytona was the first race where we showed up.
Yeah.
You know, and then
absolutely.
Road Atlanta definitely helped solidify that, especially for us. And then, you know, with the win, that was also super exciting. And then we podiumed again yesterday, which was great, especially with how stiff the competition is here. Holy cow, like, it's insane.
Yeah.
These cars are so fast, and we're just trying to keep it as clean, as strategically straight as possible. Which is not easy in the series because there's a lot going on, a lot of pit stops, especially a lot of code 35s yesterday. So just trying to time what and when makes sense. So just trying to keep using that momentum and pushing our luck and, you know, trying to make it happen.
Yeah. So as far as, you know, achieving goals, it seems like, okay, AE Victory has done that, right? You guys have appeared right back at Daytona. You've kind of followed that up now with a proper race win. Again, missing that kind of on track, but okay, the result is there. You've proven yourselves, and you know that now that it can be done. Like you guys can do it. You have the talent to do it, the car to do it, the engineering to do it, the consistency and the strategy to do that over a long race distance. We approach the end of another racing season. 2 more races to go. We go to Sebring, we go to COTA. Eyes looking forward to the next thing, the next year. Have we started talking about that yet?
Yeah, so we actually are not going to be at Sebring. We're skipping Sebring.
Why?
I know. It's one of my favorites, but that's okay.
Why would you skip Sebring?
I don't know. It's not
obviously
my choice.
your
Listen,
decision.
I just work here. Yeah, right. Exactly. I am calling everything here. No, because I'm the only one that comes to the broadcast booth, right? So I'm the one in charge. No, I'm totally kidding. But that's my sarcastic humor.
Yeah,
Anyways,
that's usually actually not at all the way it goes.
Yeah, it's not at all.
Usually
how
somebody
it
makes
goes.
a decision and then somebody else sends somebody else to talk about it.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So, and so we will be at COTA. So COTA is the final race, which we're excited about, and that's very close to Aaron's due date. Like Aaron's due date is like 2 days after COTA. So it's going to be one heck of a toss-up whether Aaron even comes to the race or not. But yeah, so there's a lot of talk about next year. We will for sure be here in this paddock.
Awesome.
What that looks like, I don't know. I can't just give too many things away. You know how it always is. The couple races before, I'm always teasing things. So it's one of those things. But we will be here, and it'll be cool and exciting stuff again.
I heard you guys are going to have a tie-up with the F1 Academy. Is that accurate?
Yeah, we're running it.
Yeah.
Well, you guys are going to run it, and then you're going to import drivers from it, and then they'll run the Supra.
Right.
F1
You're gonna have
Academy
Leah Block in the
CEO
car.
Sarah Montgomery.
See, apparently you guys have more information than I do.
No, we just make
So that's exciting.
we take our cue from Brad McCall and we just make stuff up.
Yeah, well,
Yes.
that's how that goes.
Yep.
That's how that goes. Brad today came up to me and he was like, there's going to be 40-mile-per-hour winds. And I just look at him like, I can't ever tell now if he's pulling my leg or not because we're not on the same team anymore. And he's like, how can I get the advantage? And if he wants us to take our 10 down for an advantage, you know, who knows?
Oh, is that what we were trying to do? Did you take your 10 down?
No, they're both still there. They're both still there, but they're tied down for sure this
Oh,
know,
gotcha.
So.
Yeah. There's a lot of tents that have come down, actually.
Yeah. Well, there was an official notice that went out from WRL and an email saying that there's big gusts of wind. So apparently Brad was not joking around.
No, my weather app of choice does say gusts of 40 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's insane.
Interesting. So you're not confirming that the Supra will be back as such.
It might.
It might or it might not.
Yeah.
Have you enjoyed the Toyota Supra experience?
I have. Actually, I have raced Mazda Miatas for like my entire life. And this car is very similar to that same drive style, which I really enjoy. Like, if the car is not being driven at 110% and sliding the entire time, it will not go fast.
Yeah, sure.
Which is how I like to just overdrive and like get the car slinging and
Can the
sliding
tires
around.
handle that kind of overdriving?
Yeah, I mean, to a certain extent.
Yeah, sure.
They know, the team knows that I push the car harder in different ways than our other drivers. Not that they're not pushing, but we all have different drive styles. So they have to like lower the pressures for me whenever I get in because they know I'm going to skyrocket them.
Sure.
But I'm still able to maintain them. I just have a different drive style.
I gotcha. I have a slightly different question, and I wanted to primarily ask this of Ashley, should we ever get the opportunity, because I know for certain Ashley was part of this era. Layla and I we were kind of talking about it last night at dinner. Were you a part of the true car era of development?
I was not. I
Okay.
was still in like Spec Miata looking to get into that pro
SCCA Spec
racing.
Miata? Or did you go through the MX-5 Cup?
It was
tier
in
thing?
the NASA. It was before I had gotten in the MX-5 Cup.
Okay.
It was before that. So like more grassroots home
Okay.
racing stuff. But no, I was not a part of that.
Gotcha.
I was watching it and I had tried to be a part of it, but they had chosen other females in different
And
routes.
it was like a lot, right?
Yeah.
Like almost 10 or 12?
Yeah, it was like Shay Holbrook, Shannon McIntosh, Ashley
Shannon
Freiberg.
McIntosh, I forgot about that.
And there's
Wow.
there were a few others that I don't remember.
But it went
because
all
I
the
don't
way
know
up
if they're
to
racing
Catherine
anymore.
Legg in the Indy 500, right? She ran with a True Car branding for at least a year,
Okay.
from memory.
That
been a
was
long
a
time.
long time ago.
It's
I
been a
kind of
long
forgot
time.
about that. That was
Which
like,
is why I asked, because I couldn't remember if you were a part of that whole
no,
kind
no,
of... Was
I
Shift Up
not.
Now involved in that?
No, Shift Up Now only started like probably 8-ish years
Okay,
ago.
all right.
And that
Time
True Car thing was way
compresses.
before that, yeah.
Time compresses in a weird way, and you start to put things together that may or may not have
I
been
would
together.
stick my neck out to say that was probably almost 20 years ago.
Were you, I mean, you were obviously aware of it at the time that, hey, there's this sponsor out there that's trying
Yeah.
to fund a big push of young female drivers coming up through the ranks. Do you have any kind of memories from that era of like, hey, this seems to be a legitimate pathway forward, and then it just disappeared, or like what was the?
Yeah, gosh, like you said, it's long ago. I feel like we tried to apply or tried to find the people to reach out to help me get to that next level. And then it all, like, the next year just completely fell apart.
Seems right.
As
Welcome
a
to
lot
racing.
of sponsorships do. Yeah, welcome to racing, which is why I'm so grateful for my partners that have stuck with me for 10 years. Here's an ad, Lafayette Travel, Hometown, and Team One Logistics. But anyways, back to regularly scheduled programming. I don't know what happened. I don't even know if True Car is still around.
I have no idea. Yeah, no clue.
Yeah.
I believe it is.
The look on Sarah's face is one equally perplexed, like, wow, I remember all that. What happened?
What happened?
Yeah,
to that?
Whirlwind. Yeah.
Yeah, that's been a long time.
Yeah, and it is nice to see, like, obviously Catherine Legg was always going to go further, and she had been in racing there for a while, but even down through the list, you know, Ashley kind of resurfaced there, had the opportunity to go sports car racing and get into Porsches, and obviously is here now with you guys as well.
Yeah.
I know it does kind of seem like AE Victory Racing, your partners down there, are kind of picking up that initial push, and rather than spreading all that effort out over multiple series and trying to make a big splash. You're focusing it on one effort, and maybe we've made the right amount of, not the right amount. There's always more progress to be made, but an appropriate amount of progress for the effort that's being put in there, right?
And Aaron is putting in a lot of time and effort and money to make this program happen and to grow the program.
Sure.
Which is really special. So there's definitely a lot more in the works that I don't know what all has been announced publicly yet. Not that we have to wait for the announcement, but I'm not going to be the one to spoil the surprise because that's not my position. So
I'm going to ask you one more question that kind of ties those things together, and then I'm going to let you go.
After I did all that work to get over here.
You can stay as long as you want. I only have one more question for you. I'm not telling you to leave.
I mean, I can make questions of
Ryan
all
can
day.
pick it up.
You can tell Brendan to leave.
I can leave.
Oh,
yeah, I don't
that
care.
actually, what a great idea.
It is.
We have the
tremendous
Layla
idea.
and Sarah hour, and
Oh, yes.
that should be a thing. We should discuss how to make that happen.
It could be fun. Well, Brad was supposed to come up with me last time.
He
did
did
come
with
up, and then their
Both
car
of his
broke.
cars stopped within 4
All
minutes of him
three.
walking into the
Not
building.
even.
It might have
Yeah.
been all three. Yeah. Anyway, and he's just like, yeah, I think I should maybe go. I texted him 3 hours later, and I was like, is your day getting better or worse? And he goes, I don't even know. I left and went for a drive. Like, he's like, I couldn't even be there anymore. Final question from me before Ryan decides to take over.
Sure.
There was that era of trying to give young
Yeah.
and promising women opportunities in motorsports. There was the Shift Up Now tie-in with multiple different teams, or at least a big team
trouble.
right here. Oh, is that a car stop? Is that
It
a
is.
Supra stop?
That's being reported as the 11.
Okay, that car was in the pit lane here not so
Yes.
very long ago. There was the Shift Up Now era, working with Round 3 Racing and Haggerty Motorsports and all of that. And now there's this independent AE Victory Racing era of you guys working as a pretty core group, right? None of those early efforts went beyond a couple of years before they kind of morphed identities, changed identities, and somebody else picked up the mantle. Does it feel like what's being done down there now by Aaron Vogel and the team is becoming more sustainable than maybe we've seen in the past?
I think, this is just my opinion, whether it's right or wrong, there have been a lot of opportunities for women where people have not put their money where their mouth is, but have almost used it as like a marketing stunt to just get publicity. And I think probably they had the right intentions, but not necessarily didn't follow through fully to what they were initially hoping to do. Which is frustrating, because they get all this publicity from it, and then people don't realize that it just doesn't follow through. Ashley can go for millions of examples with that. We talk about it a lot, but it's refreshing to have Erin putting her money where her mouth is and like really truly trying to make a difference in this sport and giving girls the opportunity, like with the shootout last year, to show what they've got, and then we pick the best one, from different things. It's not even maybe that they were the fastest on track, but it's just like the whole package, and fully going through with it, doing the full season. And Elena's not here this weekend just because she's gotten another opportunity somewhere else, which is incredible, but probably because she had the publicity here,
Right.
So it's really special. It's really rare, and it is slowly, taking effect, and more people are trying to latch on to the boat. But Aaron Vogel is my hero 100%. And I would say that to her face, because she is truly a really cool person. I have to restrain my language, but yeah, she is such an amazing human being and truly is just like track mom. She just wants the good for everyone.
I've learned over the years, for better or for worse, and I think most people in racing would acknowledge this, and I say it out loud more and more freely lately. A lot of racing is just finding ways to spend other people's money.
Yeah.
And it is.
I've been
it
saying
is-
that in my day job, Brendan, for
I mean, to be fair, that's probably mostly capitalism.
yeah, probably.
But particularly racing kind of requires that, right? And it is rare that you find somebody who is willing to, with conviction, spend that amount of their own money in order to make something work the way that Aaron has obviously committed to doing this.
Yeah. Sorry, the team is asking where I'm at.
Oh, well, if you need to go.
I don't know. Laura just texted me, so we'll see what Laura has to say. Because Laura is on our team too, so it's amazing.
Laura wears many hats, often in the same weekend. It's quite remarkable.
We found out they're not listening to the broadcast.
Oof. Big
Yes.
Who is that?
The people who are
JT.
texting you. Laura texting you.
Well, it's on the screen in our pit box. Like,
But
we
no
can
audio.
see it.
And
No.
obviously, we're not going out over the PA at the moment. So.
I know, that's a bummer.
Well, it's a big scary board over there with rules not to touch it. So
I have another question.
go ahead,
for you.
Ryan.
What, and like at risk of minimizing the work that other people did on the team, what percentage of getting the car to where it needed to be was you guys figuring out the car over time versus Laura coming in and like having had success in the same chassis, like incredible success, being like, hey, let's try to change these couple things and get you where you need to go? What has her impact on the team been?
I think it's been a lot, but I also think our team has figured out a lot too from just like a
And that's
bunch of
what I
different
figured.
resources.
That's why I said I don't want to minimize them, but yeah, go ahead. I'm
No,
sorry.
for sure. But also, when it comes to pit strategy, Laura has taught our people a lot because she is so good with that stuff, like scary good. She was, there are rules for this code 35 that were invented because of Laura Hayes taking advantage of the system, and she'll proudly admit that, which is fantastic, like good for her. But yeah, so she knows like loopholes and things like that, and how to get around stuff and make pit stops fast and make us better.
Perfect. You good?
I just asked, do you need me? And I've gotten no response. So I just work
obviously
here
not.
at this point. I'm guessing we're probably pitting, and there's probably going to be a driver change, which,
From who to whom?
well, it
From
only
whom to?
started at 8. So probably not. I'm guessing
20?
Ashley's going to probably maybe stay out there. Golly, it's only been an hour.
You guys just split this up one stint? Like
No,
sorry.
we only want to do 2 driver changes.
That's what I mean. Sorry.
So
Every driver has one.
You're going to stay in
shift.
for like the max-ish amount of time or close to it, and then just keep rolling.
Do you find that hamstrings you with regards to strategy flexibility in terms of pitting under code 35, etc.?
What is that word you use? Hamstrings?
Hamstrung. Do you find it hamstrings your ability to be flexible with code 35s, right? If you're only going to do the 2 driver changes across 7 hours or 8 hours, your window there to keep everybody under 3 hours is minimal.
Yeah, I think it's a lot easier, and it's also like we can kind of pit without potentially losing a ton of track track position because of the code 35 and everyone going 35 miles per hour. So
And the green flag waves. Didn't this happen
that's
yesterday
my
as well?
favorite part of the day is whenever I'm in a code 35 behind someone for position and they throw the green and they're not paying attention. I went blasting by a car in class yesterday, not paying attention whatsoever in the S's, and I never saw them again. I was like, yes, like, it pays to just keep your eyes up and not getting tired after 30 minutes under code 35, So.
Well,
It is
I don't
pretty good.
understand how quick does the flagtronics change? Because you shouldn't, in theory, be having to look at the flag station if the little thing's on your dash. You should just
It
watch
is
that.
faster. It was the flagtronics turns green before I have seen a green flag. But I also don't want to get penalized for passing whenever I see the flagtronics without seeing a green flag. So I at least just kind of keep it. Or if I hear a green flag over the radio, then I'm just going.
Got it.
So I thought about that in the car yesterday, that I needed to clarify if flagtronics we can use or if we can just use what the rule is,
Right.
I just don't want to get called out for passing under code 35 because they were passing out penalties this morning for people passing under. They are not messing around.
How about it?
It's not worth the 1 lap penalty to try to gain, a half second or a second jump on a going
But
back to
for
green.
my ego, it absolutely is. So
just to put this out there, because we didn't really we've kind of had these back-to-back interviews here. ACP leads round 3 at the moment in GTO, which is as it was, but I don't believe the number 2 ACP car pitted under the code 35 here, as far as I can tell. Although it's not loading lap history for me, I think it was just the round 3 car.
It did.
It did pit or it didn't pit?
It did pit.
The 2 did.
It just came back out. Yeah.
Fascinating. Okay, yeah, I didn't even see it in the pit lane. All right.
he did not sound very certain about that, but that's okay.
I gotta trust.
It's on the lap chart. I mean, I don't know. Like,
I can't get it to load. That's the problem. I just didn't see it in the pit lane, so I thought they had split.
Lap 35, it shows his pit in.
Got it. Moorhead jumped the 77 there as well. 119 fifth.
Yeah, 119.8 Victory Racing.
You were in the pit lane when the green flag came out, so I'm not 100% sure if the AOA 74 was able to get by you guys.
It just updated. I don't think so.
There. Okay. All right. Very good then.
Yeah, it's
So,
Ashley in the
P5.
car. I have full faith that she did not let that happen.
That's fair. Although if you're 35 miles an hour in the pit lane, I guess there's so much.
I'll tell you what, under full green flag conditions, like this stint has been this morning for them, they are going to be so much more tired than yesterday, like drivers in general. This track is very exhausting.
Is it
There's
really?
a lot going on, a lot of G-forces, a lot of on-camber. Like, I found myself holding my core a lot during a lot of corners, more than other tracks.
Mm-hmm.
But I got a lot of Coke 35s in my stint, so it was kind of nice, like relaxing in the car, even though I had a leg cramp because I wasn't moving it much. But, I think being under green is going to be a lot more exhausting for sure.
Do you feel like this is a track you can settle into a rhythm if you get the long green flag runs, or are you just kind of always hyper aware of what's going on either on track or with the car, trying to squeeze that performance out where you can?
I think with a lot less cars out here today, it will be a little bit easier to settle in more so than just fighting for your life the entire way around the track.
Sure.
I did find my mind wandering off yesterday, but I think it's because we had a few of those code 35s and it was hard to get right back into the zone immediately. At least with the, a double yellow, you can at least prepare, with the other cars around you, you can see that position in front that you can go for.
Yeah.
So it's hard to fully get right back in the zone, but it's always satisfying and it boosts your confidence whenever you're able to just pass. Even if it's someone out of class, just get the jump on someone.
Of course.
Whenever it goes green again.
You prefer code 35 to safety cars, or you prefer the safety cars?
Everyone
is a
would
right
fuss
answer
at me
here.
for saying this, but I would 100% prefer code 35 because
We're starting to see that change.
of the
It used to be-
satisfaction I get.
Yeah.
It's so fun. I get enjoyment out of trying to jump anyone in front of me on the start.
I think a lot of times we hear people say, well, it doesn't give us a chance to get back into the race if we've had a problem. if we don't
Totally
have
agree with that.
If we don't have a safety car. But the same people who say, well, we want the chance to get back into the race are going to be the first ones to complain when they lose the advantage they've built up on a good day.
Correct. I agree with that.
With the safety car. I'm Team Code 35
sure.
all the way. I'd rather see the race play out
Well, and you can see,
organically.
even yesterday at the end of the race, there was the gap that was a little bit built up between P1 and P2 in GTO class, and then the Code 35 out, and then they wound up right next to each other. And so if they had gone green, that wouldn't have been fair to that car in the front because they had, easy catch-up. But I also, if I'm that car that's in the back, would love to be able to have that freebie to catch right back up. But if I'm the one pulling the gap, then that's frustrating. But that's just racing too.
It seems like as a team, like your best results back at Utah, Daytona for the first, 13 hours or so. Like you guys as a team do better with fewer interruptions, right? Let the race play out. Let the consistency that you guys have found with the Supra and as a driving team, right, kind of come to the fore over the long distance, 7 hours, 8 hours, 14 hours, whatever it is, rather than relying on those consistent safety cars to pull you back into a fight.
Yeah, and just strategy-wise, how can we outsmart people in pit stops, which is what we're working on. We are absolutely not perfect at those yet, which we know, but we're working on it and gonna just slowly get better.
Do you guys have any other questions for Sarah? I'm going to give her an opportunity to actively deny something on the air. Or not deny something on the air.
Will you be at
Put her on the
Thunderhill
spot.
next year? Will you be at Thunderhill next year?
Can't confirm or deny.
Okay,
Get her. Get her.
that's a yes.
I'll tell you.
Are you buying, is AE Victory buying the 71 Porsche Cup that's for sale?
No. As much as
hoping you were going to leave that door.
me and Ashley have been saying, oh, our dream car would be a Porsche Cup car to drive.
There's one for sale.
Oh, Porsche Cup car. You know, as much
Also,
as
doesn't she
we
drive
love
Porsche Cup
Porsches.
cars?
Yeah, but you know, it just doesn't make sense.
I get it.
And also, the Supra's great. I do love that car. Like I said, it really suits my driving style. But you know, it's always yes. That's
Yes,
how I'm going to
no.
end that. Yeah, just
Got it.
yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Well,
All right.
you heard it here first.
Yep. Yes.
Sarah Montgomery and Ashley Freiberg buying the Porsche Cup. No.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And be living in that thing. Me and her with a dog and both, her husband, my boyfriend, 5 of us in a
Porsche Cup
car.
like a clown car.
Yeah.
Sarah Montgomery, thank you for coming up and spending some time up here. I'm sorry that I bullied you into coming up here yesterday. I really didn't mean to push you quite so hard, but I do appreciate
Yeah,
the time.
okay.
It does help. Well, Brad said there's no way you had to bully Sarah into this interview. And on
did he comment
reflection,
that?
he did.
Oh, that's fantastic.
On reflection, I do feel a little bit guilty.
You should. You should, because I could be down there with my team helping. I got a text from my crew, where are you? And then they still haven't responded, so everything's fine.
Ashley's got this. What are you going to do?
I don't know. I just work
Moral
here.
support?
I really do. Yeah.
Just work here. Sarah Montgomery, WRL race winner. Quote, I just work here.
I just work here. Yep.
Thank you, Sarah. I
Thank you
appreciate
guys.
coming over and spending some time with
Yes,
us.
you're welcome.
Yep. Good luck the rest of the way. Hopefully we see you on the podium again.
Sounds good.
We like it when Sarah visits.
We do.
Always a good interview.
So we've gone back to green here after the yellow. Yeah, go JT. It seems like you're ready to rock.
Yeah, I was gonna give us a quick update here. The code 35 yellow did change some things up throughout the field. It's still the 2 and the 70 leading. Unfortunately, that is a larger gap at this point, to the tune of some 21 seconds. At the moment, you have the 77 from Kingpin third, having just got around the 291 from Moorhead as we limp back to green, I believe. And then, yeah, that 119A Victory Racing Supra currently sitting third in class. In GTU, still the 59 leading. What is different, though, is the 908 Automatic Racing did jump the 60 from Stratus Racing during the pit stop. However, at the moment, the 60 is the quickest car in the GTU class and has managed to close that gap from 9 seconds to about 2.5 seconds last time across the line. GP1, PC Racing did take the lead, beating out Edge Autosports there. However, as they come across the line here, Edge Autosports retakes the lead in that class, running noticeably quicker there. Palomar Racing, the 38, did manage to gain quite a few spots, now running currently third in class. This Palomar is also doing well in GP2, having taken the lead after the pit stops there, mainly because I don't believe the 83 pit at all. Lagunatics did briefly fall to third behind the 851 from AOA Racing. However, that position has since changed, having been able to run lap times a couple seconds quicker there. So in that class, it's Palomar Lagunatics, the 851 from AOA, and then the 222 from Rebel, a further 12 seconds back from the MX-5.
Perfect. Thank you, JT. I appreciate you. So we're going to settle back into a rhythm here. I'm glad that both of these yellows we've had so far today have been really short. They've been able to take care of them quickly. No wall repairs. Just get the car out of there and send them on their way.
I mean, yeah, that's what we want to see. Obviously, we'll have to go yellow to take care of things for safety concerns, but we do want to maximize the amount of green flag racing we can get.
Brendan, of course, has stepped away to eat lunch, presumably. Or even breakfast. I guess it's still 9 o'clock there. So ACP with Tangerine Associates back into the pit lane, question mark? They just pitted not that long ago.
Yeah, that's them right there going up on jack stands.
Yeah, absolutely. Left side tires.
Interesting. Wonder if they had like a blister or similar? Because I haven't really heard of a WRL tire blistering. It hasn't been a thing I've ever heard. But they were just in about 8 laps ago. So this is very much an unscheduled stop after they had some issues yesterday as well. So that's going to push the 70 back into the lead and the 77 back up into second. So it's going to be Porsche, Toyota, and then Ginetta in the top 3, with another Toyota holding down the top 4. The next BMW on track would be the number 74 of AOA Racing. I don't know. They are about a lap adrift from the number 2. So the 2 may still come out and have a top 5 by the time they're done.
Just sent.
Wow.
Lots of giggling.
Lots of jocularity in the background there.
The Sarah Montgomery effect.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, so 2 is released, comes out just behind PMW, and just ahead of the round 3 Porsche.
Oh, so they had quite a bit of time in hand there.
Dwayne Moses Random Vandals texted DriversEye Live hotline and said, WRL tires do blister.
They do blister.
So we kind of had half a thought towards that yesterday, if you remember, with that number 2 coming in. Did the left rear tire just on its own early on, like within the first hour and a half, and wondered if either it was maybe a random failure, vandal failure? Anyway, or a puncture or something like that, or if there was like a setup issue going on there.
Sure.
That car obviously gets pushed pretty hard in the early stages. I wonder if they've gone a certain direction on setup there to try and maximize grip in that number 2, and it's just tearing apart those left side tires in some of these higher loading corners.
So here's my question. Why is Dwayne Moses watching our broadcast from Indianapolis?
Well, because, I mean, are they racing today?
Random Vandals was racing at least yesterday. I don't know what the...
well, racing is in air quotes. They didn't get a lot of that in.
No, they didn't. Well, that's why, would they rerun the event today, or are they just not running on Sunday at all?
No,
I think it
was called...
Not Indy. I'm here, not Indy, says Dwayne. Oh, he's with ACP.
Got it.
So that is some
more
insider knowledge there.
Yes.
Interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, if we could, I mean, if we could get some insight, Dwayne, thank you for this. I appreciate it. If we could get some insight as to what the awareness of that issue is from behind the wheel, like, can you feel it immediately? Does the car just completely lose pace and grip and consistency? Like, it's obviously worth coming in and giving up the lap in a set of circumstances there where you would never do that. It's an interesting issue we don't really ever see here, or at least see the effects of anyway.
Scotty Elkins says hi in the chat. Hopes everybody's having a great day today.
Yeah,
Scotty,
Scotty,
one of my favorite photographers. He's having a rough day today. I saw on Facebook.
Sorry about your day yesterday, Scotty. That's tough. We hope to see you back sometime, man.
Yeah,
been a minute, and I can comfortably say the WRL paddock is not the same without Scotty Elkins.
It's true.
Cornerstone member of the WRL Vibes crew.
Good vibes only.
Yep. Nugget Rev, if every WRL commentator got into a cage fight, who's winning? It's gotta be Ryan, right?
What? How is this a question? My goodness.
Yeah, it's gotta be
Ryan. Put some respect on the name.
Yeah. Ryan is 6, or what are you, 6'4", 6'5"?
6'4". I've got way more reach than anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm probably the only person who has even mildly a martial arts or combat sports background.
Could 100 JT Tammys fight one Ryan West?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think I could probably take 3 JT Tammys, but the 4th one would be tough.
Right.
3, like, I feel all right. 4,
JT,
like,
don't you have brothers?
I do.
All gingers?
Only one of them.
Oh, okay.
That's the problem, though. I have more reach than JT.
Yeah.
You know, JT's not even going to touch me.
We're all in the same live stream, man. You have the same reach.
I am quick.
Span.
JT.
Talking about
JT
span.
is quick.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
A lot of time playing soccer.
Okay. All right. A little soccer action.
Also did track and cross country.
I also did track insofar as I showed up to throwing practice from time to time so I would get my PE credit.
There you go.
Go run my warm-up lap, go over to the throwing area, and throw the disc like twice, and be like, all right, I got an essay to write. See ya.
No, unfortunately, our track team had a decent size, but most people did like 3 events, so the rest of us were spread out doing like other events. So like, God, until my senior year, I think I was spread out doing like 4 or 5 different races on the same day.
On the same day.
So I'd be doing like a 4x100 relay. I'd also do the 4x4 relay at the end of the day. I did the 800, I did the 1 mile, and I did the 2 mile.
Just do them all at once. Just take your times for the whole, and then just apply them.
Nate Kotila asks, if they had a 1v1 race here, who's winning?
Like on foot? Not me.
I'm not. If it's on foot, it's definitely JT. If it's behind the wheel of a car,
I think I can do it.
You think
What
you
car?
You think you could take me?
Yeah.
I think
I
if
mean,
it's,
JT.
I think if
we
it's
have,
rental
we
cars,
have
I'm
sim
winning.
raced many times over the years,
Yes. But
and
how
you know,
much real track have you done?
No, that's a good point. It depends on what the car is and like the jump-in ability, right? Because if I got to figure out heel and toe,
I love that. I do that during daily driving.
I believe it, right? Then you'd have me because I haven't developed that skill. But if you and I jumped into 2 of Mike Gorman's paddle shift F30s, I think I could take you. I think I could do it.
I think I would be willing to say that I would not beat either of you in any kind of reasonable race car. But if we're racing rental vans, rental cars, or pickup trucks, neither of you stand a chance.
I don't know. I disagree with that.
No, I don't think either.
Fundamentally disagree with that.
No, not at all.
The 70 just put the 2 a lap down, headed up the hill, through the SSR at turn number 2.
No chance.
I would like to revisit the cage fight match, though.
All right.
Okay.
Because we are consistently forgetting somebody who is in the booth with Brendan.
Oh, could Layla...
this is true. Yes.
Good point.
I am a little scared of Layla. I've never wanted to say that before,
That's the thing, yes.
but I am a little scared of Layla. I'm going to level with you on that.
In a cage fight scenario.
But yeah, a little bit, yeah.
I could, but you got to pull your mic all the way around this. Yep, you could do that too. Are you capable of beating Ryan in a cage fight?
Yes, 100%.
Okay,
I believe that.
With confidence, I can say that.
What about Scott? Ryan, do you think you could take Scott in a cage fight?
Do I think I could take Scott in a cage fight?
He
Yes.
would just argue you to death.
No, I would pick Scott up and throw him out of the cage. Like,
Yeah, that's probably fair. Scott's got some, like, not bulk, but like muscle to him, though. He's a professional athlete, you know.
He is
Was.
scrappy.
He is scrappy.
Yeah, I feel like he'd be pretty scrappy.
Still feel like I could pick Scott up, like,
Throw a bicycle at you.
easily.
What is a bicycle doing at the cage?
Yeah, that's true.
You got objects like tables, chairs,
Surprise
same
bicycle.
thing. Dump a bunch of thumbtacks on the ground. Matt Guyver, how about the NASCAR short course on Razor scooters? Foot-powered Razor scooters. I had a good Razor scooter era in my youth.
What color?
I mean,
Red,
they were,
surely.
Yeah, the handlebars were red,
Well,
and
yeah,
then
the handlebars were red.
and
but
then you just get the gel wheels, and you
Yeah.
can make them whatever color you want.
Yeah.
I have a lot of blue gel wheels.
Yeah, exactly.
I bought a set of gel wheels for my office chair. It's like, wow,
Just
these are
razor
straight off a
scooters.
razor scooter.
They're just razor scooters.
They're the razor scooter's
Updated.
surplus gel wheels. I feel like we should do some sideshow WRL stuff on these race weekends.
Well, they do
Right,
that
like do
drift
a
cart
Thursday
thing.
night. Oh yeah, at ECR, right?
At ECR, that's fun.
Yeah.
We should do more of that. Okay, so this segues into what I've been wanting to talk about.
Oh,
Not only
boy.
should we have that, but we should have it be like an official thing that you get there on the Wednesday, and one person who's from the region has to lead a group tour of the region.
You're proposing a bar crawl.
I'm sure if that's what you want it to be, then yeah. If that's your thing, if you're like, listen, we're at Road Atlanta.
WRL debut venue or WRL venue visit bar crawl. That's
Yes.
not a bad idea.
I volunteer to do that.
No,
research.
100%. Like
That's
and
not a bad idea.
If there's a local team that's like, hey, we know the XYZ, then everybody knows where the good bars are,
I
where the good food is.
feel
If
like
there's a
there's-
cool little walk to go do, like whatever.
I feel like there's high potential for that to get out of hand very quickly.
And also, what you're telling me is that Brendan's going to have new food to be mad at.
Oh,
Yeah.
Look, man,
This is the
Brendan's
problem.
not great.
The upset Brendan.
He upset Brendan.
Yeah, I'm here for that. I'm pretty
I don't think
adventurous.
Brendan's great at picking restaurants. I'm gonna just lay that out there.
That
That's
can't
because
be.
I have not been on any of the trips with
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
you. Whoa.
Everybody calm down.
No,
What?
I'm not.
What gives you the idea I'm bad at picking restaurants?
Because you
I pursue
opt
what I like.
and you like fast food and
No.
No.
You are
Gas
you are
stations?
closing. You are highly focused in on this idea that because I went to Raising Cane's in Austin once, that this is just all I do.
I've seen you go to Sheets, dude.
Hey,
I love Sheets.
We did
I'm
Popeyes
from
in Sebring.
Sheets and Wawa
You did
country. What do you
Popeyes
want
at
from me?
Sebring. Yeah, exactly. This is
I love the Valley.
Popeyes, well, up until they opened the Cuban place up north, Popeyes was the best or second best restaurant in Sebring. I'm sorry, Dimitri's just,
After
it's
Dimitri,
not,
Dimitri's was
No.
fantastic.
Dimitri's was not fantastic.
It was amazing.
If you like browned pizza,
Brendan's like, I like my
the
pizza to
shade
be
of
like
yes,
4
I
shades
like my
white.
pizza the shade of a
Pizza.
cardboard box.
I prefer cooked pizza.
I also
Sorry,
like my
that's
pizza
my
to be
hot
No.
take.
It was not that good.
I've picked.
I'm out on-
I think
I'm-
I've picked everywhere.
I'm
we've
out
gone.
on Dimitri's, man.
Oh,
I
boy.
Where
Where else can you get $5 well drinks like that are red 40?
And then drink them in
And
8
blue,
seconds.
yeah, there's so much ice in those. Don't even give me that. There's like 4 ounces of liquid in each of those. It was over $1 an ounce.
And then we went to the store and we took stuff back to the B&B, and then we Ryan continued to break speed records.
Infuriating. Infuriating to watch.
Brendan's like, no, you have to get a wheat smoothie and drink it
It's
and
not-
sip at a time.
not
because
what
you
I
don't actually
said.
like it, and you're just
What I said
pretending.
is you should savor it and enjoy it, and you said no, absolutely not.
Yes,
Is a wheat-
Brendan
is a-
wanted
I'm
me to
drinking for
savor
this
and
the
enjoy
effect-
a
the effect.
99-cent Chi-Chi's mudslide shooter.
See, that's,
you should really
that's
be
your
savoring
bad.
that.
That's
What?
your bad decision for buying it in the first
Is a
place.
weed smoothie just an IPA? Is that
Yes.
is that what you're? I
Yes.
Like that.
Hot
I'm
Hefeweizen.
I'm gonna start calling them wheat smoothies.
Bo.
It is a wheat smoothie. That's what it is. What are we talking about?
Nate Cotilla, Cane's is amazing. It's
No,
not
it's
that
not.
good. It's
No.
not that good.
No.
The sauce is fine, but the chicken has no flavor. Like at
Somebody
all.
really upsold me on Cane's because they didn't have them in
You're
California
gonna
when I
upset
left.
more people that are really particular
Yeah.
about Cane's. I think you
Cane's
should.
not that good.
No.
Popeye's pretty good when it's fresh. The problem is if you go to most of them now, they have stuff sitting and waiting under the heat lamp, and it's not good. That's why the Popeye's chicken sandwich was excellent. They had to
Popeyes
make them all
is-
fresh because they were in demand. But now that they're not in demand, they're not fresh and they're not. as
Yeah.
Is Popeye's the one with the really good mac and cheese?
Ooh.
She
I currently
says.
think the best fast food mac and cheese is Chick-fil-A, which is unfortunate because I dislike the
I
rest
don't.
of
Yeah.
I don't like. No, Chick-fil-A's mac and cheese is not good.
Oh.
Oh, I love Chick-fil-A's mac and cheese.
No. If you have to put breadcrumbs on your mac and cheese to give it texture, we're
No.
we're in
It's not
trouble.
mac and cheese with breadcrumbs. It's mac and cheese.
Is
That's
it?
just-
I thought they put breadcrumbs on it.
Maybe they don't.
thought they
It
did.
might be
There's a crusty
might be
cheese on it.
Popeyes that does
I don't-
it.
You know what has a good mac and cheese? Wawa.
Oh my god.
California still isn't into the good gas station food yet.
I was going to say
There.
the California mind cannot comprehend.
No,
Cannot comprehend
it genuinely
Pennsylvania
couldn't.
gas station.
Brendan took me. He was like, "Oh, we're gonna go here for breakfast." I'm like, "What? Get a hot dog roller? Like, what are you talking about?" I don't want a taquito for breakfast.
Dude,
like,
Jordan
no,
is
they have
crushing the PTZ right now.
This is great. Jordan, send this to NBC. Let them know.
Zoom out, zoom out. Oh, you gotta zoom out, man.
Oh, you got to do the zoom out as they go by.
He only has 2 hands.
Ugh.
Click and drag here.
We need to get Jordan a joystick so he can
Which
have all the
camera is
controls.
this?
The inner loop there
Oh.
on the TV tower.
Is this on the big screen in the paddock?
I don't know. I don't think
I
so.
hope so.
No.
Making people seasick.
I can't wait to do that at Coda.
Our boy left though, so I'm not really sure who the tie-in's going to be there for. Going to get us squared away for Coda. This one's a PTZ, but it's only because it's crazy windy.
Well, it's PTing anyway. I don't know if the Z is involved.
I mean, it was for Jordan there, in that he zoomed and then panned and tilted. Anyway,
Anywho.
GP1.
I'm sorry, real quick. The question was asked: who would win a hot dog eating contest? I don't think it would
Also
be me.
Ryan.
No, I get. If I try
can't.
to eat that much food, I get sick now.
I can't burp. Right, so
Ooh.
I eat food. That's all. It just all stays there forever.
Nice. Good.
So I'm not eating any eating contest, any drinking contest. It's not happening.
What about JT? Do you think it's
Disqualified.
JT then?
It's probably JT. JT would win a hot dog eating contest.
JT, can you eat more than 1.5 Costco hot dogs?
Maybe.
Because I can't. So,
Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I've never tried. I've only just had the one, but I mean, I've never been full from just the one.
See?
I
JT's our winner
confidently
here.
got 2 about a year ago.
JT's our winner.
Tried to eat the second one and was like, ooh,
Yeah.
maybe not.
I, a
Okay,
couple
back-
years ago, really wanted to rename an event with Salem sponsorship here at Watkins Glen, the Glizzy at the Glen. My proposal was not accepted.
Yeah, I can see why.
Yeah.
You know.
I thought it was a great idea, but anyway, GP1. Edge leads Palomar, 38, who's actually taken the second spot from PC Racing. So, I mean, Matt Guyver from Blaze Racing was up here telling us the new engine in the 38 is kind of a rocket ship, which does appear to be bearing itself out, although not going as quickly as the Edge Autosports number 26. Met DJ Quint down in the Victory Lane celebrations yesterday after, I don't know, I think he sent me an Instagram message like 6 years ago after some COTA coverage. Like, you know, you guys do a great job. Thanks for being a part of this. Blah, blah, blah. It was really nice stuff. But his name kept appearing with Toyota R&D Racing, formerly TAPG, and appeared with Edge Autosports here this weekend. Nice to finally shake hands and put a face to a name there with DJ. I noticed on board the number 26 this morning as well. Jordan, why have we pulled the timing tower? Aha!
Yeah.
There we go.
Magic.
Right.
DriversEye Live Trio TM.
Multi-view.
Triple view.
Edge, PMW, and that'll be Rapscallion in the bottom right? Stack Racing. Goes up the
Yes.
inside of the 112.
Okay, so the next challenge, Jordan, is to zoom in on one of them. Like, you select the Edge Autosports one, and then that slowly fills the screen. I'm sure that doing it with layers like this, you're not going to be able to pull that off, but I think it would look cool in a dorky way.
PMW catches the back of the 66 there, right in the middle of turn
Nice.
6. This is one of the Sunday broadcasts of all time.
Yeah, there we go.
Anyway, to round out that quick GP1 discussion with Palomar having gone up into second, GSD Motorsports sits in third, about 1:09 off the class lead. So good recovery day for them today as well. Blaze racing into P5, just a couple of seconds further back. Primetime Motorsports up into sixth. El Diablo recovering from a one-lap penalty into seventh. Cabrix number 145 into eighth. Bruce Innovations 555 in ninth, and then the Pride of Fogelsville, Pennsylvania, no rags racing in at the bottom end of the top 10.
Is no rags like a regional joke about something, or no?
No, the team owner's last name, I believe, is Ragutskas.
Got
or
it.
however it's pronounced in America. I'm going with what I assume is Lithuanian. And it's short. That rags is Ragutskas. Rag,
Sure.
rag, no rag. But it's also a joke on a race shop, I assume. I don't know. I'm not fully into the no rags lore. I just know that they're from the proper area.
Trouble.
Oh no, trouble.
Speaking of no
Trouble.
rags,
Oh no. That is the no rags number 157. Oh no. Stopped at the exit of the Achilles there at turn number 9.
Well, somebody had to bring back the goated car, the 1 Series BMW.
Yeah, right?
They picked up the mantle where Thunder Bunny refused.
We have another 1 Series in there somewhere.
Probably.
You know what we need? We need a VW Fun Cup style single make 1 Series challenge.
I think we should. Here's a. This
I'm
is
pretty
a
sure
spicy
something
take.
like that existed in the Netherlands a few years ago. Erwin might be able to remind me. Was there like a 1 Series challenge in the Netherlands like 15 years ago, maybe 20 years ago? Double yellow is out, by the way. About to become a Code 35.
This is one for Mike Anderson. This is a hot take that I think he will appreciate. It is a Code 35. You know how they do in Grid Life? They do the Honda Cup, where you can have any chassis, any motor. I want that for BMW. That's it. That's
Oh,
the take.
like a BMW Wars.
Yes.
So we want
Exactly.
to further
So
deplete
GP1.
the availability of parts for E36.
No, because
and
in
46s.
GP1 they're all locked into using this 6-cylinder. If somebody wants to pull the twin turbo V8 out of like an X5, then that should be allowed.
wait, what do you mean just the 6-cylinder in GP1? Aren't the open throttles V8s?
Right, but that's just in the stock car though. The rules don't allow you practically
in
to put
Honda
the V8
Wars,
in an E46.
in Honda Wars, JT, it just has to be Honda parts, right?
Gotcha.
You can swap out any Honda motor into any Honda chassis and be legal. Right. But the theory is, well, can you devise a series for BMWs where you can take any BMW engine and put it into any BMW chassis and send it?
If you want a V12, a 650
Twin turbo V8 Z4 is the answer there for sure, right?
correct. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Or a 650 Ci, the V12. You could put that in like a 1 Series. That'd be cool. I don't know
Matt
if it would
Guyver
fit.
says Screaming Goat is a V8. The problem is it's a Chevy V8,
Yeah.
not a
Yes.
BMW V8. It's
Right.
got to be a BMW block.
And it's like the work truck motor too. It's not even like a real Chevy V8.
Yeah.
It
What we're
absolutely
saying
is.
that is that all the BMWs currently in GP1 are otherwise that use BMW engines are
That's the straight 6.
Just
normal.
straight 6. Yeah.
Yeah.
Other than the open throttle cars,
Right.
obviously. More pit stops. 92, 59 are both in down at the far end, as is the 909. 38 from Palomar is in out of second in GP1. 44 stays out, so that position will change hands. Interesting move there for PC to not make the stop. 72 is in from Precision Motorworks as well. All right, sit on board with them. Should we pay some bills? Take a quick break here.
Yes, and then I'll answer Nate Cotilla's question when we get back.
Why don't you send us there, Ryan? I'll have you handle the return and the question answering as well.
Wow. All right, fantastic.
Take it away.
So, this is day 2 of the Glen Continental, which is still a problematic name for me. It sounds like someone's name, Glen Continental. I made this joke yesterday, but for those who didn't hear it, it sounds like Tim Apple. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, real ones will remember that from 2018. We'll be back here in a moment live at Watkins Glen. We're just going to tidy up this race car that has come to a halt. And when we return, more racing action and more hot takes. We'll be right back.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Back to Watkins Glen. It's World Racing League. This is day 2 of endurance racing action here in New York. I believe this is Central New York? Central New York? Northern? I don't think it's Northern. I think Central. I'm going to go with Central. That's Southern. But where do they define Eastern New York as starting? Because like that's the thing, when you're trying to do regions like this, people have their feelings about where the east and north and west start and stop. So I'm going to go with Central. Got 5 hours remaining here. We've had a lot less yellow today, and they've been getting these incidents cleaned up pretty quickly because it's just cars that have been stopping. We haven't had any wall impacts, nothing too crazy, so the cars are just getting pulled out of there nice and quick. We had a question earlier from Nate Cotilla, who's winning the F1 championship? I have already staked my reputation that Oscar Pastry is going to win the F1 championship, and it's not close, because Oscar Pastry, midway through the season, had absolutely destroyed Lando Norris as far as headspace is concerned. Now, that's gone back the other direction, but I was very forthright in my take there, and so I'm stuck with it now. I don't think Max is going to be able to pull it all the way out, and if he does, it'll be really impressive. But I don't think it's going to happen for your boy, Max. I think Lando Norris, at the end of the day, is too much of a hothead. So, that's my take there. I'm sticking with it. JT, who's winning F1? JT's gone too. It's just me. It's just your boy. Jordan Worth, who do you think is going to win the F1 championship?
Joey Logano.
Jordan Worth says Joey Logano is going to win the F1 championship. I don't think that's possible. Feels a bit like the Jeopardy skit on SNL. All right, though. So we're in the middle of the pit cycle here. Most of the GTO field is going to take to the pit lane roughly on time. So we'll wait to do the rundown after we know the result of the pit cycle. We're on board the Edge Autosports BMW. They're going to be making a pit stop as well. See some of the cars heading back out. I will say that in GP2, I think Lagunitic is comfortably going to come back out ahead in the lead. They had about 2 minutes in hand over the 851 of AOA Racing. The rest of the gaps are more than a lap to each position. Rebel Racing was only 9.6 seconds behind them, so second and third very much still in play in GP2. That one series now cleared of its incident. They're going to pull the safety trucks back in and go immediately back to green as soon as they are clear of the track surface. There we see the El Diablo Motorsports BMW just rolling through. They ran into some trouble earlier. A 2-lap penalty at one point, now reduced to a 1-lap penalty, I'm sure on some kind of appeal. R. Tableman says, Herda 2027 F1 champ. I would go to the window strongly against that take. Meet me on Kalshi. I will bet on that with you. I will take all of your money. There's no chance that Colton Herta does anything of consequence ever. And I say that as somebody who told Colton Herta, the first race that was broadcast that had Colton Herta on it was broadcasted by us at DriversEye Live. True story. It's always a good time when Brennan and JT decide to leave simultaneously. Gives me nobody to bounce things off of and say silly things. Well, Jordan's here, but Jordan's not really calling the race. Is the problem.
I'm here. I'm on the mic now. Beautiful morning here at Watkins Glen.
Thank goodness. I was thinking here, especially during a yellow when the running order is not consistent because of the pit stops. We're going to go back to green here. They're going to pull in the flags and get rolling. So we'll wait about a lap or so for the timing to cycle through. GTO already beginning to do so. It looks like it's going to be the 70 from the 77 from the 291. So similar to what we were running before the yellow. The Kingpin Racing GTO about 2 minutes adrift of the round 3 racing Porsche. Again, we're going to wait for the timing to update on that because some of that's going to have been influenced by pit cycle as well as the purple flag condition, the code 35. Taking a look down at GTU, we've got the Stratus 59 from the Stratus 60, about a minute 15 there, but the 908 was scored last time as only 3.5 seconds back of the 60. So in a strong podium position there. Again, we're going to just kind of wait and see where we're at as far as gaps as soon as we get a full lap of green flag running under our belt for all the cars. I believe the 59 is the overall leader, followed by the 70. They are on the same lap, however. Now, I believe, as we take a look at, I believe this is going to show us the 70. Yep, so there's the 70 there. I believe that car behind being the blue car of the Stratus Racing cars, I believe that is the 60. So I anticipate seeing the 60 get around the 70 as the tires come up to temperature. One of the disadvantages the GTU cars have is being relatively lightweight and on a street car tire. It takes a little bit of time to get the temperatures moving the direction they need to go in a lightweight car like that. Once they are up to temperature, that car has a lot more pace in the corners, which will allow it to go through the GTO field with some amount of haste. But as you can see right now, struggling to even stay ahead of some of the general production entries. The 70 is going to come back around here to try to put a full lap on the number 2 of ACP with Tangerine Associates. Ooh, and the 2 comes down, drops the anchor there, cuts off the nose of the 70, trying to stay on the lead lap. The 70, I think, was hoping to go around the inside. They're going to stay right on the bumper of the 2. Of course, the relative lack of safety cars means that being on or off the lead lap has very little bearing on what's going to happen later in the race. You're down by the amount of time that you're down. So even if the 70 puts the 2 a full lap down here, it's not like if the 2 didn't go a full lap down, they would get the advantage on the safety car of coming all the way back around. It wouldn't quite work like that. So this position here, genuinely just the 2, I think, hoping they can eventually make more pace than the 70 and not wanting to get back around them later.
Yeah, it's interesting, right?
Oh, thank goodness, Brendan.
Yep. When we look back through the balance of the WRL season, and obviously that number 70 Porsche has taken quite a few wins, right? It's not necessarily because, it's not at all because the 70 is very obviously the quickest car. It is, I think, the most consistent car.
Yep.
And across all of their drivers and combinations of drivers, it has proven to be just a really good, stable, competitive car all the time. But round 3 and that driver lineup are so good at not losing time, not costing themselves time. Right. Not making the silly mistakes, picking up penalties, pit lane errors. Like, they've ironed all that stuff out. And in a series where, the top class, you don't have to have a perfect day to win, but it's really hard to get time back once it's lost here. When the top car, or the car that, when you're doing battle with a car like that number 70 Porsche and a team like Round 3 Racing, losing a lap to having to make a green flag tire change is almost impossible to come back from without some outside force or outside influence. And without safety cars, like, that is kind of the whole point, is put your best foot forward, don't make the mistakes, don't lose yourself time unnecessarily. And the best team, the best driver lineup, the best car is likely to be the one that comes out the other side with the win. And I just don't know where that number 70 is going to find where is its issue going to come from? Where is its time loss going to come from? Where is its penalty going to come from that puts a car like the number 2 back into the fight here? I just don't see it happening.
I don't see it happening either.
Now, that said, Kingpin in round 3 went toe-to-toe yesterday right at the end of the race, so it's not like there aren't any challengers to round 3 racing. Kingpin, Moorhead, AE Victory are all right there, but that number 2, how are you going to pull back 2 minutes over 4 hours and 50? Like, that's a long way to go.
Well, and they no longer have the outright pace advantage.
Exactly.
They're at a 159.2 today for their fast lap, whereas round 3 is at a 159.4.
Yep. Well, and we know that the pace advantage they had cost them a set of tires.
Yep.
And they blistered the heck out of them. Yep.
Brendan, would you support my assertion that Colton Herta is not going to be the 2027 F1 champ?
To be clear,
stand by, please. Your call is important to us. Just hang on.
To be clear, dear viewer, Ryan is not a Herta fan.
It doesn't matter if I'm a fan or not. Like, even in a potential Braun double diffuser situation, he's not going to be the one that wins. He's just not. He's not good. Like, there you go. I said it. Colton Herta's not good.
I gotta disagree with that. That said, Formula One cars are so different than anything else. Especially, there's so many factors in terms of how they are built and how they operate within whatever setup windows that the engineers tend to see works best, that you can have a driver that is, dominant elsewhere, but comes to Formula One and just struggles because for whatever reason that just doesn't work.
Or
you will probably
see struggle because they have no actual talent and they're only there because of the name.
That's a stretch.
Because of their last name.
That's a mischaracter.
Emotion and a lack of logic or factual data. But either way, you will see some examples today during today's Formula One Grand Prix at Circuit of the Americas.
Oh, you mean the MSC Cruises United States Grand Prix?
Correct. Yeah, Colton Herta has some natural talent, but I think we have seen over the last 20 plus years in Formula One, when you draw out somebody's opportunity to go, the older they get and the more they get talked about, I think it gets inside their heads, and you end up with somebody who does not meet the expectations of their natural talent.
Well, that's because even in when the Andretti car was okay, he did fine. Now that the Andretti car is mediocre, he is bad.
Yeah, but look at Sebastian Bourdais, who dog-walked Champ Car for 5 years.
Is the Cadillac F1 car going to be good? Absolutely not.
Well, maybe not, but
it won't even be a top 5 car.
Your IndyCar to F1 example is Sebastian Bourdais, who dog-walked IndyCar for 5 years, won 4 or 5 straight championships, right? Was very obviously the most talented driver in IndyCar, Champ Car, across both series.
Yep.
Went to Formula One, ran in a. He wasn't bad,
No, he
but
wasn't
he
bad,
ran.
but
he ran a mid-pack car to mid-pack.
Right, and he was
So
handily beaten by Sebastian Vettel.
Of course, who actually turned out to be like a not quite generational talent, but one of the greatest Formula One drivers of the 2010s. Like, he met his expectations, and his expectations were high because his natural talent was high. I don't know who is setting the expectations for Colton Herta's level of natural talent in Formula One in the future. I don't know who's decided what that looks like, but I guarantee you it's not going to look like what anybody else thinks it looks like. I think Colton Herta is talented. He's obviously talented, or he wouldn't be winning races in IndyCar. That wouldn't be happening, right?
He's not winning races in IndyCar right now.
He is, Ryan.
No, he's not. When was the last time he won?
He won the last race in 2024 at Nashville.
So he hasn't won in a year.
Okay, so he hasn't won in a year. Scott Dixon won a year without winning races.
Right, but Scott Dixon's actually won a championship. And
who cares? Because Scott Dixon's been around for 25 years, Ryan.
I mean, he came second in the championship last year, Ryan. I mean, as I understand why you want to hate Colton. My issue with Colton is that he is inconsistent. Exactly. He has the pace, but he doesn't have the discipline to keep going. That's the same issue that was hurting Pato O'Ward for quite a while.
I mean, Pato O'Ward's not looking too hot anymore either, to be fair.
But that's, I would
it's
argue,
the same
that's
problem.
A bit more of the McLaren, though. The McLarens are either they're good or they're super struggling in IndyCar. So
the question is not, will Colton Herta be a Formula One champion? Because the answer is almost certainly not. The question is, will Colton Herta take a mid-pack at best Cadillac? Will Colton Herta take a mid-pack at best Cadillac to mid-pack type finishes? Will Colton Herta take a potentially bad Cadillac to outperform itself or to at least perform at its level? Will Colton Herta get out of Q1? Right?
No.
Those are my expectations. Like, I don't know who's setting the expectation that Colton Herta is going to go to F1 eventually and start winning races. Will Colton Herta perform to the level of the car that he's driving? If the answer is yes, then Colton Herta is obviously still naturally talented. Colton Herta is doing what's being asked of him.
He'll be out in less than 2 seasons.
I believe that is true. I believe that. But that is a separate discussion.
I think he will struggle to get a super license.
That might be true, but that is a completely separate discussion from Colton Herta is bad, which is just not factually accurate. It's just not.
All right.
That being said, Colton Herta GTU when?
There we go. He already ran a Ginetta.
I know. That's why I said it. Bring back the Brian Colton duo. Get him into an NPO1. Please and thank you.
Man, I'm happy to see PMW Motorsports doing pretty well today after their issues yesterday, because I'm 99% sure we saw them do the pace laps, but I don't think they ever took the green.
Which car is this, JT? Sorry.
72 PMW Motorsports
yeah.
for GTO.
I don't think they did any laps yesterday, did they?
Yeah, no, I don't think they did any.
0
other
laps
than
on Saturday.
The pace laps. Because the blue stripes are distinctive.
Yes. You remember when PMW, like, destroyed the field at Barber for like half a race? In the old M3 they had? They had a GTO M3, and they were just lightning fast before the big GT4 rush of 2022 or 3 or whatever it was. 22, I think. I mean, they were so good, and that was like very obviously the pinnacle of what they could achieve. But I think they ended up with either damage or mechanical issues or something along the way that kind of took them out of contention. They come up with the BMW M4 GT4. Still, I think the only previous gen left. The only F82 left. Certainly the only one this weekend.
Yeah, this weekend.
Tim Adelson in the chat. Welcome, Tim. Welcome to the WRL side of DriversEye Live. We see you in our SCCA coverage from time to time. All yellow coupe with headlights on. Is that a Radical? No, it's a Sebeco NPO1, formerly an Elan NPO1. Little club racing sports racer prototype kind of thing. Tube frame, but really cost effective as far as aero racing goes, downforce racing type of car goes. It's in GTU, which is not a spec class, but is designed for lightweight, low-power cars that make their speed differently from a traditional road-going machine.
Yep. Oh, and I do want to point out at Road Atlanta, Random Vandals was running the first-gen GT.
Yeah, I know they still had the one there. Their other car is the G82. Which I can't believe we're getting a G82 Evo already. That feels... I get that when you run a customer racing program that needs to make money, the way that you make money is by selling cars. Like, I get that.
Yep.
But in a homologated class, like, what are we doing here? Question, are manufacturers intentionally making their GT4 cars bad so that they can issue Evo packages later?
No, I think there's just constantly, development in terms of like software side stuff, as well as, slightly better aero.
I'm very cynical about this kind of thing. I'm very cynical about a lot of things, but when it comes to manufacturers participating in racing, sometimes it's tough, We have not seen the reemergence of the Kingpin Racing number 11, unfortunately. That car, remember, was backed into the driver's right wall at the exit of Turn 1 yesterday morning still. It was pretty early on. Got back out, ended up finishing the race. But whatever issues have befallen that car appear to be sidelining it for the longer term. Team car is up in second, pulled back 0.03 of a second on the class-leading Porsche last time through, but is beginning to extend the margin over the Moorhead Speedworks Ginetta G56 there, currently running P3. Today is the day I was hoping yesterday would be. Just hoping for more cars.
Yeah. Wow. So, I know yesterday was bad, but to be fair, Watkins Glen Saturday, the previous year, was also bad.
Oh, was it really?
14 code 35s versus the 13 we had yesterday.
I don't remember there being as many impacts, though.
I know I remember one of the Mustangs into the turn 7 wall. Remember that. Yeah, let's see. Dawn Motorsports had an issue that caused the first full course yellow. The 52 had an issue. The 82 had an issue. The 87. The 92. The 41. Rockwell back when they ran in GP2. When Taija brought their MX-5 in GP3. Yeah, quite a few issues. Oh, that was the weekend the 369 unfortunately I think got destroyed during practice on Friday.
Yep, that was Chattanooga. I did notice, by the way, so that incident that you're describing, JT, happened up at the inner loop. Car got sideways over the third apex there at the chicane, overcorrected, spun to the right, and pancaked the safer barrier. And I only reiterate that tale to say that this year I've noticed there is a row of banded tires offset from the safer wall on driver's right, much like there is at turn 1. So banded tires gap wall, it's the same thing there. Banded tires, gap, and then the safer wall on the backside. So theoretically, if you were to have another car end up out there, even if it goes inside first, the banded tires are going to take a lot of that kinetic energy and transfer it to, well, kinetic energy. Of the tire wall.
It's just layering.
Space to go. Yep, exactly.
I'm all for bleeding energies in crash impact zones.
Well, that's the obviously easy way to do it, right? When you look at the design of the safer wall, for ovals in particular, right, steel and foam, you have limited opportunities to dissipate energy in other ways. The tire wall was obviously kind of the original idea, but you can't really use that at ovals, and this banded tires, offset banded tires, is just an extension of that same concept. You have a lot more room to work with at a modern road course than you do in some other places. That being said, I mean, for as much runoff as we've got in certain places here at Watkins Glen, so many places can bite you in so many different ways that it takes some running and some learning to figure out exactly where we maybe need to up the layers of protection a little bit. The exit of turn 7 has been a particularly odd trouble spot, not just for us this weekend, but in past races. We lost a whole day to some of our club coverage at on DriversEye Live at Watkins Glen here to an incident at turn 7 that required an entire section of Armco to be completely replaced. And it wasn't just punched a hole in it, just flattened it and destroyed it. We had a car end up catching some of the catch fence at the heel of the boot, right after a brake failure.
Yeah.
It's just weird stuff that you put all these safety measures in place and you think, okay, yeah, we've got it figured out here. Now it's all, we've minimized the risk, and then somebody finds a new way to crash, and it's the way it is, you know. It's always been racing. If you think you've seen it all, no chance.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we'll learn from this week, and if there's maybe more tires or something on the exit, driver's right of the heel, because we've seen quite a bit of that this weekend.
Or does it become concrete with safer and tires?
Yeah.
Right, because eventually it's not cost effective to do that everywhere, but in these super common impact zones, is it worth going out repairing Armco and replacing sections of steel and putting 2x4s in for support or replacing the supports? Racetrack design has always been one of my amateur interests.
Yeah,
I'll never be a professional at it, but watching the evolution of modern racetrack design and how things change over the years and what the theory is on safety and how that changes has always been really interesting to me. And Watkins Glen, I think, to its betterment and to its credit, has not been, I think, what a lot of people would call neutered or neutralized.
Yeah. So
over the
kind of
years.
like most sport in a way. Most sport, what is it? Turn 2, for example. With all that runoff now being paved. But yeah, no, there's not a lot of room to work with in terms of moving stuff back here, so they do have to be a bit more creative in terms of, adding additional protection into potential high impact zones.
Yeah. Well, and look at the exit of turn 1 here is a great example. It not everywhere needs to be neutralized. And to be honest with you, could you add a ton of runoff to the S's? Yes. Is it cost effective? Probably not. Is it going to make things massively safer? Also, probably not. But turn 1, you've got the space. That runoff's existed for years. They've just found ways to modernize it and change it in a way that minimizes the knock-on effects of a pretty consequential mistake down there in the first place.
Yes.
Anyway.
Can you name the NASCAR driver that hit See where the safer barrier is there at the exit of 1, but it used to not be safer barrier.
David Rudiman.
Yes, it was David Rudiman, and he flipped over right here.
Remember that like it was yesterday. It was David Reagan and David Rudiman.
Yep. David Reagan hit that wall where the safer barrier is now, knocked in the Rudiman, and he hit the inside wall here.
Jordan, you're on the mics, right?
I am.
Yeah, okay, great. Just not shouting David Rudiman and Rudiman
randomly out of nowhere, just no context. David Rudiman, that's right.
That caused them to change the wall design there, right?
It
was, and the curb design. It used to be that the curb ended and you came back towards the track, and the wall came in at a similar but way worse angle to where it is now, and then come back the following year, a couple of years later, and the curb extended all the way down like it does now, and the wall was a single piece rather than that last kind of jut in at the end that caused that whole situation.
This inside guardrail here is not as severe of an angle as it was. It looks like they
probably opened it up for the access.
Yeah, that's what it
there
looks like.
bit,
Yeah, it doesn't look like as severe.
But so then the follow-up question is, as modern racetrack design goes and a safety design goes, what about the inside wall in front of where the corner station is? Right? Should we be looking at moving the corner station elsewhere so that we can create more runoff to the inside, which is a pretty common impact area? The side or the extra layer to this discussion that I think gets lost or has gotten lost up until the last maybe 10 years or so, probably less than that, 5 or 6 years, is that Watkins Glen obviously is not motorcycle racing friendly.
Yes.
Right. So the idea of having, lots of paved runoff or walls that stay close to the track in medium to high speed corners is a lot more amenable to cars than it is to bikes. And you can get away with having walls in those areas because cars can handle hitting things. They're designed to be safe, and in some ways they are designed to hit things. You're not having to make those compromises to track design that give a track its character. I think inarguably give a track some of its character in order to try and make it motorcycle friendly. I think Barber's a great example, right? Barber has loads of runoff, but none of it's paved. Right? It's all, well, except for turn 1. All of it is pretty sizable gravel trap that is meant to be primarily amenable to bikes and motorcycles. And the cars, there is some character and flavor left there for car racing to also be very interesting. It's very difficult to do both, and when you do both, it can make for some pretty weird situations, which is what Spa is basically now.
Yeah.
Trying to make Spa motorcycle friendly it's weird.
Just a heads up, the fight for GTU is pretty close here.
Yeah.
The 59 to 60.
7/10 of a second.
Yeah, last time through. That has been the 59 leading, I think, pretty much all day so far.
That's second place overall, by the way. That 70 still leads the race in terms of the overall standings.
With the GP2 leader, I believe, ducking out of the way.
Also interesting to note the gap that the number 70 has put on the number 2, with the number 2 being right there. We know now it's 14 seconds. So they were together 10, 15 minutes ago out on track. The number 2 trying to stay on the lead lap. That has very, very much now gone the way of the number 70.
I've noticed, Brennan, we're starting to get sporadic driver information on Red Mist.
Yeah, so that actually comes from Sentinel.
Got it. That makes sense. Okay.
When a team updates their driver ID information on Sentinel, which is still manual, obviously.
Right.
That information does forward to Red Mist.
That would be hugely helpful if that became a thing. It's one extra layer of things to talk about. I imagine you've had this discussion.
Give us another 2 years.
Yeah. I think you had stepped away. JT and I kind of had the driver ID discussion briefly, just to make our event by event note that sorry, we can't talk about who's in the car because we just don't know.
Oh, trouble. That's the number 1, is it not?
10. It's the 10.
Oh, 10.
Yep. Yeah. I'm with you. I think the 1 should be the primary Porsche colored car.
Yeah.
The 10 should be the alternate. Gets me every time.
I know. I've had to start writing. I've had to start saying red 10, red 10.
Oh, yeah.
Just to try to drill it in.
Anyway, I would love that information to be the driver ID information to be publicly available. But we're just, as far as I understand we're not there yet. I actually haven't followed up with RJ on that in a minute. I know the technology is in every car by virtue of Flagtronics, but even this time last year, there was still quite a bit of work to be done.
Got it.
In terms of getting it fully reliable. I miss what? Hitachi Wind Speed Racing powered by Jiffy Lube. I miss Quiznos. No way. No way.
There was a Quiznos across the street from my high school. It was fine. It's now a Mediterranean restaurant, which is much better.
Yeah, big fan. I went to a Turkish, fast casual type place near the San Francisco airport back in August. It's very good.
All right. I shudder to think about what restaurants you went to when you were in the Bay Area.
We went to a Hungarian place in San Francisco. We were there 2 weeks ago.
Was it
last
good?
weekend? It was really good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, a scooter, like a delivery scooter.
Yes.
Ran into the back of a cop car while we were eating dinner. It was tremendous. Yeah, food was very good. The owner was out, handling the service. It was, had a nice chat there. It was a lot of fun.
All right.
Where else do we go? We watched Fleet Week from a brewery in Alameda, so
sure.
But we did the food truck thing there. It was good. Some famous fried chicken thing.
Was it
Hot Boys?
Hot Boy. Oh, okay. Hot Boys is fine.
It was all right. I wouldn't go. I like hot chicken, like Nashville hot chicken. So I was into it.
Yeah. There's a Hot Boys in Sacramento now as well.
I confused it with Hot Guys at first, which is in Austin, stationed up at St. Elmo.
Well, there's a place called Hot Cookie in the Castro, which
none of those words mean anything to me.
Well, you know what a cookie is.
Sure.
The Castro is one of the more heavily LGBTQ regions of San Francisco.
Oh.
The cookies are on theme. When my wife and I saw the name, we were like, they're going to be fresh. And it was not that they were fresh. It's that they were shaped and named in such a way that was...
got it.
Not something that I would want to take my daughter into.
Got it. Yep. Hot did not refer to temperature. Or
correct. Yeah.
Got it. Yep.
Yeah.
Anyway, put that to one side.
They were mediocre.
Yeah. No, put that to one side.
Indeed.
We have pit data on the tower and in our timing dashboard. Highly exciting.
Does our timing dashboard work? Because yesterday it did that thing where it went away.
What are you talking about?
Like you'll get like an hour into the race and the actual timing will disappear and it'll only have the updates.
Well, you can't use Chrome.
I specifically switched to using Chrome for this piece of software.
You can't use it because that's exactly what happens.
I remember
this happened. This is like a year and a half ago. This happened.
No, I know, but I used to use Firefox.
Yeah.
And everybody told me, no, you have to use Chrome or it won't work. So I got Chrome. I switched all my stuff over to Chrome, and now I can't use Chrome.
Correct.
Huh. I'll use Red Mist.
Yeah, the frame, the bottom frame with the updates that appear on the ticker on the bottom of the screen just take up more and more of the screen until it takes up all of the screen in the way that Chrome operates. In Firefox, it's very much not that. So, upcoming pit stops, for what it's worth, appear to be PC Racing and Blaze Racing in GP1, who were last in 32 laps ago. AOA Racing and Rebel Racing and Velocity Club in GP2. Who were also last in 28 to 30 laps ago. Everybody else in GTO and GTU is pitting with regularity under the Code 35s. So they're all in between 15 and 17 laps ago, which is, yeah, I mean, we're getting on for half a fuel run here under green, which is tremendous. Really should be using the screen more often because it's telling me things I'm not otherwise paying attention to. Like, did we just have a change for 4th place in GP1 within the last 2 laps?
No, I believe that was a bit ago, actually.
Oh, okay. Then we're catching up here.
So in addition to the GTU fight for the lead, you also have a very close fight in GP2. I think that has already occurred, though, between the 222 Rebel Racing and the 851 from AOA Racing.
Yes, they were side by side at the line. No, it will have happened out on track. They were side by side at the line. They just came through. Rebel Racing in the, I don't really know what to call that shade of blue.
Laguna Seca Blue.
Laguna Seca Blue, headed out of turn 1, up ahead now of the 851 AOA Racing Mazda MX-5. Also blue, but different.
Midnight Blue, maybe? I don't know.
10 goes up the inside of the 247 of Hairflight. Hairflight car some laps down at the moment. PC pits, yes they do. We are into the lane. Takes on fuel. Doesn't appear to be a driver change going on at the moment, and the car is sent. Has dropped that car to at least P5, and that is probably where it'll land. I don't think the primetime car is anywhere near close enough to pick up a spot there. Looks like 32 laps is the maximum distance there. Blaze is on 33. The car's lighter and makes probably meaningfully less power, so able to stretch even the smaller fuel tank there on board that 118 even a little bit further. So, do you remember a little bit earlier when we talked about, with Sarah Montgomery, we talked about the opportunity to repeat the AE Victory Racing driver shootout?
Yes.
Sarah said we should probably talk a little bit about that at COTA as she was getting ready to depart the booth, as Blaze Racing ducks into the pit lane. I have some information.
All right.
I have been given the following information by somebody who pays attention to our broadcast and has been tremendously helpful over the last couple of weeks, last couple of races really. Alicia Busa. Starting tomorrow. So like Sarah really buried me. Starting tomorrow, AE Victory Racing is accepting applicants for their female driver development program shootout through November 9th. So Sarah suggested it might be happening. We now have confirmation it's very much happening, with open applications, and it starts tomorrow.
Okay.
A great opportunity for a female driver to earn a seat for the World Racing League's 2026 season and gain access to membership, plenty of driving seat time, and real-world experience with a fantastic team. If you're interested, or someone you know may be interested in participating in a all-female driver development shootout with a chance to go racing with AE Victory Racing in 2026. Go to aevictoryracing.com/shootout 2026, or you can follow Instagram.
So here's the real
for
question.
more information. Ryan, I think I know what you're going to ask, but go ahead.
Let's hear it. What do you think I'm going to ask?
No, you
Well,
say it first. You say it first.
So when is the shootout?
We don't know yet, but I have to assume it's going to be in the same window as last year.
Kind of the January window.
Early January window, yeah.
Okay, so we've got like what, 3 months, give or take?
Correct. 2.5.
Your iRacing is set up at your house, right?
Yeah.
How do you think we could get Layla into the shootout?
That is not what I thought you were going to ask.
No, not at all. No, my daughter's too young.
Yes, quite.
Layla's like, what?
If we put Layla on a plan,
Well,
this is our
here's-
YouTube content. This is the YouTube content
Yes.
right here. Brendan and Layla, get Layla
She's not up
into
here
the.
right now.
Oh,
Yeah, sorry.
man.
So I had an interesting discussion with somebody from a manufacturer who also does a similar type of shootout recently,
Sure.
on venue selection for this sort of thing.
Yes.
And a venue in a few people's minds, a shootout venue is most appropriate when it is highly, highly neutral. Right? When there is no opportunity to practice, to simulate, nobody's going there in other series, right? This is a place that you really would have no reason to go otherwise, so that you're starting from a fairly level playing field, which is a knowledge base of basically zero. Right? It's, can you adapt? Can you understand a car? Can you learn to read data? Can you react to coaching, respond to coaching in a way that's going to help you improve both as a driver and as something of a student, right? That's part of what is being sought out as part of these shootouts.
Thunderhill or Thompson? Those are the two.
No, there are many more. And to that point, AE Victory shootout last year was at Indy Motorsports Ranch outside of Tucson, which is a location.
I would argue that's actually a good thing, because most of your drivers are not going to be familiar with that layout. So
exactly the point. Exactly.
What about like thermal?
I think that's too much.
Wow.
Because right, like if you wanted to go seek out Indy Motorsports Ranch, like there's probably a version for Assetto Corsa, but I don't know how true to life it is. It's also not a simple layout. Like there's lots of, it's like Ozarks in a can a little bit, just a little flatter.
Right.
What about Hallett?
So I think Hallett's too. Like there are people who know Hallett. SCCA goes to Hallett. There's a club racing series that runs out there that is there, every like 7 or 8 times a year. On top of that, I think it's the right thing, but if you're starting from zero, like racing experience, right? Can you adapt to both driving a car in anger for the first time and also not knowing the venue, not knowing the track?
Right.
Can you do both of those things together? Whereas I think, and I don't know, I assume an applicant pool to that end is probably expanding. Right, you are probably getting a deeper pool of interested applicants, of young female drivers who have the opportunity to go do this thing, right, or would have the opportunity to go do this thing. And with that comes more drivers who have more experience racing more cars. So starting from zero and jumping into the shootout, like you are working against not just not having track knowledge, but also working against not having racing car experience, which is like the baseline. I'm going to go compete for this thing because I think I can be competitive. I think I can be competitive here. I think I can go try and chase this thing.
Well,
I give Layla all the hours on iRacing, and maybe, maybe there's a way to get, like you get comfortable, right? You start to understand the dynamics of race cars that, for those of us who have been doing even just sim racing, like that stuff kind of becomes second nature. But that's a big learning curve if you're starting from scratch. I don't even know Indy Motorsports Ranch. Not saying that's where it is in 2026. It hasn't been announced, but places like that I've never been.
Fall foliage on that camera there. Nice. I was thinking, well, maybe Eagles Canyon Raceway.
See, we don't go to Eagles Canyon.
Yeah, we do, but I feel like a lot of the people
don't.
that would be going into this shootout might not.
Right. G2, Lou Gelati's new place down there in Texas. JT, you pointed out a pass for second in GP1.
Yeah, I tried earlier. It was a couple laps ago. GSD and the 38 Palomar into the bus stop, the inner loop. They have more or less stayed pretty nose to tail. Earlier in this lap, it actually spread out a bit more, but traffic helped close it back up. As you can see, as they start to approach the start-finish line here, they're separated by only a couple car lengths.
Good stuff from GSD.
Yeah.
They were 4th or 5th through most of the morning, but picked up that spot from Palomar on pace. Obviously, they're into second because of PC Racing's pit stop, but those are split strategies, so it's difficult to tell what's actually even there for Edge, GSD, and Palomar versus PC and Blaze, who pitted and slipped back to P6.
Yeah, and just behind them, the MX-5 and the Rebel Racing BMW, they were fighting for position.
We saw that.
Unfortunately, there's now about a lap difference between them.
AOA pitted.
Yes, and picked up a speeding penalty.
Well, Rebel Racing has yet to pit as well. Been 34 laps since they were in, so they should be in here within the next lap or two. There is the Rebel Racing 222, actually directly behind the 851.
Unfortunately, the 851 already picked up a warning for a driver or personnel being unsuited, which is something I've noticed a lot of this weekend for some reason. I hadn't really seen that before on the race logs.
Very interesting.
We've had a couple teams be cited for that, so.
I mean, and I'm not saying that this is the case with WRL this weekend, but when you look at racing series across the board, right? Every now and then a series, sanctioning body, etc., will pick a particular point of emphasis.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, we do a really good job of enforcing all of the rules all of the time, but this is a thing that's creeping up that we need to stamp out because it's an actual safety issue, right?
Yeah.
We want to nip this in the bud before it becomes a problem. And you wonder if maybe that's something that got mentioned during a meeting and somebody said, hey, should be enforcing this all the time, but please pay special attention to this here.
Yeah. All the traffic. Good to see that OLJ Racing managed to get back out there. They have been doing I think 40 laps or so since they had that unfortunate issue at the very beginning of the race. They had been looking quite strong, but unfortunately had that very early pit stop, and I believe they had to go behind the wall for repairs. But back out there and running looks to be relatively on pace. Just ahead of the TC Klein BMW, in basically the same coloration as the open throttle BMWs. Looks like prime time is going to be coming down pit lane here. They will be pitting at 5th place in GP1. Though I think they will be 6th naturally after Blaze Racing had already done their pit stop from, I believe, 3rd at the time.
Sorry, I stepped away there, gentlemen.
Because you have an interview.
No. I have a brightly colored winged insect issue up here.
Oh man. See, this is where we need the booth cam. We got to see this epic fight.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it'd be really something up here. Oh, I got one more. Hang on. All right, we're good.
Good. I was hoping you would win.
Not as easy as it otherwise might have looked. I'm gonna be honest with you. These things move around pretty quickly, and there are lots of them. Fly situation worse than yesterday. I would say wasp situation better than yesterday. We're trending in the right direction. Yeah. Don't let that deter you from coming over for an interview, however. If you're down paddock side and you're interested in coming to chat with DriversEye Live, we're over across the way in the yellow and red grandstands. Up on the top. Come up to the second floor and bang a left. Oh, round goes to 555. And that puts the number 60 in an awkward position, having to go way around the outside. Slow down Capstone. Slow down Stratus.
Don't love that.
Oh, man.
Don't love that decision. I understand why, because you want to get out of the racing line, but, like, boy.
Yeah, and now you're putting yourself in a completely unsighted position there at the apex, trying to get it turned around. That is the right move. Pull off into the runoff. Point yourself at oncoming traffic, as intuitive as or counterintuitive as that sounds, and find yourself a gap to get out. I don't know that there was a good option there. It's another one of those. You know, we were talking about track safety design earlier. It's another one of those places where, I mean, the wall on the outside there comes up very quickly. That car may have been in the wall, actually. Now, just a spin and continue. Also at 10:32, had noted that the number 10 had an impact driver's right at turn 9.
That was the we caught the end of it. What looked like a spin.
Oh, car in the wall at turn 6. Car 83. Jordan, do we still have it there? Has it continued? Oh no, that's spinning quite hard.
And that's going to be a wall repair.
Yeah, and those are unstacked tires. Those are kind of loosely held together behind the conveyor, which has come apart there. Palomar number 83 continues out of what was already a pretty compromised position there in GP2. They've pulled away, but as you said, Ryan, I think we're going to have to go restack and reassemble that tire wall. This all comes just before we were due to get some green flag pit stops in GTO. 23 laps since most of our cars were last in. Same thing goes in GTU. 74 from AOA, incidentally, actually is already in. Well, that 83 car is unwell, I would say.
Yeah, unfortunately, they ran into some sort of issue after, I think, like an hour and a half out on track. They had been coming in for a green flag stop from the lead, because they did not pit during the first Code 35. But unfortunately, that stop was long, as was the next lap, I think.
This is for which car?
The 83, the Palomar.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you can see they had a... They came in for a green flag stop. The next lap was 506. The next lap was a 706. So they were, unfortunately, diagnosing some things. They later had a 545 lap just 6 laps later. So they eventually did get it sorted out. It had been out circulating, unfortunately, you know, down in 7th place, but running relatively consistently this stint up until it looks like, I would assume, the car got away from them.
Yeah, it kind of looks like it there. It's a tricky entry to turn 6 there. You're kind of descending into a camber, right, from right to left. That bank turn 6, the road's falling away from you all the time, but you're carrying so much speed.
Yeah.
On top of that, because it's a constant radius corner, you can bleed speed off on the way in, down to the apex and then get back on the throttle at the apex mid-corner. But if you carry even just a little bit too much, you ask too much of the rear tires, what tends to happen there is it tends to break away. There's just a lot happening with the road in general, despite it being an entry to a constant radius corner there that we tend to see. I mean, look at the marks on the tire wall. They're all over the place there. You tend to see accidents there more frequently than you might otherwise think. 83 now smoking as it makes its way back into the pit lane. Pit stops for, pretty much everyone here. 70 has come and gone. 119 has come and gone. I think that puts the 119 a lap down fully as they all leave the pit lane. 60 is released as well, and I think it's going to put the 60 just, call it 10 car lengths behind the round 3 Porsche in the battle for the overall race lead.
A lot of smoke on the pit lane.
Sorry, no, the 70 jumped the 60 there. Interesting. I didn't realize I had already gone there. Oh, no, it's because the round 3 car pitted before the start-finish line. Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, got it. So that is the battle for the overall lead. That smoke is coming from the Palomar number 83. It was dragging or rubbing a tire basically all the way in there. That's from up near start-finish here. Now, this is pretty much perfectly timed for everybody other than that AOA number 74. Kind of resets everybody onto the same strategy because there's no reason you wouldn't pit. Here, in comes the Kingpin number 77. Yesterday's second place finisher in GTO. With, I think it's fair to say, some work to be done. You'll try and catch that number 70 round 3 Porsche. Moorhead Speedworks ought to be in and not so very long as well. But margin at speed was just 21 seconds, so should be somewhere around the last corner here. Sit on board the Rapscallion Ligier.
Another ad. Is an ad o'clock. I got nothing, so I'm gonna make the call. I'm making the call. We're gonna go to ad right now. We'll come back shortly here at the Glen Continental, Day 2 of the World Racing League. We'll be right back.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back to the World Racing League at Watkins Glen. It's the Glen Continental here in Watkins Glen, New York, up in the Finger Lakes, TM. Sure, the Board of Tourism has a tagline they'd like me to use, but it wasn't given to me, so I won't be using it. There it is right there, the red dot. As you can see, there's no weather at all. Could be some small craft advisories to the west there, but otherwise, not too shabby. A little bit windy today, a little blustery. Some wind going on. You can see the tents in the distance just kind of flapping away. An occupational hazard, some say. Having a tent that flaps in the wind. Very annoying. JT, we've got 3 hours 58 to go, which would be halfway for a normal race, but we're still not quite halfway because today was only a 7-hour, a little bit shorter.
Yep, that is correct.
Local time 11:02, so we're just getting around to the front half of lunchtime. Always have lunchtime pegged as like 11:30 to 12:30. Once you're finished here, you can go check out the Corning Museum of Glass. Check out presumably some measuring cups and some plates. Here's a broader look at the weather here. Looks like to the north. Yeah, we got some weather to the north here, going through Detroit. Although the motion that it's going more north than it is east, so I think it's going to miss most of us. I don't think it'll be a problem. Perhaps by the time... Oh, hello.
Oh, sorry. Hi. Yeah. Hey, I was going to let that play out. But while we're under Code 35 here, I figured it was an opportunity to introduce a guest, if we have
Sure.
time. Let's do that. It's been a while since we've talked, but happy to welcome to the booth Eric Pilipchik, driver of the number 55 AOA Racing Mazda MX-5.
Yes.
GP2.
GP2.
Yeah, welcome back, man.
BMW this time.
Oh, BMW. You're absolutely right.
Yes.
851 is the MX-5.
Yes.
Yeah, I can't keep the numbers straight, man. Also, we don't see BMWs in GP2 that often.
I don't know. I mean,
Palomar's over the E36, but your car, are you running a 2
E90.
Series? It's an E90?
It's an E90. Yes.
Okay.
4-door.
Got it. Okay.
Carrosserie getter.
Yeah, I used to see those cars up in GP1. Not often you see them in GP2. Let's talk about the car first and foremost.
Yeah.
Because I think the last time we talked to you, AOA was still largely a fleet of Mazda MX-5s.
A lot of them, yeah.
And obviously GP3 has unofficially gone away.
Yes.
We just haven't had any entries in it this year. Some step up to GP2, some step up to GP1. This car actually comes by start-finish here, number 55. AOA has gone a different direction with that E90. What's the car like? What's it like to drive? How does it fit into GP2 and kind of the dynamics and differences against what you had been running in GP3?
Right. So I like BMWs. I drive E90 to BMW, so I'll get familiar with the chassis and the car overall. Difference between those two, as you know, the length of the car, right? Mazda is shorter, easier to drive. BMW is a little bit longer, but more on the power-wise. Unfortunately, this weekend we don't have the power what we need. That's why it is what it is, but we're still in a fight. It's a different chassis, right? So a different look, and I think it's easier to sell seats with BMW than Miata.
Interesting.
Because if someone who knows the drill, if someone who's been in Miata, he wants to be in Miata. But for someone who's starting it, if they have a choice between a Miata and BMW, they're going to go with BMW.
What do you think that is? Because you can make a case across club racing just in general, and I know you're involved in other parts of club racing as well, that, I mean, Mazdas are everywhere, right?
Yes.
More Mazdas are road race on any Sunday than any other vehicle.
Yeah.
I mean, we have a lot of BMWs here, but why do you think it is that your average renter, seat renter, would go BMW instead of
you know, they can share the pictures to the family and say, hey, I drove BMW.
That's fair.
You know,
that's a fair point.
That's probably one of the factors who's getting into the racing, have no clue about it.
Yeah.
So they can be proud they drove BMW.
It's fair.
So that's, I think, the biggest difference. As far as from the driver's perspective, Mazda is the way to go. I love Mazdas. I love Miatas. They are the best car to drive. They're best handling. They are neutral, they're easy, you can catch the car from basically in almost any circumstances, any situation.
Yeah.
BMW is closer to that, but not as easy as Miata.
Interesting. And your transition there personally, the folks you're sharing the car with, generally a step forward, do you think, versus the kind of aging NCs?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
But
you want to have a new chassis, you know?
Sure.
Cars getting tired, you know, from the hours and hours. So basically, you want green.
Yeah.
Go.
You actually heard it over the radio there before we saw it out the window. Yeah. I mean, the new chassis topic is an interesting one as well.
Yeah.
A lot of E36s and 46s. We've talked to team owner and car builder after team owner and car builder that all say it's kind of hard to kind of find parts. We got to think we got to go find go do this new thing. And our benefit is, well, that provides us variety we wouldn't otherwise have had because so many people were choosing, kind of identical platforms. AOA kind of going their own pathway here with the GP2 E90. That's not a very common solution.
Well, they got into it. Now they, as you say, you got the ball, you have to play soccer, right? So, which means you got, already one car developed. Now it's time to build another one. So the plan is to get another one for next season. And maybe get something in GP1, maybe something M2 or factory.
Okay.
So there'll be cars in possibly in every class.
They already have the M2, right?
Yes,
the Club Sport?
two of them.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
In GP1.
Yeah. Coming back to the topic with the chassis.
Yeah.
Basically, you don't have to buy the new chassis, but as long as this chassis would not been raced, because I had experience with VAR 24 hours recently, a champ car. And AOA brought the new car. I mean, new car meaning that the car never raced. It was very cool to try it because the car was so, I don't want to say stiff, but the car was so easy to drive and so precise. And that's how I was able to feel the difference between the new chassis and the chassis that's been around for quite a bit.
That makes a lot of sense. GP2 is... It's not a massive entry this week, and we'll have more cars for the rest of the season, especially down at COTA, as we always do. But we do see a fair bit of variety there as well, more and growing variety. Car that's leading at the moment is a Subaru BRZ, a well-built Subaru BRZ, and has been really quick throughout the balance of the season. BMW kind of know what you're getting for the most part, but that BRZ does seem to stand out in general across GP2.
Yeah, I mean, I have an interest. I mean, anyway, everyone does their own things, but I think fair play in class what needs to be prioritized. So they quick, but the thing is that they need to also, of course, we all following rules here, but as you know, sometimes in racing, things happen when someone playing a little bit more for advantage. So I think that, anyway, we'll see what's going to happen by the end of the day.
I mean, this isn't the first time we've seen that car be really quite quick, though. It has been a pretty consistently performing car. I remember back at Mid-Ohio, it had a good 2 or 3 seconds on some of the GP2 cars around a track it's really difficult to find 2 or 3 seconds on. I mean, is it possible that the BRZ is just really well suited to GP2 as it stands now?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think that car belongs to GP1. To be honest, that's my honest opinion. There is certain things you can do to the car and make it quicker in a certain section and gain time. So, I mean, it's racing, right? But again, this is not the pro racing, so I think fair play is fair play is the key. Anyway, that's my opinion. I can have my own opinion. I've been against this car. I saw what the car did. So I mean, race control knows about it. So I don't know. We'll see.
Interesting. I mean, what do you guys think you have in hand here? Right now, you're sitting 4th in class. I think you guys had a green flag pit stop there just before the code 35, or a couple laps before the code 35. Whereas a couple of your competitors that were able to come in underneath the yellow flag. Anything you guys can do to kind of get the time back here?
No, unfortunately, I don't think so. We are consistent, so we're not the fastest, but we are consistent. Our struggle is the fuel, because at 45th minute we having a fuel starvation going up on the S's.
Wow.
So that's bad. Even we have the fuel, but we have a delay for like 1 second because the car is basically cutting on power and then back to power. So when we have that issue, it means that we have maybe 20-25 minutes left of fuel. But running car like that, we're hurting possibly an engine. And we also, basically that we're losing 2 seconds per lap with that. And then as I go, let's say lap by lap, then those struggles becoming in the toe, in the shoe. So it's getting worse and worse. So that's our disadvantage for this weekend.
Sure.
Of course, John's going to take care of it. But the thing is that losing a second or 2 seconds because of fuel starvation makes a big difference in the race entire
Oh,
day.
absolutely, yeah. Lap by lap, I mean, it's a lot of time. It does add up.
Our first lap was, I think, under the green or second. I was in the car this morning. I finished the race yesterday, and I started the race yesterday.
Okay.
For today, I'm done. I'm not going to be driving anymore.
Oh, wow.
So
Okay.
2 of my teammates going to continue and driving.
Yeah.
I had a lot of driving yesterday, so that's not for me.
Do you think there's some development work to be done there on the E90 platform to kind of bring it up to?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's got to be young in that car's development cycle.
We have to consider, there's a lot of factors. We go in the WRL travel through entire country, right? So the elevation changes makes difference in horsepower. So basically, when you do a dyno at let's say Atlanta, and then you bring a car here, it's a different elevation. We might gonna be having a difference in horsepower. So there is always developments like from race to race.
Sure.
There is no resting.
Yeah.
So always something improving, and I like that fact about AAA. So they not giving up, and they're always improving in the way they can.
Shifting gears ever so slightly, you over the past year or so that we've chatted at various events, in particular, we're a big champion of the circuit over at Ozarks International Raceway.
Absolutely, I love that track. Oh my gosh!
And I think it was not so very long after we talked to you, or maybe it was just before we started chatting about it. NASA announced that they were going to run their sprint racing national championships.
Yes, they did.
Ozarks.
Yes.
Were you a part of that weekend?
I was not, because that weekend was, I don't remember. That weekend I either had the event or I was with the BMW club. Anyway, I already planned that event ahead of time.
Gotcha.
As much as I wanted to, I was not able to attend that event, but they moved 25 hours from Thunderhill to Ozarks.
Yeah, I saw.
That's going to happen in November.
I saw that.
So far it looks good because I'm possibly going to be driving 2 or 3 cars.
Wow.
It's not confirmed 100% yet.
Yeah.
But I think the driver who knows the track is a hot property for that track, because that track you need, before you race, you need to have a lot of seat time, right?
Sure. Yeah.
And I've been there before the track was open. So so maybe LMP3. There is another BMW E30.
Okay.
And there's another car that's basically we're talking about it. So we'll see.
Do you think the perception, now that they've hosted more than just the odd club race here or there? I mean, having championships there is a bigger deal. Having 25 on the calendar there is a big deal as well. Do you think the perception of Ozarks is changing from one that was maybe a little compromising on safety just because of how close the walls are and how blind some of the corners and crests are and the sight lines are? I mean, there's a bunch of different things that go into. We've been talking about racetrack design a lot this morning. Ozarks does a lot very aggressively. Do you think the perception there is changing, where people can go and go and push without the risk of writing a car off quite as much as they were concerned about that even just 2 or 3 years ago?
Absolutely. I think that perspective is changing every weekend. They booked for every weekend of the year.
Wow.
And the same thing is going to happen next year. Cool. PSI, around PSI Motorsports, and we're hosting 4 weekends in a year. The last event was a 3-day event where we covered the night driving, which was phenomenal. Love that. Believe me. Again, I have a lot of factors and a lot of good factors to say about the Ozarks.
Yeah, sure.
I strongly disagree with people who talk about the track, which never been there.
Yeah,
it's wrong.
Yeah.
They need to experience themselves to make their own opinion. Listening opinion and transferring to somebody else doesn't do any good.
Of course.
Track improving big time. It's no more dangerous than Watkins Glen. We have all here.
Yeah.
The thing is, the driver needs to learn.
Yeah.
There is no way driver can go with one practice session and go straight to sprint race. No, he will be lost. You know, the perspective of that racetrack, that you need to put laps, and at least 2 days. And then you know what's the nuances, and then you know where to push, where to not, and so on and so on and so on. So I'm very glad that track is hosting the races like NASA and 25 hours.
Sure.
And I think that track will need 2-3 years, and then it will become the iconic track.
Interesting. You think it's really just a matter of perception rather than any physical changes that need to be made or adaptations that need to be made to the track there?
People just need to visit it and understand the track.
Yeah. In some ways, it's not entirely different from like the Nürburgring Nordschleife, right? Yes, okay, maybe the sight lines are a little bit better, even though the track is so long. at Ozarks, you're having to learn a lot more information. It's not that it has a ton more corners than any other North American track, but you've got to know exactly where the track goes when you come over a crest on a straightaway, right? Because it's never really going straight and level at the same time. It's always doing something, and it's usually doing something on the far side of a hill.
Yes.
Right? So it's not so much that it's longer, has more corners or anything like that. There's just a significantly higher amount of information that you've got to learn as a driver, even when you feel like you're, not executing a corner, and that obviously, as you have intimated, only really comes with seat time.
It's similarity of Nürburgring and Ozarks is similar in the way where Nürburgring is huge and long and being there forever. Ozarks is a new track, but the Ozark is a challenge. That's the most challenging track in the country.
Yeah.
If the driver can learn how to handle the Ozarks, any other track will be a piece of cake. That's one thing. The second thing about the Ozarks that's high horsepower, high torque track, which gives you the high speed. As you know, with the high speed, you have with the high speed and you have a high risk. So what I'm trying to say here that you need to learn the track.
Yeah, sure.
And then the challenge is this track that you have no time to rest. There is no straights like in Road America. We can have a coffee or have a drink.
Yeah.
That track there is no time. You always doing something.
That makes a lot of sense. And as you said, PSI, you'll have, through PSI, opportunities to go get some seat time out there. That's something
Our final event is going to be actually next weekend.
Oh, cool.
Two-day event. That's the final one for this year. We're keeping the dates same for next year. So anybody listening, anybody wants to join, PSIMotorsportsUSA.com. The schedule is going to be in November or December. And we're going to be promoting some of early bird registrations with a discount. So if anybody wants to try it, PSI is the way to go because we provide a lot of seat time. Well organized, and we have instructors for beginners and coaches for the semi-pro and pros. We can all do it. We have also car for rent. So if you don't have a car and you live in California, that's enough to send an email and we can bring you any car you like.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. Eric Pilipchuk, thanks for coming up and stopping by here, chatting with us at DriversEye Live. If you got anybody else to thank or anything else to take care of, the floor is yours. Otherwise, best of luck to you guys the rest of the way.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, first of all. I would like to thank the AOA for the opportunity to drive with them. This was the first race of the season with WRL. We're going to be continuing and possibly in COTA and possibly for next season. The goal is for me just to be in one of those NPO1 cars. I really like the aero cars. That's my goal.
Yeah, sure.
GT4s are of course great too. I would like to thank my wife. Would like to thank my sponsors. There is a few of them. Basically, and what I'd like to share also, one couple things. Social media is became a big part of my journey, so I'm very active in that. So if anybody interesting, watch some of the PSI races, so on, can give us a follow on social media. Other than that, thank you everyone. Thank you for hearing me, and until next one.
Yeah, Eric, thanks for stopping by, man. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Hope to see you again soon. Eric Pilipchuk out of the number 851 AOA Racing BMW. Oh boy, 3 Series.
Almost. Unfortunately, we do tend to get the AOA numbers mixed up just a little bit. We've got the 851 and the 55. I believe the 851 is the MX-5 this weekend, and the 55 is the BMW. Currently running 4th and 5th in GP2. Class still being led by the 779 from Lunatic Racing over Rebel Racing and the Velocity Club Motorsports. Running the newer gen Honda Civic SI, I believe, that we saw them bring out in the final hour or so yesterday. After their GP1 Civic had a unfortunate, I think, engine issue of some sort. Stop in turn 1.
It's not a good sign for me wanting to put a Honda motor in my MR2. I'm going to level with you. Makes me a little scared.
LS swap the world, my friend.
That's too much, man. Here's the... All right, ready? You ready for this? Where's our boy? Where's Mike Anderson? Here's a hot take. LS swaps are played out, and you shouldn't be doing them.
I would argue they are played out for a reason. Because
You know
they work and they do well.
You know what the new swap is going to be? 2 GR swaps. 2 GR. Best motor ever. TM. Doesn't make that much power. Doesn't matter. It's going to run forever.
Man, I saw a first gen Miata up for sale a couple days ago out of Kentucky. 17 for it, and it was a Coyote swapped into it.
Ooh.
Full drivetrain out of a 2016 or 2017 GT, I believe.
That's pretty cool. I have a customer at my job right now that has it's the first gen Miata, but it's the M edition.
Yeah.
With the automatic.
Okay.
And I cannot find an automatic transmission computer for it, which is what's going wrong with it.
Is that the purple one?
Oh no, green. The dark green.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Dark green with a tan interior. It looks ace, and the lady who owns it loves it. She loves the car. I half mentioned, I was like, well, there's a lot of manual transmission parts out there. And she was like, no, I like it being automatic. I just want to keep it. And it's like, boy, trying to find that transmission module is so hard.
We just realized, having stepped out back here, we are multidisciplinary here this weekend at Watkins Glen.
Oh, is there a kart race going on or something?
Is that it's solo? Yeah.
Solo.
Autocross out in the parking lot out back.
There's
no Watkins Glen kart track as such.
I used to be an autocross defender, and lately I've been not doing that.
Bad take.
Yeah.
It's not that I think autocross is exceptionally cool. For me, my opinion is not, wow, that's amazing. I need to go do more of that. Just because it's not a thing that interests me. But as I have grown over the years and my opinions on motorsports as a whole have changed, motorsports is about more than wheel-to-wheel racing. And it's the same thing with drifting. There is just...
Right.
There is more to motorsports. If we're going to get people involved in cars, car culture, racing culture, etc., there's more to it than just going wheel-to-wheel racing on big, expensive tracks. And drifting, solo, autocross, karting, things of that nature, they all provide an alternative way into cars, which, at the end of the day, is kind of the direction we're all pulling here anyway, right?
Drifting is heinously expensive. In spite of it being pitched as this grassroots thing, it's so expensive.
Yeah.
At least autocross is cheap, and you can genuinely just take whatever car you have to it, and nobody's going to look at you funny. You could take a Camry, for example, to a track day.
Yeah.
And it's probably better dollars per minutes of fun if you take your Camry to a track day. But, boy, is that not the right tool for the job. And it's going to stand out as not the right tool for the job.
Of course.
But you could take your Camry to an autocross, though, and nobody would, think twice about it. And you'd have a good time, and you would learn skills that are relevant to your driving every day.
Yeah, you're scaling to the experience, right?
Right.
Right. You're scaling, I know... DriversEye Live occasional commentator Larry McLeod, Lefty McLeod, runs karts in autocross or ran karts in autocross, right?
Yep.
That is, having watched some of those karts, man, they're quick, right? And they're changing direction quickly. They're moving forward and laterally very quickly, and it's big fun for relatively low cost and low impact.
Right.
Right.
Scott Michael's a big proponent of everybody should be doing karting if they can't afford to drive open wheel.
And that's fair.
Yeah.
I like the autocross that I have locally for me. They run at a small speedway up here, and they create a infield course, and it utilizes part of the inner banking. Which is quite cool. So you do run a bit of the track, and at the same time you also have your standard, cone setup pathway going, in the infield section.
The autocross in Reading, as I recall, they would use the speedway there, but the actual track was the staging lane, and then they ran the autocross in the paddock, which is a relatively small space, all things considered. So you ended up with a lot of courses that were very samey, and it got a little tired. Yeah. I now live closer to the San Francisco regions. They do a big autocross out at like a disused Air Force field south of here by probably an hour, 90 minutes. And it's just so far to go out there, and there's nothing around that I'm like, meh. They used to use the Oakland Coliseum parking lot, but about 5 to 7 years ago, they ran into some issues with the management, and they're not allowed to do it.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah. Well, no, it was even before that. It was before that even. The county wasn't keen on giving them that space, which was, whatever.
So the only autocross I've ever truly attended is SCCA Solo Nationals. Right? And that is obviously as much, as much an event as it is a competition. Right? There's a lot that happens there. There's 1,300 people across 4 days. They're running 2 courses simultaneously. Like, it is just a visually impressive and highly immersive event that happens once a year. The largest, as I understand it, it is the largest motorsports event or competition by participant count in the world. It's pretty wild, right? I think one of the things that we've all kind of recognized that WRL does really well is that when you're here, it feels like you're at a race. It feels like you're at an event, right? There's an energy in the paddock. You've got these brightly colored canopies. You've got liveried trailers, not for everybody, but for a lot. It's you kind of pack a corner of a paddock or most of a paddock, and you create an environment, an immersive environment that makes it feel not fundamentally different from a pro race or a pro adjacent race, right? And you create that really immersive atmosphere that
I'm very sorry,
helps
Brendan.
people.
We are watching the battle for 5th right now in GP1.
Okay.
That's with this black car and the green car. I was just looking at that. I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's for position. It is.
Yep, fantastic. Anyway, it creates this immersive environment that I think gets people excited whether or not you know all of the players and everything that are going on there. And I think, obviously, Solo Nationals does that really well because of its size and stature, where I find I don't have the same level of interest in, like, solo autocross.
Oh, very sorry, Brent. They're going to make the move down here into turn 7.
El Diablo at the inside of...
Yeah.
Cabrix.
They tried this look a couple corners ago and just could not quite get it done on the braking. And are going to have to try again here, going up to the boot. The back part of the boot.
We'll focus on this, and I'll just make my final point.
Yeah.
If autocross could find a way to be a little bit immersive, for people who don't exactly know what they're looking at or don't exactly know what they're getting into, I think it would go a long way. But you're racing in a parking lot, and that's where I think they're up against some challenges they may not ever be able to necessarily solve with the nature of what it is. So Cabrix, I think, in El Diablo.
He's going to have maybe the move on the inside and then tucks back in. So it's like that E36 is better on the brakes, and it's making it difficult for El Diablo to find a way to get by. I think they are comfortably faster, but there's just not the opportunity they need in the spots that they need it.
Yeah, and has to let the number 70 Porsche through there, so that's going to kind of offset themselves here for at least a couple of corners. 70 goes up the inside of the 5th place. No, this is not 5th place, is it?
Yeah,
7th place. I'm seeing 7th.
Oh, I thought it was 5th. Maybe. All right.
I'm seeing a lot of things here. No, 7th. Cabrix and
7th,
Diablo.
right.
Yep, 7th. Yep. I think the E46 has maybe a little bit more power, a slightly heavier car, and a power-to-weight formula. You get some of that back, but I suspect that car is also built to the 9s, and you do take some modifiers for it. And look at the E36, just runs away.
Well, some
up at the
traffic
top
there,
of the hill there.
playing in as well.
Oof, the wind up here, man. Holy cow.
It is ripping.
Yeah, you can see it in the flags, too. It's picked up even since this morning, where it was already very breezy. Off quickly goes the GSD Motorsports number 6. That's her 2nd place car a third place car, excuse me. I'm scrolled down slightly in GP1, and just 2 seconds off the back of Palomar. Although that probably goes out a little bit. El Diablo shows the nose here in the middle of turn number 6.
Same thing that happened last lap too. They look like they're close, and they can't quite get it done.
Well, I think it just doesn't have the legs down the straightaway, oddly. That E36 has just got a little bit more power or torque. And I think the El Diablo car is going to need to find a space where it's just quicker over a longer sequence of corners. And I don't know where that is other than maybe the inner loop down towards, turn 7. And here, obviously, it's just not quite enough.
Right. Oh, they had a lot
Better
of steam
on the throttle.
that corner, and I think just nothing to do with it. There's only one line there.
Yeah, may have an opportunity here through the final sequence of corners with the race leader no longer being involved there. Shows the nose up the inside. Can he pull alongside going into 10?
No.
Stays there, but backs out.
Yeah, I think he backs out there. That's not a fun move to put yourself into.
Yep. Cabrix goes defensive ever so slightly on the way into the final corner. And El Diablo will try and square that off, but that's not really an easy thing to do at a place like Watkins Glen with so many longer corners. You don't really have the same ability to square off a corner and get a run on the exit. Kind of carrying the same speed to the mid-corner point. Does get a little better run off of turn number 1. Ooh, so we go 3 wide in the background. Can't pull alongside at the bottom of the S's. That's the number 1 in the 908 in GTU, side by side up the hill.
Very sorry, I was interrupted by my daughter bringing me some eggs that she made.
Ah!
My daughter is now better at making eggs than my wife. Highly recommend. 10 out of 10.
You a ketchup guy with eggs?
No.
Yeah,
no,
okay,
what?
good. Making sure.
I don't even think there's ketchup in this house.
No. Ketchup's not bad. It's just not good with eggs. Oh, there goes El Diablo. Goes up to the inside of the Cabrix. Number 145. And I think that's going to be enough. Needed traffic in the
okay, that's
right.
Auto. I'm sorry.
Yeah. needed traffic in the right part of the track there, and was able to get the move done.
I do expect that this car will now check out. It seemed like they really had a lot better pace. Cabrix is going to try to come back to the inside, but there's too much traffic there.
El Diablo only in this position, by the way, because they picked up a 1-lap penalty for passing under yellow earlier.
Used to be
they
a
actually
2-lap
picked
penalty.
up a 2-lap penalty, exactly. Yep. It was half rescinded. They were alleged to have passed 2 cars under yellow, and it turns out they only passed 1.
Is it like the NFL, where if you get a suspension, you just, by default, on appeal, it gets cut in half? So they give all of the
I think
penalties
not.
at double strength?
I think they count the number of cars you pass under yellow, and when they, fix it.
Well, yeah. What are you going to do?
You're going to not pass cars under yellow.
Who among us hasn't passed cars under yellow, you know? Everybody's done it. Everybody? No?
No.
Stratus now occupies the top 3 in GTU. All right, now that that battle's over, I'm happy to talk more about autocross.
No, it's a good point. Thank you for interrupting. We should focus on the battles we see on track when we have the opportunity to.
Yeah.
Round 3 was able to get by the 908, by the way. The one was able to pass the 908 in the battle for 4th.
Has a 911 ever passed the 908?
GTU.
A lot more power, you know?
No.
5.5 liters.
I mean, maybe like a 908 that has blown a titanium conrod or a turbo or something.
And is upright,
limping
come
home.
undone.
Yeah, exactly.
Sheared off the chassis.
So let's go back to 2010, hour 3 or 4 at Le Mans. I'm sure we'll see a 911 passing a 908.
Flying Lizard, maybe even. Might have been the only car that Flying Lizard passed at Le Mans that year. Was that disappointing stretch of Le Mans results what ultimately impacted Core Autosport becoming the Porsche team?
I don't know. I forgot that was a thing that happened.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I was
like
there.
Core Autosport in general.
that first race that Core was running the customer Porsche, and everybody was like,
Yeah.
"Why are they running a GT car?" I was there for that. But they came out of the box instantly good, and it was like, "Oh, well, that's probably done then." Wild. And of course, wearing my Flying Lizard Porsche shirt today.
Are you?
Yes.
Adjective animal. I guess it's adverb animal.
Yeah.
Counts to adverbs, man.
Get your adverbs here. That's a deep cut. Yeah, a deep Schoolhouse Rock reference.
I've never seen anything from Schoolhouse Rock.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe it wasn't ironic cool to show your kids that when you were in grade school? Because it was for my parents. My parents were like, "Oh, this is great."
I mean, it was referenced in my house.
Oh, okay.
Like my mom referenced it on the reg, but I've never seen it.
Is that the problem with democracy in America?
No.
Did we stop showing Schoolhouse Rock and explaining why certain facets of our democracy exist the way that they do? And as a result, nobody actually knows how it works, and this is why we are where we are now?
Potentially.
Oh. Nothing to do with WRL. Just got a notification.
Not at all. Oh.
The United States Formula One Grand Prix contract has been extended at Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas, until 2034.
I'm so glad that we've locked in all of these tracks. Like, I'm not saying this applies to COTA generally. Like, I'm fine with COTA. It's fine. I'm so glad we've locked in all these tracks that nobody cares about for, like, 10 and 15-year deals.
There is one group of people who cares about them very much. It's Liberty Media, and because they're the ones who are being paid the handsome sum of money for these tracks to host Formula One Grand Prix.
Don't love that.
Those are the people who care.
I know.
And that's really all that matters.
I just hope that we get another opportunity.
Remember when I said earlier that racing is spending other people's money?
Yeah.
That's what's happening. Yep.
Yeah, I know.
You pay us $250 million to host a Grand Prix. We will bring a Grand Prix, and you will figure out how to make back the $250 million by getting other people to spend their money.
As it turns out, Las Vegas is having a harder and harder time doing that.
Yeah. I don't think they've made a lot of friends out there.
No, they haven't. And tourism in Vegas is already down.
Yeah.
Many multiples. It's beginning to not look great. Especially, and this is a personal interest of mine, so I'll talk about it a little bit. The math that was presented to the state of Nevada on how to make the Oakland A's stadium work assumes that they will sell out every single seat for 15 years. Oh, well, it's Las Vegas, baby. We're going to have everybody. Look at the Raiders. Look at this. Look at that. Ah! No, not going to happen. Yeah. Not going to happen. I think there are
every single seat over 81 games for 15 years?
For 15 years.
That is insane.
Yeah. And that was totally fine. The Nevada legislature was like, yep, seems good to us. Stamp.
I mean, they're not spending their own money either, so...
I mean, it's a tough ask to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on a pro sports team that has a terrible owner when your schools are in the bottom 10 of schools in the country.
So it is interesting to me, not to turn this into college football hour again, but
no, it's fine. Stanford won. We're all.
I know how about it, man. I may be listening to an emergency podcast on the way home regarding the firing of Mike Norvell. Anyway, so there are two Group of Five schools in particular that have had this discussion point made about them. One of them is Colorado State, and the other is UNLV. Right? We're what are the reasons that this shouldn't be immediately successful? Right? What does UNLV have or not have that is like going to prevent it from being successful at college football over the longer term. And I think people just kind of assume that growing population centers just mean obvious success, like across the board in all endeavors, right? Because as long as your tax base is going up, you have the power to spend money on whatever you prioritize and therefore make successful whatever you prioritize.
Right.
And that's just turning out to not be the case if you are not putting competent people in places to execute those things. And sometimes being competent in those things means acknowledging that right now it's just not in the cards. Like right now it's just a bad idea.
Yeah.
Don't do it. It's not going to work. And I think that's true for professional sports in Las Vegas. And I say that as a Raiders fan, by the way. I think that's true of professional sports in Las Vegas. I think it's probably true of collegiate athletics in Las Vegas, who are also playing in the Allegiant Stadium.
Yep.
And I think it's probably true of the money they're spending to try and host a Formula One Grand Prix. To that end, what other problem are they solving by hosting a Grand Prix in Las Vegas?
They're not. They're making the lot. And, like, this is the thing that drives me crazy about how sports teams operate. And it's like the playbook has been out on this forever. And again, it's personal to me because of what transpired with something that I poured a lot of my time and energy into. And it's that sports teams are successful when they're providing something for the local audience, when they're part of the fabric of the local community. And so there's an example. There's an example here in my town that I live in right now, where in University of the Pacific, I have not talked about this on the air because I thought it might work for them, but now I'm not, so I don't care. University of the Pacific, for probably 30 to 40 years, actively shunned the community that they were in. Stockton, California, of course, is not the nicest city on the planet. I'm fully aware of that. But rather than trying to become a fabric of the community, or part of the fabric of the community, and encouraging development and encouraging local students, they had a terrible, terrible perspective on telling students, don't go anywhere else, stay on campus, don't talk to the city, don't do anything else. Just stay here in this complex, which is not like fenced in or anything. Like it's like in the middle of town. But they told people, oh, don't go anywhere else. Just stay here, and we don't care about the local community, and we're not going to support sports camps or anything like that. And in the 90s, they realized that they had made a huge error as the city started to kind of get back on its feet from what was a really rough time. And the city's now in a better shape than it's been in, probably since the war. But they've now realized, oh no, we've alienated all of these people that are here. Yeah. And they have Division I sports that aren't well attended, typically, because they alienated everybody in the town. They didn't do anything for the people here. It was purely a money-making exercise because it's a private university, and they really just wanted to extract as much tuition out of the students that would come, give them degrees, and get them to go the hell away, and did not care what the community thought. Nowadays, they're having to work 2 and 3 times as hard to get back all of the goodwill that they lost.
Yeah.
Because they just didn't care. The same thing, frankly, has happened with the Raiders.
Yeah.
They don't care if local people can come to the game. They don't care who comes to the game. They just want the money out of it.
Yep.
It's the same thing with the Las Vegas Grand Prix. Yep. They don't care that it affects the working people who have to work in the casinos because now they can't get to their job in a reasonable time frame. They don't care if the people who live in the actual greater Las Vegas area, like people in Henderson, can't afford to go to the Grand Prix. It's simply too expensive. People in cities even further afield, Palm Springs, for example, can't afford to go. And it's like, what have you done? All you've done is piss people off to the point where if you do, and it's the same thing as sports car racing, as soon as you do hit a fallow cycle in the number of people wanting to spend lots of money, you've irritated the people who are willing to spend a medium amount of money. And now they don't want to have anything to do with it.
Yep.
And they continue, like, I don't understand. I don't understand how businesses continue to make this mistake over and over and over and over again. And it's because you get some MBA loser in there that goes, oh, well, wait a minute, I'll look really good if I can just twist these knobs here and make a lot of money for 2 or 3 years and then go get a consulting job. Like, that's probably what it is.
Yeah.
But it just keeps happening. If you look at, like, the British Grand Prix, people go to that. It's like a big deal.
Yep.
You can afford to go to it. It's reasonable. It's insane that people I know have done the math, and it is cheaper for them to go to Singapore to watch a Grand Prix than it is to go to Vegas or COTA.
Yep.
And then they get to like travel as well. That shouldn't be the case. That shouldn't be how it works. That's insane. That's not how you grow the sport in the country.
Moorhead is in from third in GTO, by the way, which seems early based on the math I've got in front of me here. Also, the driver got out of the car, walked over to the pit wall as if somebody was getting in instead of him, and then ran over and got back in the car. So a little awkward there for the 291 to the point that they're going to be strapping him back in after the fuel is done. And I only show them having completed 18 laps, so that math may be off a little bit, but if they pit in under the last full course yellow, that's about where we're at.
Conversely, Brendan, real quick, do you know what sports team is really doing well in Las Vegas?
I don't know any sports teams there other than like
the Knights?
Aces.
The Knights.
Oh, the Knights, yeah.
The Knights are doing well because it's Las Vegas's team.
Yeah.
It's not some itinerant operation that came in and tried to claw on.
Yeah.
It's
they were
their
first
team.
to the punch there too.
Exactly. They were first to the punch. It's their team. It's only theirs. They don't have to. It will always be a Las Vegas team.
Yep.
And they emphasized that they wanted families of four to be able to come watch. They care about the Vegas community. Now, there was a tragedy that happened around the same time that, at risk of sounding disgusting, was a PR opportunity that they were able to grab onto and secure themselves a lot of goodwill. It is full course yellow. But they've done a good job of involving the community, and as a result, they're pretty successful there. And I think this idea that you can, the Vegas Golden Knights made it, we'll just pull more money out of this place is insane. Nobody, and I mean nobody, is going to travel to Las Vegas to watch A's games. Not a single person. If it's a freebie you get at your hotel for gambling a certain amount, maybe people will go. But no one's making a trip out of that.
The over-optimization. By the way, this full course yellow appears to be because we had a car pull into the the NASCAR short chute. They call it Delta, with a tire issue. Listed as a 557, which would be the Capstone Porsche Cayman. I think, Ryan, there is an over-optimization, just in general, which we've talked about to some degree in other ways.
Today.
As a matter of fact, today, for sure. Yeah, but yesterday as well. Where, you look at, again, my areas of interest, college football, right? So many stadiums are undergoing renovations right now. None of these stadiums are adding seats. These stadiums are taking seats away with the express purpose of building more luxury boxes or hospitality boxes, right? Which, okay, if you're going to keep prices at a certain point or your revenue targets at a certain point, theoretically would allow those luxury boxes to help subsidize the fewer seats you're going to sell, right? You could sell those fewer seats for cheaper, right? That's not what's going to happen. You are not going to be able to take, a family of four more cheaply to a college football game at, I don't know, who renovated recently? Vanderbilt. Well, that's maybe a bad example. Florida State.
Cal.
Florida State. Cal, right? Florida State. Oh, a fire bottle's just popped off. In the pit lane without a car there. It's very odd. While AE Victory is doing a driver change.
Okay, while we're talking racing, real quick, John Ryan Lewis is in the comments. I have to jump in here. I'm the driver of the Lunatics BRZ. We are 100% by the rules. Have been dynoed and weighed multiple times this weekend. Always compliant. We are the same speed on the straights. I just want to give him his space to say that because there may have been something unbalanced while I stepped away. So I just want to put that out there. If people are playing by the rules and winning, then so be it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Again, open technical book, right?
Yep.
The rules are exactly what they are. Build a better mousetrap.
And I think I don't know if you've heard John Ryan Lewis. I have said repeatedly on the record that is the solution moving forward in GP2.
It's a really slick looking car too. I mean,
and the
really well.
Curdog Racing has one too.
Yep.
They do pretty darn good when they go one or two times a year. They go.
Hashtag not a GR Cup.
Yes, exactly. Anyway, continue.
Yeah. Anyway, we're all of this is being done to optimize the total amount of money being brought in, right? We can make more money if we sell out all of these seats for the same prices we're selling them out now, and we're able to sell more luxury boxes, right? There is a number there at a tipping point where those two lines meet that says we are going to make the maximum amount of money for our athletics department, right? And the same goes for, as like you were saying, it goes really for any sports organization, any sports franchise, right? That's building a stadium. Unfortunately, what that does when you make things more expensive and or you provide less value to those people is it begins to alienate people. And it becomes harder and harder to sell the number of tickets that are, motivating you to make those changes in the first place. The crossover there with sports car racing, as you alluded to, Ryan, is the privateer, right? The person who wants to come in and spend a medium amount of money versus spending a lot of money like you would in a factory type scenario.
Right. Or even if you come in with a fleet of 5 Mercedes-Benz GT4 cars.
Right. Right. But those should always be considered as the outlier. Right. Where I think we get into an interesting point of discussion is that we're now convincing the people who we were originally trying to convince to spend a lot of money. We're now convincing a lot of them to spend a medium amount of money.
Right.
Which to me is probably just right sizing what we were doing in the first place, that we didn't need to be doing $200+ million a year programs to run international sports car racing, and that maybe a $20 million figure is something that's slightly more appropriate and more sustainable.
Right.
But you've got to have more of them to be able to actually pull that off. I don't know what the tie-in there is to like spectator sports and community things with community involvement, other than you have to build the goodwill with people and do it properly, not try and over-optimize and get yourself to a point where you're just making the maximum amount of money. And if you're not building goodwill, you're just not building sustainability. The sustainability of events and of sports franchises and stuff like that just does not come through making a ton of money in a flash. It comes through being an active part of whatever it is you're trying to be an active part of. And the Las Vegas Grand Prix in particular, just seems like it's been so antithetical to that concept. Now, I don't know that the United States has a Bahrain equivalent or a Qatar equivalent.
In what way?
I realize that can be taken in a number of different ways.
Exactly. I want you to clarify,
but
so we don't get in trouble.
But very specifically in somebody who, some organization or some outside influencer who has a ton of money that is willing to just blow it for the purposes of public perception. Yeah.
Sure.
Right?
Okay.
Right. Like the Bahrain Tourism Foundation or whatever it is. Like they're not trying to drag people to Bahrain. They're trying to improve their public image in light of other accusations that have been made over the last decades, right? That's what's really fundamentally going on there.
Sure.
Right. So that is an outside influence that is not in line with the otherwise organic perception of somebody spending $250 million to do, frankly, anything, but in particular to host a Formula One Grand Prix. As we bring home the number 557 there from the short shoot. I don't know that the United States has that equivalent, but it seems like Austin, which has done a very good job of both inviting people to Austin and engaging Austin, and Miami, which is, I think, doing two things really well. Number one, bringing people to Miami, and number two, encouraging people with money in Miami to spend lots of money in Miami.
Right.
I think where those two have kind of realized that they need both of those things in order to work, Las Vegas just doesn't care and are trying to hit the home run on getting people to spend lots of money on that thing, and it's just not sustainable. It's not proving to be sustainable.
It's not. I
also,
agree 100%.
It's just a really dull racetrack, man.
They did the best with what they could.
Yeah.
I agree. I think there's a lot of short-sightedness in a lot of these things, and it's unfortunate that we continue to, as societies, reward that with profits
green flag.
in the short term.
Green.
We are green here. Anyway, if you'd like to sponsor us as influencers to go out to the Las Vegas Grand Prix, write to us at...
Take your money and... Wait, no.
I don't even want sponsors.
So, not to get too far down this rabbit hole, but the one event I had really strong hope for becoming that like community-involved, sustainable, long-term platform for motorsports growth in a region that is a little bit starved for it was Baltimore.
Baltimore was a meme race.
I mean, yeah.
That's just incredible.
But I thought going into that experience, like the stated goal was Long Beach of the East. And that's obviously Long Beach's entire platform. There's history there, but they haven't sold out the history and the tradition of the event to go try and make a ton of money. They've just expanded it and frankly made it better.
It's the best. Like the big events aside, Daytona, Sebring, whatever. It is the best event on the racing calendar in the United States.
That's probably
There's
true.
so much going on the whole time. It's
true.
fantastic.
You
Your
can
access
make a non-zero
to it
case
is
that F1 at
incredible.
COTA. You can make a non-zero, like there's a way to make a case that F1 at COTA is designed to also be that, right? Without the access, but with it's an event, treat it like an event and bring people to it to experience the event. And also keep it reasonably affordable for middle-class Americans. Right.
They're really stretching that definition.
Upper middle class.
Oh, yeah,
but
exactly.
Yes. Yeah. But I agree with you. Long Beach, is that and has been that for 4 plus decades.
And the hospitality tickets for Long Beach are incredibly reasonable. Exceptionally reasonable.
Yeah. Yep. I believe that.
Enough that somebody who doesn't make that much money, look at it and go dude, if I'm going to go, I'll spend that much money. I don't care.
I believe that. Some of this issue is... Actually, a lot of this issue is politically driven, where I think more and more events aren't being given a chance to grow and to figure themselves out. And the constant turnover you get in politics where people just campaign on a platform and say, we're going to stop spending this money. This is a frivolous waste of whatever because a handful of people don't like it. That vocal minority ends up actually influencing policy as it relates to street circuits and community engagement of motorsports in a significant way. I think of St. Pete as another good modern example. Mm-hmm. Now, St. Pete is relatively low impact on the way the city itself functions because it's kind of tied into the airport and kind of tied into the city. But that event was given space to grow and become unique and become iconic, where there was kind of a vacuum of that. Burke Lakefront for 20-ish years. Did the same thing in Cleveland. Now, there's FAA issues there with, I don't think we're ever going to shut down airports for a race again, but, it did that thing fairly well.
Jordan, can you key up the mic? Can you be in a spot where you can contribute? Is that doable?
Hello.
Okay. So the other one that I think of as they put a street race in the right place, but I think it was the wrong content, was the Chicago NASCAR race. Chicago, a city where the people who live in that region of Chicago don't really use cars. You don't really need to have a car if you live in central Chicago like that. But the people that I know that lived in Chicago said that the DNC was a bigger draw and a bigger deal in the city than the NASCAR race was, as far as disruption to their day, number of people coming in from outside of town. And I was a little bit surprised by that because I thought you would get a lot more people coming in from the suburbs and from Wisconsin and from Iowa to come watch that. And it seemed like that wasn't really the case. Jordan, you're the NASCAR knower. With regards to your insider sources and finger on the pulse of the NASCAR nation, did people just not like the race, or was there a political, cultural perspective that prevented that race from becoming better than it was?
I thought the races were successful. I thought they were cool, but there definitely was.
They were successful, but not enough to stay on the schedule, apparently.
Well, I never thought that was the plan, though.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah, the plan was a few years and then move on, like they're going to San Diego next year instead, basically.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, the idea is to try different places to be able to bring NASCAR to the streets of these large cities in different demographics. So they would try Chicago, now they're trying Southern California. They'll eventually go on to whatever's next. It was kind of like the same lines they kind of did initially with the race at the Coliseum. And it was just trying something new to bring NASCAR to a different demographic.
So it was never intended to be a long-term thing, is what we're...
No,
I doubt it.
They're thinking... They want to bring it back, though, because it was successful.
Okay, and that was my question. Is like that seems like it hits all the right notes. It hits your non-typical sort of NASCAR market. It's downtown. The track raced all right for NASCAR. I think there are other series that would have raced better there, but I think it raced pretty good for NASCAR. The people who went seemed to enjoy it. And I think you had a really good best case scenario of foreign driver who doesn't carry all the baggage of the Southeast coming into Chicago and winning and giving the people locally somebody to root for. I think that's really a best case scenario for that sort of thing. That's the sort of event that I like to see racing go out and try, and then they're not doing it anymore. But like I see your point of like, or I see their point, I suppose, of like, no, they're going to try it other places too, which is fine. But that Coliseum thing didn't do very well, was my understanding. That allegedly USC students were being given tickets for free to go the first year, and the second year when they weren't doing that, the crowd went way down, obviously.
I definitely think that race stayed 1 year too many.
Okay.
Should have been just a 2-year thing, and then they moved on. But they did 3 years.
So I think NASCAR has to exist in a separate category, right? Because NASCAR has the resources to be able to sink $200 million in developing a plan to execute a street race in a major metropolitan area, and extract whatever it can from it, justify it as a marketing spend if it doesn't actually end up making money in the short to medium term, and then pull out and go do it somewhere else instead. Whereas when you're looking at IndyCar racing, sports car racing, or for that matter, a community or a metropolitan area justifying public funds to try and develop something that's going to make them money, or at least be a net. Ooh, that's no rags.
Yeah,
it
goes
is.
into the
That's
barrier
nosed
on
in.
the exit of turn 9.
Ooh.
If it has hit the barrier, it's been pretty light, I think. Trying
all right.
Yeah, it gets going again.
Going.
So hopefully we can stay green. It takes a community, and very specifically non-NASCAR event, longer to get itself to a place of profitability by virtue of, just having to invest in so many resources to get the thing off the ground in the first place.
Right.
That patience usually just isn't given either politically or otherwise to those events that don't host NASCAR, right? Those IndyCar, sports car specific races. And the ones that do stick around and do it properly and generate, like we said, goodwill with the community and integrate themselves into the community are generally successful in the longer run. It's just most of them aren't given that runway, and without hosting, for better or for worse, the nation's top motorsports organization and circus, more of these fail than succeed. I will be really interested to see what happens with the IndyCar event in Markham next year. I don't know if this is the end of IndyCar in Toronto, just because the squeeze is on, the Metro squeeze is on there. I'll be interested to see if people travel outside of the city to go do that thing. I will be interested to see if they get tourists or outsiders to come to Markham for a few years for this thing. It doesn't have success written all over it, but Toronto was popular, so there's a chance.
Is it a long-term plan to run there, or is that just because of everything?
I think it was a 5-year deal.
That's pretty long. A 5-year deal, I feel like, is a pretty long term.
And that's what I was mostly surprised with, because I thought it was going to be 1 or 2 year, or 1 year for the World Cup, right? 1 year, get the World Cup in and out. The problem is, it feels like they've done a lot of projects in that part of Toronto halfway, and it's compromised the IndyCar race to a point where I don't know that it's sustainable in its current location. Like, they changed the public transit access point outside of the stadium, and they had to move pit lane to the other side. So now you're racing on what used to be this like off-camber pit lane entry, and it's crazy bumpy. The pit lane is awkwardly curved on the wrong side of the track. The paddock is nowhere near there. Right? And it just seems like, because things were never really done over the last 10 years or so anyway, with the racetrack or the racing event itself in mind, like it kind of was going to be looking for a new home anyway. Otherwise, it was going to be putting on a half-cooked event. I don't know. That's kind of my unfully developed opinion.
As someone who's on the record as being staunchly against any kind of public spending for private profit projects, which stadiums and racetracks are, I'm more willing to see the upside of that if the city's saying, you know what, yeah, we're going to pay to shut down the streets, we'll provide the police presence so that you can come in and fill up our hotels on a weekend where that doesn't usually happen, during the slow season, whatever that might be. But the racing has to, in kind, support the local community and become a draw on their own. And I don't think they've done a great job of that, especially when in IndyCar you have a sponsor that tried very hard to activate the race at Iowa Speedway that is no longer involved, and I think as a result is not going to be as successful as it was before. I think Hy-Vee was doing all of the heavy lifting on promoting that race. And now that they're not involved, I think that's going to go away. And I think it's going to become a race that gets removed from the calendar in short order. And it's always, and we talk about this all
which
the time.
race do you think is going to get removed?
Iowa.
It's already gone.
Oh, there you go. I thought they still had a year of not being sponsored. No, they're gone already? Yeah, well, there you go.
Once Hy-Vee pulled the plug, that was it.
What? On one hand, I understand that IndyCar isn't made of money. Like, they can't just blow money for the sake of blowing money. Like, they're not in that kind of financial position. But you've got to try, man. You've got to put effort in at some point. You got to believe in yourself and do the thing, and not just be catering to the teams. Because the teams aren't going to have anywhere that they want to race if they're not supporting the community around it. And that's why I like the WRL trick-or-treat situation at Sebring.
Yeah.
That's ingratiating yourself to a community. That's making sure that you're going to be able to stay long-term. Now, does Sebring care? No, not really. Like, there's not a huge metro around there that they're trying to...
But I think the town does.
The town does, certainly.
Yeah.
But it's not... The gate revenue is never going to be a big driver for WRL.
Oh, for WRL specifically.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's not, but I think Sebring enjoys having us there, and I think us enjoying them back and inviting them to come do trick-or-treat is only good.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I just wish there was more of that across the motorsports world. Like, across it. I understand at some place like Watkins Glen, it's logistically very difficult to open it up to spectators because of the size of the facility and the security required and all that. Like, I understand that.
Yeah.
But pro racing organizations aren't doing a great job, and that bums me out.
Not all is lost there. When we think back to Daytona, there was enough local interest for people asking if they could get into the track that the track eventually just broke down and said, yeah, why not? Like,
sure.
WRL has obviously been pursuing spectators, at least to some degree. I don't think RJ is under any, false impressions that they're going to get thousands or tens of thousands of spectators at an event. But you want to give people the opportunity to engage with the thing that they care about. And if that means they've got to bring their own lunch or water because the concessions aren't going to be open, or only one concession is open to help handle the teams, giving a few hundred people who really want to be there the opportunity to be a part of a thing they already care about is only going to increase the goodwill you're creating for them.
It's my other take on that is it's not RJ's job it's not WRL's job to try to hold up racing in the public eye in the United States. That's not the purpose. One of the things that drove me crazy, I paid my own way to go to the Road America IMSA race in either 21 or 22, where there was a huge rainstorm at the end, whatever year that was. And I remember reading the ticket about the rules, and the number of rules that were on there seemed as if they watched the NBC broadcast from Sebring and Road America, or Road Atlanta, and were like, oh, we don't want that. We don't want loud music. We don't want people with structures. We don't want this. We don't want that. And it's like IMSA in and of itself, at least in the Southeast, has built a culture for itself of like, you go to Sebring, you go to Road Atlanta, it's a good time. You can go hang out with people. And when you have tracks elsewhere, it's not just Road America. That's just the only one that I've been to that I specifically read the rules. So that's the only thing that I can talk about. But given my understanding of the rest of the tracks they go to, I don't think it's that weird. Specifically trying to legislate the culture that works for that type of racing elsewhere in the country seems short-sighted.
Concurred. Also, you... so, Petite this year. And I didn't go, obviously, but I did see a lot of posts that are being recommended to me on Facebook in particular. They sold it out, right?
Yep.
Literally could not get more people into the facility if they wanted to.
Great.
Couldn't park more people there. Couldn't. I mean, it was altogether an marginally overstuffed event.
Sure.
And the posts I was seeing were essentially attacking the idea that the people who were up along fence lines and in the most visible places were not being courteous to their fellow spectators. Right, they were putting up easy up canopies and structures and things of that nature that blocked people's sightlines from elsewhere. So Road Atlanta has excellent sightlines. You can go a lot of places and see a lot of the racetrack, right? The natural terrain really helps there. And there were people taking pictures from parts of Spectator Hill outside of Turn 5 where their view of the S's was being blocked by people who put up an 8-foot easy up or 10-foot easy up at the bottom of the hill.
I hate that.
Right. So it's inconsiderate and lousy, and I think most of the people who have been around motorsports, especially sports car racing, for a long time and are there for the party atmosphere, and I don't mean party and getting out of hand, I just mean the lively social aspect of it all that makes you feel like you're doing something awesome. Because Petite, frankly, is something awesome, and Sebring is something awesome. That you have people who are coming in to experience it the first time that just aren't getting it, or don't get it, because they've never experienced it. And they're out there to try and make their weekend the best it can be. Some of that, Ryan, I think, is trying to prevent that. Right? You're basically enforcing people being considerate.
I mean,
the Road America thing.
You could easily specify a rule that's, hey, if you want a structure, it has to be 15 feet back from the fence.
Right.
The whole point of the structure is that, like, you can see better. You shouldn't be putting those up right in front of the fence. Like, that's dumb. That's mega stupid.
This was an easy up that was basically keeping people shaded.
Okay, then move it back. If you want to go stand by the fence,
I agree with you. I agree with you.
I think that's a problem that's easily solved, and you can still keep the culture.
I agree with you. I agree with you. What you can't do is stamp out the culture in a way that makes people not want to come back when the current boom is over.
Right.
Right. When you turn it away from being a spectator-centric event and an experience-centric event to, hey, we're just trying to cram as many people in here as we can. When you stop getting 20 prototypes or 10 manufacturers or whatever it is, and sports car racing goes back into a cycle of mild decline or mild, shrinking, you need those people, or moderate even.
Historically, we're having a bust is about to occur. If you just look at the cycle of sports car racing, it's going to be tough here in about 2 or 3 years.
Those people that spent 25 years going to the first 25 petites had better be coming back for the next 25 petites.
Correct.
Right, not going away because you didn't handle, or they don't like the new fan culture. Because there is a non-zero chance that something like that happens.
Sure. Darren Larson says that Road Atlanta staff actually monitor and listen to that Facebook group, and so there will be staff to monitor those types of things. Yeah, that's one of those that, I feel like that's really easily solved. Yeah, really easily solved.
Of all the places I trust to do the right thing there, Road Atlanta is near the top of the list. I've had nothing but good experiences at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. And, really?
You got security cowboys, man.
Well, yeah, but you know what? Once you know who to ask and what to ask, they've been nothing but helpful.
Sure.
By the way, it being the middle portion of fall and the winds being what they are makes it look like a natural disaster is occurring outside. The leaves blowing across the front of the camera is just, it catches me off guard every time. But
if anybody wants to,
anyway.
speaking of natural disaster, I just want to make this point real quick.
Yeah.
Along the lines of the East Coast mind cannot possibly
DriversEye Live.
comprehend.
Oh, wait.
Yeah. If you want a nice airplane movie to watch on the way home, the Apple TV movie with Matthew McConaughey about the Paradise Fire is excellent and pretty accurate. If you don't live on the West Coast and you don't know what that's like to have seen a forest fire in person, that pretty much puts the nail right on the head of the nail. Perfect. It is not pleasant, but it is accurate. I'd recommend everybody go and watch that. And it's got the lady from Ugly Betty, apparently. My wife tells me. I don't know what any of that means, but she said that's who it was, and I said, okay, great. Would recommend. 10 out of 10.
JT seems to know who Ugly Betty is.
Wasn't that a show like a decade ago?
Probably more than that. It was on ABC, I know that much, which I didn't watch a lot of ABC. So
I feel like it came just after the disastrous Scrubs season when they moved it to ABC and they refused to name the show differently.
Oh. Yeah, that probably is the right time frame. But, yeah. Anyway, speaking of natural disaster, you should watch that. You already have to get Apple TV for F1 next year anyway, so just get it now and watch that movie.
Here we go.
I mean, I started an Apple TV subscription like 3 or 4 months ago just to get some of the ones I've been putting off for a long time.
Did you watch For All Mankind?
I did not.
Oh, JT,
you're
missing out. You specifically need to watch For All Mankind.
You'll think that's great. I specifically did Ted Lasso, Shrinking, and Masters of Air.
Okay, Masters of Air is probably for you. Masters of Air #1. Yes, obviously that's pretty good. That is this generation's Band of Brothers.
Yeah.
Changed my mind.
Could have been done better though.
What can you ask for, man? Like I understand, but they're basing it on the book. Like
my issue was the cheap CGI they did for some of the B-17s was like out of like 1998. And then, like, it was random. It's like, we'd have a really good shot of some B-17s under attack here. It's very realistic. All right, now we're going to show B-17s landing at the desert in Africa, and it's corny as heck.
That's corny as... Yeah, no, you're...
Like, come on.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. This... Was ILM asleep that day? I don't know. Like, I don't know. I agree. That one was pretty bad, but I think overall, a pretty good series. I'm pleased with it.
Yeah.
For All Mankind, JT.
Okay.
Better CGI as well. I think they put a lot more money into For All Mankind than they did Masters of Air. For whatever reason. According to Museum of Glass. Yes.
Okay.
Indeed.
Oh, man.
We are in full Sunday mode here.
We are.
Well, let's go ahead. And, since we're in Sunday mode, let's try to find PC racing out on track.
Yes.
White in
1 second.
BMW. You see it right here, going side by side, fighting Palomar, the 38 for second in GP1 here, as they head into the bus stop. And move done.
Blaze Racing may not be so very far away from sniffing the podium there as well. Palomar's last lap was a 2:15. Blaze doing similar lap times to the Palomar car. I'm sorry. To the PC car.
Yes.
Palomar's last time 2:15. Blaze doing 2:11s, which the PC car is also doing. Yeah.
Yeah, I suspect it's been a mixture of different drivers. Because if you look at PC's last stint before the previous full course yellow, they were running similar times to what you're seeing out of the Palomar entry right now.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas earlier Palomar was running a bit quicker. So right now the Palomar entry is running similar times as PC did previously, but right now
Correct.
PC and Blaze are managing to go just that much quicker right now. You know, they're able to dip into the 212s, the 211s.
Elsewhere, the number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW that came through the shot, well, about half a lap ago, was with this gang, is pulling away from the Moorhead car in the battle for fourth. That margin is out to 16 seconds. Also catching the AE Victory Racing Toyota Supra, which was just a moment ago about 15 seconds ahead of it. They come back through. That margin is Hold, please. 10.5. And closing about 2.5 seconds a lap on that Toyota Supra. So we're getting a developing battle here for third in GTO as well. Just owing to the rapid pace of that number 2 at the moment. I don't think we have too much else coming together. GTU maybe the Stratus number 58 catching the team car. Other than that, I think about 45 minutes ago or so, maybe longer ago than that, we saw the round 3 number 1 pass the automatic number 908 on track. That margin's out to 30 seconds and still growing. Flash of the headlights there is obviously helping that number 2 car as well.
Looks like GSD Motorsports about 8 seconds out of 7th in GP1. Keep an eye on that. That gap is closing possibly just a bit. As you see the bluish E36 leave the shot here, and then you'll see the yellow and blue BMW come through here. So we see the 63 is going to go ahead and head to pit lane here. With their unique open throttle livery.
Gentlemen.
Brendan.
Good news. We have a guest.
Ooh.
I thought you guys would have. Anyway. Somebody I didn't know was here.
Anyway.
Somebody I didn't know was here until last night at dinner. It's Johann Schwartz.
Yeah.
The number 291. Is it just the 291 this week?
291. Well, it was 290 and 291 both. And we had some structural kind of that we didn't think was going to be good to fix at the track. It's an easy fix, but
right
when it's done in the shop.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Did something happen on Thursday, or was it just a failure on the car?
Well, it was just, I think, something that happened over time.
Oh, okay.
The car was actually handling a little funny, and we couldn't quite pinpoint it because it seemed like that when things were getting checked over, it would retract to its normal.
Yeah,
right?
sure.
And then one time that we saw it sitting, we could see that the frame had pulled a little bit out. So
fascinating.
Yeah. So I'm glad we finally found it, because you don't want to find it and get some blue paint on it.
No. I have questions about the Genetto. It's a sort of project as a whole. You started the very first weekend running with that G56, right? Back
Correct.
at Eagles Canyon last year?
Yep.
Yeah, I thought so. So, I mean, Moorhead Speedworks in general is an obviously, I would call it a premier prep shop, right? That has done a lot of work over the years for a lot of customers. The 147 car was always like cream of the crop in GP1, right?
That
weekend
was
after weekend.
That was the one to go after.
Absolutely. It was always competitive. Even when you guys would have an issue on a Saturday, you'd bounce back on the Sunday and you'd be right back to where you started. I remember having a conversation with Chad about that Genetta program being developed, and everybody was pretty excited about it. It was going to be different. It was going to be cool. It was going to be fun. It was going to be loud. And it was all of those things. It's also been, I think, objectively a challenge, a real challenge.
Sure.
We've seen it less often than we saw the 147, and I'm sure it's more expensive, but also the car had a failure that put the car basically on its roof at Road Atlanta last year, right? It took a while to get the car back from that. Just a couple of months ago, there was a pit lane fire. You pulled both cars at the same time because this is now a safety issue. It just seems like all of that smoothness and consistency we've come to expect out of Moorhead has not existed really with this Genetta project at all.
Yeah, I mean, when the car runs, it runs extremely well, right? So
you guys have gotten a lot out of it.
Yeah.
Clear, yeah.
So it has been a challenge, right?
Yeah.
It's on paper, it's a great car, but it's not really built for sprint racing. So that is where it's not built for endurance racing. So that's where, obviously Chad and Ari that owns the cars have really put their heads together and started building something that is not necessarily Ginetta stuff, but actually that has increased strength in such as the uprights and the hubs and some suspension components and all that, right? Because those are the things that just over 8 hours or 20 hours that a weekend is, right? It's just the Ginetta is just not made for taking that kind of abuse. So that's where they have really gone into and start developing it. So, you know, you can see that one of the cars, the 291 that's out there, you know, has pretty much been flawless. So, you know, we're super happy about that. And it's super fun to drive when they drive. So it's got good DNA for, you know, good lap times. And it sounds great, right? I mean, it's got all this components that a race car is kind of supposed to be. So now they've really put their heads together to make it endurance worthy also.
It sounded like early on everybody thought, and I thought, it was going to be fun, right? It's going to be a fun car. It wasn't going to revolutionize GTO or anything like that, but it was something different that had a lot of potential. Are you still having fun with it as a project? I mean, you're having fun driving it, obviously.
Yeah.
But, like, this is a lot, you know?
Well, and so that's where my involvement is. On driving it. So the amount of hours that they put behind it, and you know, development and CAD drawings for suspension components and all those things that are the weak links on them. That's obviously all done out of Moorhead. So
I mean, you're providing feedback as you drive the car, though, right?
No, it's so much. It's a hoot to drive. You know, it's just relative to because that it's a purpose built, you know, by WRL rules. So it has that 0.4. So we are making speed up and in the corners and having a little bit of a disadvantage down the straightaway.
I hadn't realized it was taking the 0.4 for that car.
Yeah. So, but you know, it's still a hoot to drive. Right? It's good on tires. Obviously, it weighs a fair amount more than it does when it comes from Ginetta.
Of course,
to put it within the power to weight ratio. So some of the extreme fun of driving it is obviously not there as much as it was when it's 2,500 pounds or whatever it comes from Ginetta. So, but I'm having a hoot with the whole project, and the guys are doing an awesome job and doing it right. It's like, we need to get this and this and this. It's not like, well, you know, we'll weld this and see if it holds up for next weekend, right? What broke? What do we need to redesign to make it better?
I am sure, as with any project, and I know Chad is a tinkerer and enjoys engineering these projects
he
as well.
doesn't tink any.
Very good. But I'm sure you get to a point in the development cycle of a car with, a class that has a pretty open technical rule book that you can go down these pathways if you want, that eventually you kind of hope you get to a point where the car is pretty well sorted. Right, we look at down in GP1. You weren't at Utah, right?
I was not.
Yeah, okay. So Blaze Racing took a double victory, right? 118. And it was a car that they had problem after problem. And eventually, after a year and a half of running, just real quickly, race related, the number 6 is headed to the paddock, guys. The GSD. Yeah, that car was up in the top 3 in GP1. Unfortunately, it looks like their day is now compromised as well. Anyway, Blaze Racing goes out. They find over a year and a half all of the ways that car can fail and things can go wrong. And finally, they're able to stitch it all together. And it seems like, okay, the platform is there. The project is there. We know how to make this car fast and how to make it run consistently. And I'm sure even Chad, who enjoys the development process and the tinkering, would hope that when you get to a certain point in a car's development, you've got it sorted.
Sure.
And I was hoping that Daytona was going to be that, and then obviously they had the issue with the pit lane fire, and I don't think we've seen you guys since then.
No. So that was kind of a little bit of a reset to make sure everything was.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Do you guys all start to feel like you're making progress in that direction of getting the car to run consistently, or are you still finding ways that the car needs to be improved in order to make it endurance racing ready? And second question to that same idea, what do you think the ceiling is for it?
Yeah. I think it's getting real close.
Okay.
I think the 291 is kind of proving that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Running right now. So I think it's getting real close to where it's also competitive, and it's, they got the handling figured out really well. So there's several things that we have done on that obviously WRL allows for, right? Because this could not be entered as a GT4 car anymore, right? It has parts on there that, and it's nothing necessarily trick, but certainly something for strengthening and certain little details that you can do that's not homologated for GT4, right? So, but I think it's getting real close. It's getting close to where it's just running those 8 hours, because let's face it, it is an endurance race, but nowadays with the cars, and especially the factory-built GT4 cars, they're running a sprint race. So we have to kind of run sprint times races too for 8 hours. And I think the car's proven that now it's getting close. All the little things that had to be learned over time is now being learned.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think that these guys at Moorhead has really figured that out, because they haven't really had an opportunity to talk to anybody that runs these cars in endurance racing. So it has to be learned internally. And let's not forget, Moorhead is not just focusing on this.
Absolutely.
So they got other stuff going on, right? So it takes time, but I think, knock on wood, if we finish again today, I think, we come back with, for us, a W.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm happy to hear that. Less about Moorhead, more about Johann Schwartz. What have you been up to, man? Just haven't seen you in it's been over a year, I think.
Well, yeah, I guess.
Close to a year. Oh, Mid-Ohio? Were you at Mid-Ohio?
Yeah.
Oh.
I was in a GP1.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. What's that?
All-Star Racing.
Oh, All-Star. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
They're not here this weekend. Huh?
They're not. They took a little, the owner of that team is having a business, so he's trying to make that still. So, it can't all be all racing, right?
Nonsense.
Yeah.
Johann, it's always all
I know.
racing.
Yeah.
No, I understand.
But I raced at actually Petit Le Mans in a GT4 at the Michelin Cup.
Oh, fantastic. How'd it go? I didn't get to watch.
Well, it went well. I mean, it was in the sense that the car came home without a scratch on it. We were running in the Bronze Cup, which is 2 bronze-rated drivers, and we were leading, and then unfortunately we got a drive-through for an unattended tire, and that's one of those
What team did you run with?
89X.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. We know it.
Yeah.
That's obviously. Yeah.
So they ran in the pilot.
Aston Martin.
Yep. Aston
cool.
Martin. Yep. And then I've had a lot of fun coaching one of the Xfinity drivers at Junior Motorsports.
Yes.
Sammy Smith.
Yes.
Yeah. On all the road course stuff.
And did he pick up a pole position or something?
No, he didn't. But we made it in after the Roval. Which was the cutoff race for making it into the top 12. We made it by 1 point. It was
fantastic.
It was one of those fairy tales that we were making good stage. I don't know how much you follow the NASCAR circuit, but you get stage points.
Yep.
They have 1 and 2 and 3rd stage. So and that counts towards then we flip the stage where we, in a sense, go for the stage win, and the guys that goes for the win come in earlier. So we were trying to collect points to get us up, right?
Yeah.
So what happens there when you get up in the 3rd stage, you kind of get in the mid pack, and we were making some progress, but there was no more progress.
Yeah, sure.
Everything leveled out. Where we were running, I think it was 12th, was not going to get into the top 12.
Yeah, sure.
And then we're like, okay, well, let's put tires on it and hope for a yellow. And it was one of those surreal moments when you are like, we are in the pits, and all of a sudden I see a flashing yellow light. And it's like, I don't know if it's brain playing tricks on me, because that's what I'm hoping for. So it took me a couple of blinks before I realized it is now full course yellow. And that put us obviously in a real good position. So that moved us. Cars in front of us came in, so I think we were up to 6th or 7th.
Okay.
But we was the second car with the new tires on, and finished 3rd, which gave us that last point to make it in. So,
very, very cool.
Yeah. So that was that's one of those things you can't.
Are you doing road course only coaching?
Road course only.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they're done for road courses for the year, right?
Roval was the last one. They were just in Talladega.
Are you you kind of still plugged in on the team there?
Yeah, I talked to
following
them.
their progress?
Yeah, I talked to
Very cool.
Sammy and the drivers and text, just to kind of see what's going on. And if he makes it into the Final Four, I may go to Phoenix.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Did you get
Just
the chance?
as a, hang out and be part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you get the chance to get behind the wheel?
No, because there is no test.
Without being.
So I've driven TA2 cars, which are similar.
Okay.
But most of our time, actually, believe it or not, the coaching is in sim. Because there is no testing allowed. NASCAR is really kind of trying to keep the expenses down. So, and we make it a one-day event. Both West Coast races are all one day. We fly out the day before, stay overnight, and then it's practice, qualifying, and race.
Yeah.
And then a red-eye back.
Fascinating. Yeah.
So there is no testing. Everything is done at the GM Pratt & Miller and GM Tech Center. And it's funny, we are sitting to the left of the hallway, and right next to us, they're developing the Cadillac F1 car. So same.
You
kind
coaching them too?
No.
No. Okay.
That I think they got Simon Pagino as one of the.
Yeah, sure.
So they got that under control. What's interesting is, I don't know if you know that, but they're actually racing the race, or some of them, I don't know if they do all of them, at the same time the F1 race is going. So they have the engineers on the pit box actually making calls and all that, so they can get trained to when the real cars hit the track.
Very cool.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. We're going to start doing the same thing with WRL up here. We're going to get more Head Speedworks pit box. We're gonna stack it up here with all.
I know there are
all
some,
Chad's screens.
I know.
We're going to do it his way.
Yeah.
I like that. That's very cool, though. Very cool.
Yeah. So again, Connor Silich is one of the teammates for Juniors, and obviously he's
tremendous.
Tremendous. I'm able to use all his data to get us up to that point. So that's obviously been extremely helpful.
I mean, having seen Connor Silich's data, does it seem like he's got the goods?
He does.
Yeah.
I mean, I think one of the things. I already knew that before the data,
of course. Yeah.
because of what he has driven before, right?
Yeah.
And one of the things that really told me was that when he went Daytona and Sebring and ran, I believe he was the fastest silver driver, right? He hadn't really driven much LMP2 car.
Sure.
I mean, I've driven an LMP3 car.
Yeah.
And that thing has tremendous amount of downforce.
Yeah, sure.
I had to reprogram my,
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Because, turning in at high-speed stuff, I've never been in a car that's able to do that and stay on the road.
Your calling card is car control, right? Mechanical grip, managing mechanical grip and the car energy and that sort of thing. And when you throw downforce at it, I'm sure it's a completely different animal.
I mean, the way that it turns in on high speed, I'm like, my brain would say, well, if the front end's doing it, the rear end can't keep up with it. And it can, right? So my point with him is he did that at Daytona in an LMP2 car. So it wasn't just testing. He was actually racing. Granted, it wasn't his first time in an LMP2 car. But, I mean, he did extremely well, right? Same thing when he goes in and, drives the Xfinity cars, right? He's got that little extra speed, which has been extremely helpful for us to just find out a little bit about the brake release, the rolling of the speed, braking later, those things that, because obviously we're not looking for seconds. We're looking for, sometimes
hundreds and tens.
Yeah, hundreds and tens at most, right?
Yeah.
To get, so that's been fun to kind of peel that apart and then go back to the simulator to repeat it again, right? So, and then we also do some simulator runs where we're just trying not to introduce too much slip angle in the tire.
Okay.
Because one thing is to copy the lap time, but then do it over the long run, right?
Yeah.
So the deg of the tire comes into play too.
Of course.
So that was one of the things that we also worked a lot on. So we didn't fall off. We had the long run speed.
Very cool. Shift gears here very quickly, and then we'll let you get back to all things Moorhead and Janetta. You hosted a car control clinic down at Road Atlanta back in the end of July, right? During the WRL weekend. How'd it go?
I thought it went extremely well. It's a fun course, and it only takes one time where you save the car, especially at a place like Watkins Glen, right? Where it pays off 100-fold. And confidence that of having the car go a little sideways and catch it. Because what happens most of the time is some people will catch it but they're like, I don't know if I can do it again.
Yeah.
So they actually start slowing down, right? So if you get the
interesting.
confidence
Yeah.
in your car control, then it's just a little blip. You catch it, and okay, no big deal. You don't scare yourself. And so we do that obviously on a skid pad in a controlled environment where there's really nothing to hit.
Yeah.
Right. So now you can spin out, and I encourage that too.
Yeah,
right.
sure.
So people really get to try the limit. And then also, one of the things that I'm a big believer is the hands-over steering, where people are starting to shuffle and then they use the front end, and they don't know exactly where the tires are pointed, always knowing where the tire is.
Yeah.
So there's so many things that comes in that you can translate to the racetrack and the street.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you get good participation from people who are going to be there for the WRL weekend trying to sharpen themselves?
Yeah, we did.
Very good.
I thought, Charlie was happy with it, and I think, an event like that will gain momentum because the people will start to talk about how valuable it was for them, right? Because we do it over and over again.
Yeah.
A racetrack is a terrible place to learn car control.
Sure.
Yeah. So
I believe that. Road Atlanta especially is. Things happen fast.
Yeah. So and here too, so
absolutely.
in the wet. So I do them over the winter also.
Oh,
That's kind of how it all started. It was something I did over COVID, developed a program. And in the off season, I offer it about once a month where people, there's no HPDE or racing to go to.
Yeah.
So now they can work on their car control. It's not taking away a race weekend or an HPDE session or day for them. So, and now it's going to be something that will help them once the season starts.
If it's something somebody wanted to go learn a little bit more about, sign up for, etc., where can they do that, and what are your next events look like?
Yeah, so we don't have the winter schedule quite yet.
Okay.
Hopefully we'll have it soon. But they can go to johanschwartz.com, and that's where it's going to be.
Awesome.
And they can send an email if they want to be on the mailing list to johan@johanschwartz.com, and I'll keep them on the email list for that. Yeah, it's super valuable. If they rent a car, I think it's like $1,700. If they come with their own car, it's $1,000.
Fantastic.
But,
a couple of track days worth, and getting a life's or a career's worth of skills out of it.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
It only takes one time.
Yeah.
And you have no idea how many videos I've seen of people crashing that if they had better car control, it would not have been an impact.
Yeah.
Thousands of dollars and worse even injuries,
Yep. No, I got it. Makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Johan, thank you for coming up and stopping by here. I wouldn't say I quite bullied you like I did Sarah Montgomery a little bit earlier into coming up here yesterday, but I do appreciate you, thinking of us here at DriverSeye Live and spending some time with us on this Sunday afternoon.
That's awesome.
Yeah, appreciate
I
it.
always enjoy it. You guys do an awesome job.
Thank you. We really try. We do care about WRL and you guys who make it so special and what it is, and happy to engage with you.
WRL is good racing. I mean, you
Tremendous.
see now how competitive it is, right?
Did you watch the end of yesterday?
I
We didn't get
was
into
in the
the
car.
checker. Oh,
so
of course you are.
I heard about it.
Of course you were.
I heard about it. So it was, and that's what I mean. This type of racing. So now the fuel stops, right, are becoming so important because 30 seconds can be the difference easy, right? You saw I don't know what the win was yesterday, but
in GTO, I mean, it was they were nose to tail with a couple of seconds left, and with we had the one safety car there, but other than that, you're not really compressing the field as much as you otherwise might.
Yeah.
4 or 5 seconds every time you come into the pit lane really does add up.
It does.
Yep.
So
Johan,
excellent.
Thanks for stopping by, man.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
Best of luck to you the rest of the way.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Was Johan Schwartz there from Moorhead Speedworks. Of course, exploring some other projects as well with his car control clinic and coaching some road racing to some NASCAR drivers. I think many drivers in the NASCAR sort of realm employing the services of either a coach or somebody within their team who knows more about road racing as that becomes a bigger and bigger part of that championship. Much to the chagrin of many, indeed. Jordan agrees. He says he doesn't like road racing in NASCAR either.
It's okay. Jordan could be wrong.
Yep, that's fine. 6 is the right amount when you have a 45 race calendar.
Jordan,
it's
is 6 too
36?
many because you then have to use a different hand or foot to count? Come on.
Well, yeah, the problem was, and they kind of fixed it for next year, that there was 4 in like a 8-week stretch.
Agreed. That was
Yeah,
my
that's
problem.
too much.
Yeah,
that
was a
my
little.
issue.
Yeah, that's a bit.
Next year
only
they
issue
fixed
was
it, but
it needs to be spread out. You need to have, your short, short speedway, then maybe your super speedway, then a road course or whatever. But it shouldn't be like consistently back to back. Oh, we keep doing the exact same thing for the month of July or whatever it is.
There was a 2-month stretch there where it's like, have we run an oval lately? So that's why they moved this race to April.
Yep.
Watkins Glen, April.
April at the Glen, live. Bryn, of course, says he's going to eat some lunch. It's about 11:46 local. It is a bit early for lunch. You're absolutely right. Oh, 12:46. Oh, see, I can't even do math. I'm out on math. 2 hours 13 to go. I think this might be a good time for a break here, and then we'll reset. JT and I will give you a little rundown, try to find some close battles to talk about. El Diablo only a 2.25 seconds behind the Primetime Motorsports GP1 car. So if we could find that before we go, that would be fantastic here on the World Racing League, part of the DriversEye Live network of channels. Jordan, you're looking for the number 48 El Diablo. That's the bright green
with a black front
BMW.
bumper.
Yep.
Chartreuse.
Chartreuse, sure.
And then the white and red Ford Mustang. Chev
Down into 1. El Diablo just one. Oh, no. Sorry.
That's it.
No, there it is.
Yep. That's
They're going for the move.
Yeah, there it is. Oh, so that's the move
done.
right there. We found it just in time. That's the pass made. So that BMW right there, the lighter green, the El Diablo Motorsports entry, now takes 5th position. I reckon they're going to start to walk away from the number 96 here.
Yeah, it's going to be
a little bit of traffic though.
Here.
Trying to see a BMW draft off of a NP01 is a sight to behold, let me tell you.
Holds on to it.
There we are. And now enough of a gap there, I think, that as soon as that GTU car scampers out of the way, I think he'll be in some clear air. And we'll run pretty good lap times here. Yep, indeed, the gap already growing substantially. So we'll take a break here from the Glen Continental. Only 2 hours and a bit to go of racing action this weekend. We'll be right back here on the World Racing League.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back to the World Racing League. The Watkins Glen, the Glen Continental. The last day of racing action here for WRL on the East Coast, as it were. We're going to be. Is Sebring part of the East Coast, or is that the Southeast?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. Well, the second to last weekend of racing on the East Coast until we go to Sebring here in a few weeks' time. And then from Sebring, of course, we'll head to our finale, the Natty, as it were, at Circuit of the Americas.
At Circuit of the Americas?
Circuit of the Americas, which is currently hosting the MSC Cruises United States Grand Prix. The MSC Cruises Formula One United States Grand Prix.
Ooh.
Can you imagine a more worthless sponsorship opportunity than naming a Grand Prix? Nobody ever uses the sponsor name. In contrast to something like NASCAR, where they'll talk about how XYZ driver won the 1987 Coke Zero 400.
At the same time, though, that also comes with a lot of sponsorship banners around the track. So, I mean, it pays off that way.
Sure. I think that we should start centering our camera shots on sponsorship banners, just like Formula One does.
Here
Yeah,
we go.
Yeah, there you go. Mission.
This is the Mission tortilla chips straight away.
It's one of those things that you don't notice on a Formula One broadcast until somebody points it out, and then you can't unsee it for the rest of your life. How much time they spend. Yeah, exactly. Where they'll watch the car go by, and then they'll start to casually zoom back to whatever the sponsor logo is. And I can't imagine that builds that much more value in the sponsorship placement. Like, I really don't think that matters. Like, it's one thing to have them positioned well in the shot, but this, like, extra bit they do where they pan the camera to, like, that's not necessary. I don't know. That strikes me as like a Bernie Ecclestone idea that he just threw out in some meeting, and then they all did it, and now they continue to do it. Which was why I enjoyed watching the Japanese Grand Prix for a long time, because it used to be, and I don't know if it's still the case, that Fuji TV did the TV for the Japanese Grand Prix and not FOM. But I think that has changed in the last couple of years. So now the only broadcast that's any good is Monaco, which is done by... which TV company is it that does Monaco? It's one of the French ones. But they're the ones that always do the creative camera angles, and they'll, like, show the top of the hill from a camera in the marina. Like, it's like a really interesting angle that nobody ever uses.
Yeah, there's been some complaints lately of too much focus on celebrities or drivers' girlfriends in the paddock while not watching overtakes on track.
Ooh, in 2023 they stopped that. No longer does Tele Monte Carlo do the production. It is now FOM.
That makes sense. They'd want everything to be done in-house under their own banner. They're greedy like that.
On one hand, I understand that you want it to be a consistent product across the thing, but when the consistent product is bad, when I don't enjoy the consistent product, I have no desire for it to be consistent. Fuji TV does still produce and broadcast the Japanese Grand Prix.
Moorhead on pit lane. Or most likely leaving pit lane at the moment. It's going to be interesting to see how some of these GTO cars converge over the next 2 hours. Relatively, moderate-sized gaps right now between like the 2 from ACP, the 119 from AE Victory Racing, and the 291 of Moorhead Speedworks. They're spread out some 20 seconds each, but it's not going to take too much effort to start to have those gaps close, as the final drivers start to be put in the cars, and they really start to push as we get towards that final hour, the final stint.
Yep.
92 Mustang goes through the shot there. I'm expecting that to come in relatively soon for their stop. It was a while ago that PMW Motorsports did their service. So once the 92 is done, that's going to put the 72 back up into 8th in GTO. The 91, I believe, either on pit road or has just serviced. Ooh, slow Diablo having a moment here. Some sort of tire issue they're trying to shake loose possibly, or is it a fuel issue? Oh, that's not a good place to come to a stop. Hopefully he can get up the hill here.
Right. So after having made that pass, now we're running into trouble. Ooh, not quite.
He tried to pull off. That's going to be a...
It'll be a full course yellow.
Yeah, as long as cars are coming through without traffic, they should be able to see the car just fine. But yeah, if you have traffic or people, you know, fighting out of turn 1, that can be a very, very dangerous situation there. Yep, as we do in fact go full course yellow. Code 35.
Well, kind of let the air out of your balloon here a little bit. As JT was mentioning, this is a good time. You can take a pit stop here and then probably make it on one more. You're just inside that 2-hour window. A wide mix of safety vehicles here at Watkins Glen. Not a single unified brand. Yeah, Fuji TV is no longer the producer of the Japanese Grand Prix. It stopped in 2011.
Okay.
So, Monaco was the last one. So an unfortunate result for El Diablo here. If they hadn't taken that penalty, they would probably be in second right now. Behind Edge Autosports, who is 2 laps clear of the rest of the field, maybe 1, depending on how the timing shakes out. But they probably are in second position right now, but unfortunately a passing under yellow penalty, and then now this is going to relegate this to a forgettable weekend, I reckon, as far as results are concerned.
Gentlemen, had we noticed the number 2 made a pit stop about 2 laps ago?
I did not know.
No.
Wait, it's showing that it's pit now?
It's on its out lap.
Okay.
Okay.
Right, so it was into the pit lane. But what that means is that they were in under green,
right.
While the 70, the 119, and presumably also the
291.
The
291 are a pit. So yeah, the 77 will benefit.
They will all benefit from this by pitting under the code 35. 119 has already been sent, and the number 2 is nowhere in sight. So that will almost certainly promote the 119 up to 3rd place in GTO.
I think, Jordan, we could go to one... Ooh, no, they've already recovered the car. I was going to say we could do one more ad and then go ad-free, but that car is already under tow and going to be pulled into the paddock, and we can go back to green here very quickly, I would imagine. So Kingpin, I don't think is going to get the chance to pit here under this yellow if we go back really fast. So that may catch them out as well, because AE Victory has made their stop. The 70 of round 3 has made their stop.
They should have had enough time to respond by now.
Yeah, and they're due as well. So I think this is going to catch them out. Shorter yellows today, making it a harder decision, or I would hope an easier decision, that as soon as it goes yellow, you pit right away. But I think that's going to cost them. So we have a potential situation here where after the pit cycle, AE Victory might be up into second position, which could set up a nice little fight at the end of the race for second. I think round 3 is going to be just enough ahead that it'll be difficult to reel them in over the last 2 hours. And again, round 3 usually closes with Cole Lofsgaard, who is rapid in that car. I'm going to ask this question. Oh, go ahead.
PC comes out ahead of Palomar here as we go back to green.
Oh, that's a fairly quick yellow.
Yeah, that's important. So that allows PC Racing to retain second place.
Yeah.
But the gap right there is 1 second.
Well, and remember, earlier on, they did have a the PC car did have a pace advantage over the... I'm sorry, Palomar had a pace advantage over PC. That may not be the case here anymore.
Right.
Yeah, that was 2 stints ago. This last stint,
2 stints,
it was the other way around.
Got it. 77 did not make it in before the green flag flew.
Wow.
So Kingpin...
Caught out.
This is... well, I don't know that they had a choice. Like, they were going to have to pit here, but I think the yellow was so relatively short that they didn't even have the chance to get around to pit lane and get the stop made before they threw the green flag.
4.5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, but what's a full course yellow time? 4:50? 5 minutes?
Yeah, if they had just gone past, then...
I mean, yeah,
4:34 appears to be the time. What was their last lap?
Yeah, 4:34 plus the 30 seconds when the 48 was coming to a stop there.
Yeah, I think that's part of it too. You should be watching the broadcast, like genuinely, especially at a Code 35 track. You should be watching the broadcast and making pit calls based on that. There's
fair.
no question. They do it in IndyCar, and I think IndyCar they play games with it a little bit.
Yeah.
But every other racing series does it, where you see somebody crash, and a lot of times you'll have people dive for the pits before they even call the yellow, because they know that this is coming.
Well, you kind of have to. Like, you have to anticipate.
Exactly, yeah.
Which is why waiting to throw a yellow to let a full cycle of pit stops play out is just manipulation.
Yes.
Like, you have to take things as they present themselves to you, and like, I just can't stand it. Anyway,
right.
That now puts round 3 on a lap of their own.
Right. No, it makes the battle for second the battle.
Oh,
and that's going to be TC Klein.
Yes, it is. 112
at the pit exit.
Jordan, are you suggesting they came from left to right there across the track trying to get to a place of safety? Yeah.
So this is going to lead to another yellow.
Almost certainly.
Adding insult to injury for Kingpin.
For Kingpin. Unbelievable. They could have waited another lap.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. You can't make
course.
that decision. Like, that's not a thing, but that's unfortunate for them.
Yeah. Oh, they are moving.
Oh, they're moving. They got going.
Restarted.
Got to hit Control-Alt-Delete.
Do they make the hard right-hand turn here?
Yeah, I suspect that's going to be the case.
Yep.
They're going to be able to pull off.
Okay.
All right, that's good.
So we've avoided a Code 35 for that, which is tremendous. Didn't mention, by the way, Velocity Club Motorsports did not pit under the Code 35 and have inherited 3rd place in GP2.
AE Victory now officially takes second position over Kingpin. And ACP with Tangerine Associates goes ahead of Kingpin as well. So Kingpin now down into 4th.
Yeah.
I think they will come out near-ish Moorhead Speedworks.
They should be ahead of it.
Well, we would see them right here if they were, and this is the Moorhead car.
Yeah, but this is Moorhead.
Oh, but we're not, yeah, that's right, we're on the back, yeah. And indeed, they do. They are ahead of Moorhead, so that drops them down to 4th, just on bad timing. But the number 2 also had caught the bad timing. So the 77 there has lost out to the number 2 in a big way. By the result of them both pitting, under green. Now, ACP with Tangerine Associates is only 8 seconds behind the number 119 of AE Victory. That battle for second there is going to be one that we're going to watch moving forward.
Palomar did not pit under the full course yellow.
Maybe they think they can wait a little bit longer and then only stop one more time.
It's, according to our number, they were last in 30 laps ago.
Interesting.
I feel like the Palomar BMWs usually go about an hour and a half.
Hour and a half. I've seen them do like an hour 40 at the racetrack. That's why I'm thinking they might just wait here. And the splash wouldn't have been worth it. I mean, I don't know. I guess one fuel jug to get you to a safer number, especially if you're not losing that much under yellow.
Yeah, no. Because at that point, the only time loss is basically your fuel flow.
I think that is a... forget it. I'm just going to be direct. I think that's a very stupid game to play with code 35s.
To not pit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're more... frankly, I think you should pit every time. Like, regardless, I think you should just default come in under code 35. That should be your starting point. There is zero reason, especially more than halfway through a stint, for you to be risking having to pit under green. Look what it did to Kingpin.
Right.
Like, I just cannot... I cannot fathom a world where you in any way risk... What if we get another 45-minute green flag run here?
But that would have put them, I guess, do you care about track position in WRL? Maybe, maybe not. But I think if they had made a stop there, that puts them behind Blaze. That takes them off the podium.
I mean, what difference
they're both
does it make if they make the stop here versus...
Because they're both still going to have to make one more stop. So if they think they can do... Yeah, exactly. If they think they can do an hour and 45, and they can just do it with one more stop instead of adding a stop and however much time the fuel flow takes...
that matters so much less than how much are you going to be able to make your next stop under a code 35. When the opportunity presents itself to make
I think the odds say yes, but...
Yeah. What? I don't know. No, I don't think so. Not today.
Well, I mean, we've had enough. They haven't been 20 minutes long, but we've had enough cars conk out, and it is a Sunday. We are late in the season where people are starting to get, I understand why they made the decision they did. Would I have made it? Probably not. But I think there is an angle where you can.
Yeah, I aggressively don't understand.
Well, and that's why we're different, folks.
We're just built different.
We're just built different. Brendan just doesn't have that dog in him to go for the bold move.
Yeah. You know who else does not have that dog in him? Penn State Nittany Lions.
That's... You know who should have that dog in him? Who should? Now that she's here, I don't know if you've told her or not. Layla. Layla, do you have that dog in you to practice on iRacing for 3 months? That way you can get into the
did you hear this
AE
discussion
victory?
earlier? Two. Yeah.
Hello?
A little quiet,
Hello?
but yeah.
We'll bring the level
Hello, Mom?
Hello.
Did you not hear our discussion earlier about having you sign up for the AE Victory Racing Shootout?
Did you want me to sign up for it?
Ryan was curious as to whether or not it was something that would be feasible.
No.
I think it would
What?
be.
No.
No? All right.
I'm not an iRacer.
No,
Not yet. Not yet.
I guess, you know what? I probably...
Sorry, Layla, can you speak up? I have a really hard time hearing someone who doesn't believe in themselves.
Amen. Amen. Got him.
It sounds like someone's favorite ginger talking to someone's second favorite ginger.
Redheads got to stick together.
Yikes. I
don't know. This conversation's a little soulless.
Ooh. That's below the belt, Kazmarek.
I don't care. It's 1 o'clock
You're
on
married,
Sunday
it's fine.
afternoon. Can't
You
hurt
gotta be
me.
careful, or you're gonna wake up without a mustache, sir.
No, Layla prefers the mustache.
Yeah, it's not. It's
Yeah.
not good. The no shave is not a good look. To answer your question about whether I have that dog in me or not, I probably could have that dog in me, but I don't. I'm much more of a cat, so I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means either. If I'm
I
being
saw
honest.
I
some.
got that cat in me.
I saw some
And I
kittens
think that's
this
just
morning.
being scared and hiding under rocks.
Okay, but think about the content. Think about that as a content opportunity.
Having
You
that
do
cat.
some iRacing. We get Scott Michaels to coach you. You have that drama, obviously.
I don't think Scott has the patience to.
No, see, that's the point. It would
Coach
be
me.
funny, right? That's the content.
Is
you
the
you
idea?
do your run up. You get to go to the shootout. You do the
Listen.
shootout. It's a good time with all the ladies. Like
If
that would
Scott
make-
can't coach me, I think that's not happening.
I was gonna say Scott. My dog bit Scott. Like I'm not sure. I'm not
You're
sure.
I didn't hear about that.
Yeah,
What?
our dog got a little chomping on Scott's thigh when he came to
I don't
visit.
think Scott really likes like us, particularly me, because
No, Scott likes us.
The only one here Scott doesn't like is me, and that's fine.
Scott definitely doesn't like our 13-year-old German Shepherd Grace. Shouts to Grace.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, listen, I would love the opportunity to create live content from the Victory Racing shootout. I think it'd be really compelling, and also the media aspect of things is not insignificant, theoretically. You know.
Yeah.
But that's also not my call.
This is true.
Maybe we develop a plan there.
There could be things to be developed.
Yeah.
Development.
Development.
So Layla, are you in or no? You don't want to be the main?
Do I have to have an answer like right now?
I'll tell you what. I'll boot up Assetto Corsa. We'll do some GT4 laps at Indy Motorsports Ranch, and let's make a decision after
Sounds
that.
good. Sounds
good.
good.
Perfect. Can we live stream that? Can we Twitch that?
She
Can
needs to
Jordan
start like
stream? No,
everybody
do
else
iRacing.
at Life
Is there? I
Do
mean,
iRacing and have Jordan do a bottom split of it. Let's go.
Yes.
TNT graphics, please, Jordan.
Dead last.
Lime Rock Park. Let's go.
I'm here for it.
All right.
It's a good time.
I agree
All right.
to that. I agree
Thank you,
to that.
Layla. I appreciate
That.
you.
I don't. I don't have an answer for like the full question, but I do agree to what Brendan's proposition was.
Boot up
here's the
Assetto
deal.
Corsa and do laps at
Yeah.
Indy Motorsports.
If I had come up with this idea when Sarah was around, I feel like Sarah would have been like, "Oh my gosh, yeah, you should do that." Like,
Well, we effectively bullied her into coming over here yesterday, so I feel like she would then
Bully you.
repay
Yeah.
the bullying.
oh yeah,
Bullies
100%.
Eye Live. Stay toxic, ladies.
Oh no, trouble.
Oh, code 35?
Oh no.
No? What is
No.
the flag?
Just
Is that a
waving.
flagger holding a very lazy flag? What is that? What's
It is
that?
a purple flag.
Yeah, okay. I'm not going
Boy.
insane. Put that
What?
down.
Okay.
Gotta hide that, man.
Did you share the tidbit of information from yesterday?
Oh, that's a
Which-
yellow.
The amount of green flag racing we did?
I did not. So what are we seeing here? What am I... I think it's
I
just
think
a
they're just
flagger who
organizing.
doesn't have his flags under control.
No.
Yes.
They might just be in resting position.
Parade rest.
Yes, but in resting position absolutely cannot
be a
ever
bit
be
more hidden.
perceived as being
Yeah.
a waved flag. And if we're sitting here confused about it, like there's a non-zero chance that driver on track
Yeah.
is going to see the same thing.
Drivers.
You think
don't
drivers
look at
watch the flag stands? Yeah.
True. Yeah. And when we're not doing that on Flagtronics doesn't accidentally wave a flag.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
Layla, I appreciate your time and attention to this matter.
You're welcome.
Oh, we've got trouble over here at Turn 8, guys. Jeez.
Oh, and her. Whoa. Wow.
Yeah, it's really windy.
Yeah, so wind was definitely picking up when I was outside before. I mean, the flags across.
Yes, I mean,
Bad.
there's an American flag, a Canadian flag, and a New York State flag across from us here that were, I would say, billowing vigorously earlier in the day, and now they're just straight out.
Yeah.
There they are. You see them. You see it.
One hand in the air for the big city.
Detroit?
That's Alicia Keys.
Yeah. Aaliyah Keys.
No, Alicia.
No.
Rest in
Alicia.
peace.
No, she's not dead. Alicia Keys.
Aaliyah is.
Aaliyah is. Alicia Keys is.
You think I don't have a mental catalog of every famous person who's died in a plane crash ever?
I know.
I just had an. Who was it I was having a discussion? Was it us? Was it us at Utah that had the discussion about Payne Stewart? Or is that somebody else?
I had that conversation with you, I think.
I don't recall.
Somebody tried to engage me on the Payne Stewart plane crash recently, but maybe I don't think it was you. Maybe it was. Were you just thinking about Payne Stewart recently?
I mean, it's happened.
And maybe it was you, and I preempted the entire discussion with every fact about it. Like, there was no opportunity to teach me something new about it because immediately I launched into everything I've ever heard.
I've never tried to.
That's the Tylenol.
I was just going to say, this segment brought to you by Tylenol. 100%. 100%.
Oh, God.
Oh, Mike Anderson says, we aggressively enjoy the discussion of the strategery. I did forget somebody from Palomar has been listening to this entire chat and me smack-talking their decision-making on pit lane. Or calling out their decision-making on pit lane, I guess. I don't get it. Erwin, I'm sorry. Yes, we're discussing things that have absolutely nothing to do in the race. It's because we do this for 15 hours at a time. What, like...
How's he new to this?
I was going to say, that's the other part of this. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt. Quite literally, man.
Yeah, literally has the t-shirt. Or you should know better.
Erwin, do you wear the t-shirt around, or is that like a
He said
night
in
shirt?
Utah he was watching the race while wearing the t-shirt. Like,
Yeah, but does he like wear that out to bars and stuff, or like is that just like an at-home shirt? You know,
People are asking, Erwin.
many people are saying he loves the t-shirt.
Well, I mean, based on how this season's going, I'd wear that instead of a Hamburg SV t-shirt.
Wow.
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 He said exactly.
Still wears it regularly.
Excellent.
Erwin kind of strikes me as Dutch JT. And I'm not really sure what that means.
What does that mean?
Erwin's my third favorite redhead? I'm certain Erwin is not a redhead.
Erwin, are you a redhead? People are asking.
I love the way those leaves get kicked up in front of that camera there.
Is it 'cause
Every
they're
time
red?
somebody pushes out a little bit further.
Starting to learn that Brendan really does have a type, let me tell you.
Yes. JT, that was perfect. Could not have better. Could not have had a better tone.
And it wasn't meant to be part of that conversation. It was me trying to figure out what happened in 119.
No, then if it was inadvertent, couldn't have been better.
I know. I realized that after once the laughter started, I'm like, oh yeah.
It's very funny.
But no, JT's trying to figure out why the 119 has been dropping from second.
Because it's stationary in the pit lane. And no attention being paid to it at all.
Oh no.
Is it on the naughty step?
No, it's on the not working step, it appears. The broken step.
Sucks.
Now goes. Well,
it's going to promote ACP with Tangerine Associates up into second place.
Keeping the third and Moorhead the fourth.
Let's see what happens here. End of the pit lane. Do they make the hard right-hand turn into the paddock? No, they don't.
We're going to keep going. Keep on trucking. Oof.
Yeah, that is not the direction I anticipated this battle going.
No.
Primary benefactor there. Well, I mean, first off, there's really nothing good that can come out of that for AE victory. Right, it's not like it even gets them into a window where they can do it on one fewer stop, because I think everybody was in a space where they could make it on just one more.
One stop, yeah.
Yeah.
And now they're top under green, too, so they're
exactly, right?
Guaranteed
so if
downside.
you're going to look for the silver lining here, I'm just not seeing one, unfortunately.
Yep. You don't have the playbook open?
Oh, playbook's open, and the playbook says
silver
hit under
linings
code
playbook.
35. Is that a movie?
Yes.
Okay. Take your word for it.
All right.
You ever notice Red Mist webpage and the Red Mist app use different shades of green?
Yes.
I just noticed this.
Let's look at Palomar right behind Blaze, but running 2 seconds a lap slower.
That's because Blaze just took that position on the last lap.
That's what I figured.
Yeah,
That's
changed
what
for
I figured.
third. Really need to do the Joseph here and just focus in on the script that's in front of me.
Yes.
So I notice when things actually happen rather than afterwards by accident.
You ever just lock in?
I am incapable of locking in, Ryan.
That's the
Tylenol.
Yeah.
Tylenol tornado here at turn 9.
I feel like the Tylenol helps with that.
That's true. Well, but if you get bored of it
cast
really
going
quickly,
on over here.
if
What?
you get bored
Millennial
of it quickly,
cast
then
going on over here.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh
no.
Back. Yeah, we're coming back in here.
That's
There's an
bad.
ongoing issue with that one, number 119. But now, let's see if I'm going to keep eyes on it and see if we can catch what the solution is. Nobody's run out the... Oh, no, makes the early right-hand turn to the garage. Oh, well, we're going the wrong way through the garage lanes, which is not ideal either. Well, yeah, tough end of the day. Obviously, they did have this back at Utah, remember. They won on the Sunday, but had the late issue on Saturday. That kind of took them out of contention. So this is not necessarily unheard of. And it is still
having
endurance
20 race
racing,
weekends,
remember.
indeed, is not unheard of.
Indeed. It is racing. Racing is also this. Racing is mostly this, to be fair.
Yep. Talking to your boys about tangentially related racing topics.
I mean, this is fundamentally podcasting with some race
I was going to say, we're fully into Tylenol cast mode. Let's talk trains. Brendan, have you rode the new Acela yet?
No. I'm not. Genuinely my only train interest / train take is, number one, I still want to try Train Sim World at some point. I haven't played that ever.
It's exhausting.
But but so is Flight Simulator, and I enjoy that. So,
No,
yeah.
at least Flight Simulator, you can be like, I'm going to go look at that thing. And you can go do it. Train Sim World, it's like, well, I want to use the Cal train, so I guess I'm going to have to look at San Francisco to San Jose. Those are my choices.
Right. You don't get the variety.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, because you got to build each individual, I almost called it a stage route, I guess.
Yeah.
Anyway, my only other take related to trains is that if you build a remote rental car center, you have to have a train that connects it to the terminal.
Yes.
Shuttle buses are not an option. That's literally the only train take I have.
All right. Don't disagree with that.
What do you think the train situation is at Ski Pole? Erwin. You interested to know more about that? Rental cars at Ski Pole? Oh my. Slightly slow Bruce Innovations 555. Creating a very dramatic cut there to the inner loop as Automatic, round 3 et al. Work their way through at the exit of the chicane. Should we talk about Porsche exiting from WEC next?
They're not really. Here's my take on that. Yes. Number one, yes. Number two, I don't think they're really exiting because, as Audi told us in like 2012, these cars are just too complicated to run without a factory advisor present. And they're not running the car, but if you go to any of the customer teams they're inevitably going to have, which is going to be a lot of them, they're all going to have Porsche engineers there anyway. So like this is a
but
non-story.
they can't run.
They can't. They just need 2
Yes,
cars.
they can. Yeah, exactly.
So Proton could run in WEC if they ran 2 cars.
And that's the other thing. You're going to tell me that Proton is your customer team? Okay. Sure, Proton's a customer team. Wink, wink. Pratt Miller, oh, we're a customer team of Chevy. Wink, wink.
I mean,
no, they're
but,
not.
But Porsche
Porsche
made
is
the
a customer
decision.
team. Wink.
Porsche made the decision to stop spending the money. So do you really think they're going to throw more money at Proton to run more cars?
No, they're just Proton's going to get a really good deal on the support that they weren't getting before. The support will become incredibly cheap for Proton.
I don't know about that.
I do.
I mean, they're going to have Porsche engineers anyway, right? So like,
right, and they're not going to charge an arm and a leg for it because they still want people to run the car because they've already built the car. So they want there to be a consistent run of them buying parts, etc. And if they don't get anybody to buy the parts, they won't have the cars out there. So they need the cars to run. They'll give engineering support. It'll be 40%. They'll still give drivers. They're still going to give engineers. Like, it's not really a customer program. They'll still be there. They'll still have a favorite car.
Skeptical.
I don't. It's Proton, dude. They're already the Porsche team.
I understand that. I just remain skeptical that Porsche is going to throw any support behind a customer effort if they aren't the ones in control of the program.
They will be in control of the program. They will be picking the drivers. They will be because they want to grandstand about BOP. That's why.
So do you think this is a way for them to basically back out of half of their Penske arrangement because it's too expensive and throw their money somewhere else?
Yes.
Interesting.
So at the same time, they still have a number of drivers that they're going to want to retain.
Yep.
We should also try to keep an eye out for the GTU battle. Oh no, that's actually over.
So to that, full course yellow.
Yeah, that is for the 157. No regs. Unfortunately, has no gear or something.
No.
Stopped at turn 9. Is the log?
Unfortunately, that's not the first time they've stopped there.
Yeah. Question is, where are they?
Did they just? Was that them just going through 10 there? Maybe they got going again. Or are they off to the right here through the escape road or the NASCAR
that's
course?
PC. Oh no, they must be parked up here at the top of the hill. Well, if we wait another hour and a half, the camera will be pointed down far enough that we might actually be able to see it. 70 is in.
But yeah, Porsche's going to want to retain their drivers. They're going to need to race somewhere. It would not be the first time that Porsche is sending factory drivers to go to Porsche teams that are not fully factory supported otherwise.
I agree with you. The case that was made on a podcast I listened to recently was, number one, having a Porsche factory drive is not the golden ticket that it used to be.
No.
Right? It doesn't give you, like, it's not a giant leg up in your career. It's not the only place that's going to pay you lots of money to race their cars. Tire change on the 70, by the way. There are other manufacturers, and more manufacturers now than there ever were, that run simultaneous GT and prototype programs, or at least one of those, right? And with genuine factory interest in maintaining those programs. 77 is into the lane as well. That's great. Also, Ford is about to be hiring a lot. Hyundai is hiring actively. McLaren is going to be hiring actively. And I wonder if, just by virtue of the fact that Porsche is a little bit wishy-washy about whether or not they're going to be spending money in Europe and globally beyond just their existing IMSA program, if it's because of the changing priorities at Porsche, let's say, if the manufacturers that are jumping into the pool with both feet first are a significantly more attractive option financially or long-term for young drivers' careers than banking on something from Porsche.
I mean, that may be but I still think that they'll employ a number of drivers, that they'll make sure that they have landing spots because there's contracts involved that they can't just get out of.
And there are drivers that they're not going to want to let go. Like, they're not letting Kevin Estre go to McLaren.
Right.
Like, they'll pay to keep him.
I'd also argue that Porsche is by far one of the most consistent presence in top-tier motorsports over decades.
Yes.
Because, you know, Ford's going to come and go. Honda probably going to come and go. McLaren, same thing. All those manufacturers that are going to come and go, ebb and flow in terms of how much of a presence they're going to want to make at that kind of level. Whereas Porsche, I believe, has been by far the most consistent manufacturer at that tier of motorsports.
Sure, and you're going to get thrown at GT3, like the 24 Hours of Dubai, or you know, other
Nürburgring or
Nürburgring,
Spa, whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're going to get thrown at all kinds of GT3 races if you're on Porsche's payroll. That you may not. Although I mean, we've talked about this many times before, but Ford is probably most closely mirroring what Porsche is doing at the moment, and I can certainly see a world where pursuing that Ford career, or pursuing a Ford career, Ford employment, is highly, highly beneficial to somebody that certainly over the next 4 to 5 years, where it seems like Ford's commitment is going to play out almost inevitably as a net positive. You know,
So
I can't
just looking,
Go ahead.
Just looking at the entry lists. In the FIA, or in the WEC, you have Proton. They'll get a second car. There's no way Porsche doesn't want that car at Le Mans, guaranteed. So at a minimum, I guarantee they will give Proton an incredible deal to run the second car. That way they can still be at Le Mans and they can talk about how they won, even though they're not spending the money. So that's one. And then you've also got, if you look at IMSA, Proton only runs one car. I think that will change. I think they'll run 2 cars in IMSA.
I don't.
And I also think that JDC Miller, who currently runs one 963 and an LMP2 car, could easily be talked into running 2 963s instead of one and then the other, and just minimize their parts cart effectively. That's to say nothing of like Iron Dames or Iron Lynx. Whoever's running the Lamborghini team now has nothing to do. They'll be looking for an opportunity.
Apparently there are questions over the long-term future and viability of Iron Lynx as well.
Well, I'm not surprised by that, unfortunately, given the way that that kind of shattered in the last couple of years. Is that the announcement? Oh my god, I figured it out. That's it. AE Victory next year is getting a 963.
That's it.
WRL.
We did it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
That's why the 71 is for sale. It's because Trimtex in round 3 are going to go pick up a 963. We cracked the code, guys.
We got him, dude.
Yeah.
AO Racing. Here's the problem. Here's the real problem. There are, and I know this now firsthand, having dealt with the POC and PCA, there's enough Porsche nerds that would absolutely jump on the opportunity of like, oh, I get to run the Porsche LMP car, and you could sell that seat all day. Like if Proton or AO or any of the other teams that run the Porsche right now, like bought one and wanted to run it, they'd find people lining up.
How many spec 991.2 Cup drivers would you want to put behind the wheel of a 963?
I don't care. They're going to pay for it. It doesn't really matter. Like it's not my problem.
Fair.
They're going to say they want to be able to do it, and they're going to let them. Like it's fine.
So I would argue that you will most likely not see Proton and IMSA next season. Their goal this year was to run the endurance races, and you may have noticed, but they skipped the last 2 of them.
Yeah, that's true. But there's no way Porsche will allow there to not be a good competitive GTP in IMSA. They're not going to leave it up.
No, Penske's there.
Penske will still be running in IMSA.
Oh, they'll still be running in IMSA. Okay, I thought they were
only running
both
IMSA.
of them.
Yeah, and that's the whole. That's the whole
it.
cornerstone of this. Is they're still running IMSA. They are making the active decision to not run WEC and therefore not run Le Mans next year.
Then yeah, it'll be Proton. Then that even makes me more confident that it'll just be Proton.
Yes, Proton will move the car from IMSA to go run in WEC, so they'd run 2 cars.
I don't even think they'll
that is
do
my
that.
belief.
I think they'll leave that car there for Penske to have a spare, and I think they'll wheel those 2 cars down the paddock from Penske down to
You don't think between
Proton.
now and 2027, WEC's not going to come up with a rule that says, well, they have to be factory entered or factory blessed
exactly,
or whatever?
and because it's Proton, they'll be able to call it factory in like 5 seconds.
I know.
They'll make one paperwork change, and they'll be like, "Oh, look, it's the factory team now." Like that, they're not going to actually cancel. There's no way. They've put too much effort into it.
My vaguely cynical take is that I think that they're just looking for a backdoor out of the Penske contract. And, well, if we can get out of the expensive
Oh, you mean
one.
noted cheater, Roger Penske?
Well, he fired Tim Cindric, remember?
Well, you have to build that culture somewhere.
Yeah, sure. I have a suspicion that they're just looking to save a couple tens of millions of dollars not paying Penske.
Yeah.
I think they'll save a little bit of money, but it'll be Proton will be the de facto factory team. It's not, there's on no planet is it going to be like an actual privateer. No.
Well, no. The bigger question is, do they run WEC or Le Mans at all?
Yes.
Well,
it's moved out further.
If we could have had that 10 minutes ago, we could have seen the no rags car.
Right.
Yeah.
It's so windy up there.
I do want to bring our attention to GTU real quick.
Sure.
The top 3 are within 17 seconds of each other. Unfortunately, the 58 does seem to be losing ground in that 3rd place position. However, the 59, the 2nd place car, last time through was over a second quicker than our lead 60 car. So that's going to be a relatively good fight that we have here in the final, hour 20 minutes.
If you want to talk about endurance teams that aren't long for this world, let me point you towards Peugeot Total Energies.
I think they're going to continue to throw money at it.
Yes.
And
By
just
the
keep
sound of it, they are
a very square wheel. I think
they
calculus,
guessed wrong.
the normal
They
calculus
guessed
does
wrong.
not apply to French manufacturers here.
Okay, but by the same token, they had basically already spent all of the reasonable money in 2009 or whatever, or 2010, and they canceled the program anyway. Like, it.
No, they got a year out of the program.
And then canceled
the
it
revised car in
quickly.
2011?
Right, and then all of a sudden they were like, "Oh, just kidding, we're not doing it because money," even though they had already spent all the money.
They said they had to, for whatever reason, leave because of financial things to concentrate on the commercial market. But they did say they'd be back, and they
did come back. That's true. Counterpoint: Stellantis is in terrible condition right now, and not going to be keen on continuing to throw money at nothing.
It sounds like they are actually quite interested in continuing. That's it. That's at least the stuff I've been hearing. And yeah.
I think they have a really good driver lineup too, which is unfortunate. Like, hey, that should be a car that's doing really well, but they planned that car poorly.
Yeah, I mean, you're trying to make a square peg fit into a round hole. Right?
Right. It was a good idea.
The car was designed
but,
to do something different.
Yeah.
It didn't do the thing they wanted it to do,
Right.
so they revised it, but the core concept was still something that wasn't meant to work, or didn't work.
Yeah.
Right, so now you've either got to continue to try to adapt and just be lackluster, or, well, mediocre. They're not lackluster. They're mediocre, or you've got to start from scratch and do it all over again.
I think they would have got a lot of mileage out of branding that an SRT and running one in IMSA.
I don't disagree.
Here's the thing. I would argue Peugeot's turned things around, judging by the last 2 rounds in WEC. So, I mean, I'd say, yeah.
Right, but
I don't see
Stellantis
them.
hasn't turned things around is the problem. That's the primary issue, is that Stellantis has no money because they make rental cars that are terrible. And they've been offered a lifeboat by the Trump administration by rolling back all of the emissions standards. That's going to allow them to continue to build their 1995 Mercedes-Benz E-Class even longer. But, what do I know? Anyway, where'd Brendan go? Somebody left. Somebody timed out.
Yeah, we lost him for a moment.
Oh, we lost Brendan.
He'll
Brendan's
probably
gone.
be back, I think. We'll see.
Nope, I don't think so. I think he'll be gone forever.
Some good laps from Kent Jones here in the PMW Motorsports BMW to close the gap down to 3.5 seconds to the 92 from FPRS Motorsports.
Indeed.
Is this the...
That is not the FPRS car, but this is the onboard of the PMW.
Okay.
That's the
So
PMW M4. Just rolls right off the tongue.
So the 92 will be the dark blue Mustang up ahead then.
Yes, that is correct. Chasing him down here. The mighty M4. The official car of young people with more money than sense in Northern California. Nah, man, I put a tune on it. It's sick. Brendan out, confirmed. You know, I've been lobbying pretty heavily to get a Starlink. Hopefully this locks that in. That'll lock in.
Not gonna lie, I was kind of curious about how internet is at Thunderhill these days.
Should be okay, because they've got all those garages in there and such. I'm not tremendously worried, and I'm told they've improved the cell coverage as well.
Okay, good. Yeah, because I was kind of a bit of worry when I saw the announcement. I'm like, because we'd have to probably cover that.
Indeed. I did see somebody do a live podcast from there. Yes, absolutely. Just strike through right there. It's over. Somebody did a live podcast from Road and Track's Performance Car of the Year there about a week ago, and it sounded fine. So at least for audio, and he had a webcam on as well, so it should be okay.
Saw the 10 just a moment ago going up the S's, putting the 77 lap down.
Yes.
Keep an eye on Moorhead's Speedworks at the moment. Gap is 34 seconds to Kingpin for third, but they are
moving.
They are quicker.
Moving as well as grooving.
Unfortunately, having some sort of internet issues at the track. My timing is no longer updating.
Mike Anderson says, what car can you do street takeovers in if they end the Charger? People need to find a running Z33. That's true. Or they could use, in this region at least, M340Is is what gets used a lot.
NorCal setting the trend for street takeovers.
There's a lot of street takeovers here, man. Like a lot. A lot.
To be clear, it's not DriverEye's live
yes.
position.
No, it's not. Absolutely.
Activities.
No. I'm not saying I participate in them. I routinely tell people who express an interest in going to street takeovers, at least when I was a kid and young and into cars. When I went to go drive like a total fool, I would go do it on a mountain road in the middle of the night away from everyone. So that if I messed up, I only killed myself instead of everybody around me. I think that is just completely inconsiderate. Stellantis should just accept the bankruptcy and bring the Viper back to GT. Do you know what? I saw a final gen Viper the other day in person for the first time in several years, and that car holds up. Yeah. That is a good-looking car still.
I mean, honestly, I enjoy all the Viper designs.
I did not enjoy the first two
RT10.
generations. The last generation, I was like, this is all right. I'm cool. In beautiful San Ramon, California, somebody has a blue with white stripes Viper. It's a 2013 or whatever. Good looking car.
Okay, so an SRT10.
Yeah, whatever they call it. Dodge Viper. It's even got the little logo that lights up. right there in the back. It's the picture of the snake.
Yeah.
I think that's lame as hell, but that's the market they're trying to get into. A user has entered our channel. I believe that means Brendan has returned.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I think so.
All right.
Yeah, all right, cool.
He's back. They've removed the strike through. Brendan has returned.
Yeah, the internet has not, situation has not resolved itself yet.
Are you
Yeah.
on the hotspot?
Oh,
I'm on the
timing just
hotspot.
updated, so
Oh.
that's good news.
Hey,
All right.
it's safe to go back to the old Ethernet here. Unless they also went on to hotspot.
Yeah, maybe. Brendan, I'm telling you, those Starlink things are on sale right now.
I'm aware.
They're like $200 off.
Oh, timing would have got. Yeah, I didn't even think timing would have gone down.
Yeah, timing went down. Still about a 4-second gap between the 92 Mustang and the 72 BMW. Moorhead has taken out more time. So that gap is now down to 25 seconds. As our previous 34-second gap was 9 minutes old, out of date. So that fight for third is getting closer and closing. Slight gains for the 59 of Stratus on the 60. That gap is down to 7 seconds. Both cars continue to pull away from the 58.
Yes. Look at that wind. Do you think the wind has blown over a telephone cable?
That feels like the most likely outcome here. Yes, the most likely situation is that we've lost the telecom wire, and that caused the internet failure here.
All the chaos.
Fail.
Okay.
What?
I haven't thought about the phrase fail in a long time.
Such a fail. That's not very 6'7" of you.
So, earlier in the season, Jordan used that phrase a different way.
What, 6'7" or fail?
Yeah, he's like, I'm all 6s and 7s over here. Yeah. So, I spent a good month over the end part of the summer trying to determine if Jordan was referencing 6'7", as the kids say, and if that was like a related thing, and like, oh man, I came in ahead of this one, or if they're completely unrelated and I'm just lost at sea. And I'm pretty certain it's the latter.
I have a 10-year-old, and as such, I am obliged to use it incorrectly to make her cringe.
Yeah, sure.
There you go. Doing God's work.
Indeed.
So I will continue to use the phrase, I'm all 6s and 7s. And
I will not. I've retired it.
You've retired it?
I've retired it. I can't.
Did you come up with that phrase?
No, it's a line from an Austin Powers movie when they're talking English.
Right, got it. Maybe that's where it came from.
No.
Probably not, though, huh? Who in the WRL paddock do you think we could get to give an interview in Gen Alpha?
Sodocol.
Yeah, that's valid. The Tovo twins, R.I.P.
Right, they're still
That is interesting. What round 3 is trying to do with that third MP01.
Yeah.
Well, they're running Mustangs too. I'm stoked.
Oh, it's Mike Gorman. We'll get Mike Gorman to run number 67 and then come up and do an interview in Gen Alpha slang.
God.
That is the move. Anyway.
We're getting
The
into
gold
the final
color.
pit stop
All these,
window.
the gold color says all these races are all East Coast. Why no West Coast races for WRL or others? Well, how do you know gold color? Gold color. We were just at Utah Motorsports Campus. No, Burt Brothers Motor Park in Tooele, Utah. Just there. Did our first race west of the Rockies. This explanation has its roots in highly regionalized grassroots endurance racing, where you had a Midwest series and a Northeast series and a Southeast series and a West Coast series, and those still all kind of exist. But WRL was the Midwest series, and it just kind of expanded to include more bucket list tracks over the years and kind of increased its stature just in general. Because we were mostly Midwest, we just never really got the opportunity to push westward. Now that the series has grown and expanded, we have that opportunity. Burt Brothers last time out, just 3 weeks ago. Next West Coast race will be properly West Coast, Glen County, California. Thunderhill Raceway Park. Configuration to be determined.
I hope it's the full thing. I really do.
I could ask RJ. Maybe it'll depend on car count. They get 100 cars, you know. Have no choice.
Imagine having split pit lanes.
Oh no!
Because there's too many. Oh, that would be great. Oh my
no.
gosh, that'll never happen. But
No.
that
It'll be the main circuit, if for no other reason than paddock space and also length. It'll just be the main. I hope they don't run the chicane.
Brendan wants to send an NP01 off the hill as hard as possible.
Listen, Mark Miller was the first. Why can't I be the second? Austin, how's 119 doing in class? Unfortunately, Austin, the 119 appears to have returned to the paddock, and I would assume retired, given this late stage of the Sunday race.
And last race for that car, because at COTA they'll have the 963.
That's not true. No, do not listen to Ryan. They are skipping out on Sebring, and we'll be back for COTA with the Supra.
They currently have 10th, more or less well secured.
Yeah, with an hour 6, I think they're locked in there. I don't think Capstone's going to be able to make up enough laps, even if they circulate from here to the end. Moorhead closing ever so slightly on Kingpin in GTO, by the way. PMW ever so slightly closing on FPRS as well.
Yes.
Last time.
It's more or less. It's been between like a 3.5 and a 5 second gap.
Okay.
The Moorhead gap did come down from 34 seconds.
So that's been more consistent anyway.
Yeah, that's down to 23 now. Kingpin has stepped up a bit more in terms of pace. Which was quite important. Should be noted that the 59 continues to draw ever closer to the 60. That gap was 7 seconds down to 5.5.
Good day for round 3 racing, by the way, in that number 1 to be best of the privateer entries in GTU. I know that's not the case, but it feels like it. Once they got that position from the 908, they haven't set the world on fire and put laps on them, but consistently out in front. 50 seconds is the margin from 4th back to 5th. It'd be good points for the number 1 as well. In the Eastern Region Championship, they were sitting 3rd in GTU, tied on points, I think, with the 909. Now that I think about it. But anyway, it'll be a good points haul for them.
All right, can I ask an existential question?
Do it.
Not for me, but for a different team, obviously. The 70 has, I believe, cinched up the championship here in GTO.
I was told that, yes.
Yeah, people are saying it's over. We've now had a year where they ran very near the front and almost won the championship, to now they've won the championship. Are we at risk of Trimtex Joe leaving?
I mean...
Or is he going to do a JTR?
Win the championship and go?
Yeah.
Also NFC.
And an NFC. Well, NFC came back once. They were here. they do one race or two this year, JT? NFC.
That is a good question.
If they did one.
I think in general the question is, what are you enjoying? The racing or the winning? Right? Because if you're enjoying the racing, then there's no reason for you not to go, right? If you're just enjoying putting the laps in, getting the track time, and that, oh my goodness, that competition, then there's no reason not to continue putting your money into a thing that you're enjoying, right? If you're enjoying the I'm making myself better and working towards a goal, and then you've achieved that goal, and you don't have another follow-up to that, then, yeah, I mean, do you throw money at something you've already achieved? You know?
Well, when does and this is, again, a broader question than any of us are qualified to answer on multiple levels. When is the achievement your own? Because to be clear, Joe is leaps and bounds better than he was when he started this.
Oh, yeah.
Just 100%. Like, the gap fall off, it's there, but it's really not that big. Like, it's pretty decent. He's still putting good times in the car. Would it not make... I don't know. Are you in it... And I guess it's just what you said. Are you in it to win? Because you could have somebody carry you to whatever you want. Pierre Herré used to run Le Mans semi-frequently. And, is he the fastest driver in that car? Not even close. Is he the fastest driver in the field? No chance. It's the Tracy Crone problem, right? Do you stay in WRL until you're a lot closer to on par with your teammates and you win along the way so that they get the accolades and can potentially maybe find better rides? Or are you just holding on and hey, you know what? Cool. This driver pairing works. We're going to move to the next thing. Go ahead. I think JTR, to be clear, the driving was a lot more balanced across the car. Mm-hmm. I think they all kind of came up together, and that's what allowed them to continue to move up, and they continue to have success.
I think they were after something very specific, which was a bunch of seat time and an endurance racing platform.
Right.
Is
that what Joe's after?
Well, I don't know.
I don't know either.
So my general take is this. Racing does not get boring, but winning does. Right? And if you're here for the racing and you're here to just, hey, we're going to optimize 8 hours of racing at a time and go do the best thing we can, and we're going to, build the best car we can and race a cool car that we all like to drive, then I think you just continue to do that. If your motivation is to go out and win, say, spend this money and build a winning car, and let's go win a bunch of races, and you're motivated by the winning, eventually you're going to get bored of the winning. I think that's just human nature. I think most humans want to work towards a goal, and when they feel like they've achieved that goal, you find the next thing, and you pursue the next thing.
But are you really...
For my money... Here, let me put it this way. If I had $10,000 a month to go spend doing something, right, or $6,000 a month or whatever, and I wanted to come race in WRL, right? That's how I wanted to spend my extra disposable $6,000 a month. DriverSeye Live opportunities are available, please. What I would do is I would rent a VW Fun Cup seat from Mike Gorman. And that sounds like a bit, but I don't want to go get into an NPO1. I don't want to go get into the same thing everybody else is driving and measure myself against the Stratus guys and girls and try and do the same things that everybody else is doing. I'm going to go do something that's fun and enjoyable to me, whether or not I'm romping the field or I'm running last. Right? I'm just going to pursue getting good and being good at a thing and doing a thing that I enjoy on its own merit.
So I guess, and I want people are different, etc. But I guess my qualm is, and this is a question that runs deep into racing, and I think the answer has made itself evident. Do you really feel like you're winning if you're doing the minimum drive? And to be clear, I'm not saying this is what Joe's doing. I'm thinking of IMSA specifically. And the SRO to a lesser extent. Or actually to a greater extent. Do you really feel like you're winning if you're putting in the minimum drive time and then you have some hot shoe and Patrick Long is carrying your car, for example?
I don't know that most people who are spending the kind of money it takes to run gentleman driver's seat in IMSA season that care about how much they're contributing. I think they want the title. And everybody's different. That's not universal, but
sure,
that is a suspicion that I have. I look at it this way. I look at it this way. There is a team that started in grassroots endurance racing in North America that has appeared at virtually every level and is highly, highly rumored to go IMSA GTD racing next year. Do you know which team I'm talking about?
Is it Random Vandals or is it JTR?
It's Random Vandals.
Oh, yeah.
Right. I do not think Paul Sparta is motivated by winning. If he were, he would... No, that's not true.
He absolutely is.
Paul Sparta could have made himself really good and his team really good at doing a thing and stayed in WRL and just started to clean up. Run a bunch of G82s and just clean up WRL, right? That was on the table if that's what Paul Sparta wanted to do. I think Paul and the team have put themselves in a position to continue to get better and to challenge themselves to be better at different levels. Okay, I have proven that I can do this thing. Let's go do the next thing, and let's go keep getting better at doing this thing that we've already sunk a lot of time and energy and money into. I think that the paddock is full of people like that that just haven't gotten to the level that Paul and Random Vandals got to in a pretty quick timeline. It has to be said. Same thing with JTR. Like, I don't think Tony McIntosh did what he did, or Glenn McGee did what he did, in sim racing and then lower tier series just to come run away with the WRL title or 4.
Right.
They did it to get better and get good and then go pursue more lofty goals. And that is all to say that I wouldn't be shocked if we get through the end of this year or we get through the end of next year or some other timeline of Trimtex Joe's choosing, Joe Koenig, and he decides, you know what? I'm going to go do something else. I'm going to go test myself at the next level. I'm going to go push myself here. We already know round 3 and Cole Ofsgaard are going Mustang Challenge racing.
Right.
Right? Like, that's a big step up. And the fact that it's happening under the round 3 banner is awesome. Or with the round 3 banner on it is awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Right? We know Cole has been pursuing other opportunities. He's been racing in Brazil. I'm sure Cole loves coming and winning WRL races. But Cole doesn't want to win WRL races for the rest of his life.
Right, but Cole is at a skill position where he is comfortably one of the probably top 5 drivers in WRL.
Sure.
So for him to move up makes sense. I guess this is clouded by like what I would do, quote unquote.
Sure.
Which is if I had, let's call it limitless funding, I would be driving a Porsche Cup car every single weekend for like a year and a half.
Yep.
In club racing, at track days, like whatever. And that's the only thing I would be doing. And I would not be stopping until I wouldn't embarrass myself in like a Porsche Cup North America race.
Sure.
I don't have to win it, but I don't want to be an embarrassment.
Right.
I don't want to be at the back of the AM field looping the car around. I want to be in the Pro-Am field holding my own. And only when I got to that point would I feel that it was acceptable to move up into that level of racing.
Sure.
I do not want, pick whichever Porsche factory driver you have, or 2 even, if I'm going to go to Le Mans or whatever, to like run 80% of the race and then I get in for my hour and 15, like, okay, take it away. Like, no, I want to be doing an equal share of the driving and not be holding everybody back.
Can I introduce you to Bronze Cup?
But nobody cares about that. If I'm just to put that out there, like obviously somebody cares, but like I don't want to win I want to win on my own merit. I don't want to win the this is the class for people who don't know what they're doing that aren't very good. Like I don't want that. I want to win the real race.
My point is it creates a more equitable share of driving and talent-based duties than just doing the minimum, right? Because if everybody in your class is a bronze, then it doesn't matter how much you all run.
Right.
Right. You're all on level footing there anyway. That's what I would do. Like I would get to that level and then I would go do a Bronze Cup entry with my buddies and
right, but if I was going to do a Bronze Cup entry, I wouldn't move myself into Pro-Am or into a higher level series like
Yeah, I
SRO
agree.
or something.
I agree.
Without having won the Bronze Cup on my own merit.
Well, that's why those series all have Bronze Cup.
Well, sure.
I agree with you. Look, everybody's
you see
got
what I'm
their,
saying,
this
right?
is all
Where
to
it's
say,
like-
this is all to say that everybody has their own motivations,
Oh,
right?
sure, yeah,
We
definitely.
know that the 71, the second car that they own and they have developed for WRL testing and practicing purposes, is for sale. We know that the 991.2 has probably been developed to its most WRL form. It is probably not capable of getting more WRL GTO specific than the shape it's in right now. And it's up to Joe's motivations to determine what to do next. If that's, hey, I want to keep winning races in WRL GTO, not every race, right? Like, it still takes having a really good, near-perfect day without self-inflicted errors to be able to do that. But that is on the table if that's something he wants. If Joe wants to go do something else and wants to take Cole and Josh with him to go do something else, then that is also absolutely perfectly within his right to decide to go do that, and B, would not surprise me.
Well,
and
he's a man of many
welcome and I
different
celebrate
interests
that
anyway.
stuff. Sure, yeah.
You know, same with the NFC guys. They're running Baja and stuff too. Like, they don't care.
Yep.
Like, it's
Which is why I think most of these people that we see come into WRL are motivated by the racing rather than by the winning. I think they are the kinds of people that want to challenge themselves to go be better and see what they can do and who they can be against like competition. And sometimes that involves stepping up and making yourself uncomfortable to determine if you're there or not. Kingpin's there, right?
Yeah.
Like, Kingpin did a bunch of racing here. Tyler took the 11 car to the VP Challenge race at Petite last year and podiumed immediately.
Right.
Right? So the talent is there, the ability is there, and like the aptitude and resource allocation is there to do that kind of thing. And then it's just up to the person that's spending the money to make the decision to do whatever that matches their motivations, you know?
Yep.
I would love to see, to be clear, if they do decide to do something else, I would love to see more Porsche Cup cars in WRL. But with that being said, I realize that not everybody, in the way that not everybody can have Scott Tucker's D Sports Racer, not everybody can have a Porsche 911 991.2 Cup, right? So
I still think there's an opportunity there for that car to be marketed very specifically to a PCA or POC entrant.
yeah, it's probably true.
I think that, I'm sure Brad has attempted that. I cannot be uncovering new ground for him in that respect, but like,
If Brad wants to sponsor an ad during our upcoming Porsche Club of America Circuit of the
the
Americas,
992 Cup presented by Round 3 Racing and Frank Call, please buy my car.
The Orange Group Enduro presented by
Please buy this WRL car. Thank you.
I'm pitching that idea to him. We're doing it. BradOwesMeMoney.com.
I think there's enough really talented 991.2 drivers in that that like that would be an extremely competitive entry right out of the box. They'd have to learn the tire situation, but after that, I think it would be very fun to watch.
No, slap slicks on it like they do. They run slicks in
No.
POC,
I'm
right?
saying that they should get the POC entrant to buy the car from Brad and run it in WRL.
Oh, I see. I thought you were saying
Not
run
buy
it
the
in
car and
like a
send it.
PCA
No.
or POC class. I got you.
No.
Yeah. Maybe Joe Koenig wants to leave and go be the next head coach of the Florida Gators.
Could be. Or the
Seminoles. That job is open now. Anyway.
Indeed.
What is your idea, genuinely, like if you were going to build a better mousetrap and go run it in GTO, what is that? And I'm not saying just be clever, right? Oh, let's do something and be, or I'm sorry, I'm not saying be unique, right? In the way that Nissan said, well, it's good to be different, but you have to be good. And we were just different, right? What can you do that's both different and good, or you think would just be the most ideal option for a WRL GTO car?
So I genuinely, I don't remember which specific Dinner with Racers driver talked about this, but one of them in one of the early episodes talked about if you start in Porsche Cup, you can drive anything.
Yeah.
Like, it does not matter. Like, if you learned how to make that car fast, then you're unstoppable. Like, Richard Westbrook, I think, might have been the one talking about it. But he was like, I'm so glad because I can go drive anything I want now because I got that experience of driving those horrible to drive in so far as they're difficult to get speed out of 996s and 997s.
Yeah.
And so with that in mind, you know, and his take was like versus people who've only driven front engine cars in racing, and then the second they get into a mid-engine car, it throws off their whole everything, and it's like, oh, I really got to adjust, and I don't know, and that takes too much time. And so I genuinely believe that is it. I would do that if I had the money. I would just be paying Brad to run the 71. That's just what I would do.
Yeah, and that kind of like answers the question of, do you think this 991.2 is the zenith, like the best possible car you could build in GTO?
As far as it being a similar footprint to the car that I would hopefully maybe drive at some point, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, the Mercedes was obviously equally quick, and there was a bunch of development put into that car as well.
Right, but that goes back to it being front engined. I don't want the front engine.
Exactly.
The advantage was in having the rear engine on the Porsche.
I got you.
You know. No, that's the car. I would do that. And if I wanted to go prototype racing, I'd probably get an NP01.
What about like a historic
Volkswagen? Yes.
Close.
I would not do that.
I was going to say like an early 2000s DTM car.
I think that would probably be a better, based on what they were telling me at the time, is that just drove like an F3 car.
Yeah.
And I don't think I would want that. And I also think that the parts situation for that would be ruinously expensive.
It'd be terrible.
Yeah, that sounds like a bad idea all the way around. Like, I'm out on that.
If I had my full choice and I could just do whatever. The VW Fun Cup is a fun bit for GTU, and it is GTU specific, and I would definitely do that. However, my favorite race car of all time is the BMW 320i STW Super Touring car.
Yeah, heck yeah.
From the late 90s with the straight cut gears.
Yep.
It just screams at you. That would be my call. Now, I don't know, like, I've never done the math on how it would fit into GTO, but I bet it would slap on some modern 200 treadwear tires.
Right.
As a touring car platform. And then your question is just, can you get it to the right 9-to-1 number? My guess is you're going to end up a little outside of that, a little high on that. But
well, I think you're also going to end up at not quite developed enough car.
That's probably
it's a 20-year-old car. With
yeah.
And it's a sedan at the end of the day. Like, it's not a real, you know. No.
This says it weighed 1,000 kilos and made 315 horsepower.
Yeah, I just don't think you're getting there in GTO with that car. You're having to make a lot of changes on that, I think.
It says 7.1 power to weight.
Was it that fast? That doesn't sound right.
No, it really doesn't. But
yeah, I don't know. That's what I would do. So, Brad, if my Mega Millions hits, you'll be like my third call, probably. And I'll take the car. We'll run next year. No, Brendan's gone, of course. He's checking into the specs of a Super 2000 BMW touring car. Live Googling is what the people really want.
He only had enough internet, Pam, to do one or the other.
Right. I think most people looking to buy that type of race car are scared of the rebuild intervals on the 991s. I don't disagree. I am told that running in WRL trim, however, that the drivetrain on the 991 is very understressed because they're running it at lower power, they're running it on a tire that's less grippy, and that he has not had those kinds of issues the same way that you would if you were on that car at full chat. That's what I'm being told. I'd run a 510 or a 2002, says Mike Anderson. Yep, that would be fun. Those are a good time. I like seeing those out there doing historics racing. That'd be a good time. JT, what about you? What's your GTO car of choice?
For GTO? Not sure. I mean, I really liked what that Chill Out MX-5 I think I'd rather have that on the ND platform though.
Interesting. Okay.
I feel like that could be, you know, a pretty good non-GT4 option.
Sure.
Though ideally, what I would do is I would run a GTU with a GT40 replica.
Fascinating.
And throw one of the smaller Ford engines in that, so you're doing around 300 something horsepower.
Right. Huh. There's an angle.
Yeah, that'd be wild.
That could be good. I would like that.
I'm
That'd
into
be
that
kinda fun.
idea, actually.
You wouldn't really have the right kind of arrow to run against the MP01s, but
Right.
it would look awesome. I bet it would be a lot of fun to drive.
Yeah. You know, Brad at one point brought out, and he has not brought it since, that Trans Am car with the 4-cylinder. I still think that's a potential solution as well.
Ryan.
Yeah.
Can you re-describe to me what that car was?
I just
because
did.
okay. That I was not at the race where that appeared.
Mid-Ohio.
And every other time it came up, it was, we can't talk about it, we can't talk about it. Deal fell apart, we can't talk about it. It's been a minute now.
Yeah.
Was that something he developed and ran on behalf of a customer? Did somebody give him the car and say, do this? Did he build it? Like, what was the deal with that?
Brad did not build it. Somebody else built it. I don't know the details. I think I was given the details kind of on that at one point. I don't remember. I don't want to be wrong. Someone else built it, but it was basically a TA2 car with the Ford 4-cylinder with the turbo.
What bodywork?
Mustang.
Oh, with the TA2 bodywork.
I don't know if it was specifically the TA2 bodywork, but I would assume so. Yes.
So this was basically get the power number down on a TA2 car to a GTO number.
That's what it appeared to be.
Take a modern Trans Am design. I mean, as much as TA2 is modern.
Right.
And go WRL racing with it.
Correct.
Interesting.
Which I think could have been a good solution. I think I would love for Brad to weigh in on this, and I think he's probably too professional to comment on it at this point. So I'll just speculate, and he'll just steam about how wrong I am. It's fine. I think that you end up in a similar place that you do with the Jetta, but with a bigger wheelbase that's not as nimble in what's supposed to be a light car. And that's about all there is to it, unfortunately. But the idea was sound. I believe Sarah Montgomery was there, so you might be able to ask her about it if she remembers anything. I don't know if she drove it, to be clear. I don't know if she drove it, but I know that the car was there. I know that she was on the team at the time. Yeah, that was that first time that I went to Mid-Ohio solo dolo.
Yeah.
But that deal did fall apart. I was told that much. So I think that could have been fun.
Mike Anderson really wish time was working. Yeah,
It
the
just
internet
updated for me.
internet went down again up here, so we had to wait for them to reconnect over there. Be back now.
Yeah, I was waiting for that. It just 10 seconds ago finally flashed live.
Moto Wagon, I'm not super familiar with the rules, but would a tribute of sorts the old IMSA RX-7s be able to slot into GTO?
Yes.
Were those RX-7s 2 frames, or were they built off of... Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, you take a modifier for not being...
very fast.
Correct. Right, so that's the other side of this, is you can't... While the rule book is open to do virtually anything you want, most of us who would want to go WRL GTO racing, I think, would have to start with an existing platform that's already more or less figured out.
Right.
Developing something from scratch to be like something else is probably not going to go as well as following the people who did it to do a very similar thing originally.
So to build on that idea, Audi 90 GTO tribute. And then you have all-wheel drive.
Is there anything that says you can't run all-wheel drive?
I don't think so.
I don't think there is.
I don't think there's a modifier either. I do believe the built-in modifier, insofar as it wouldn't run, is that the Lamborghini Gallardo would not make that low an amount of power. Otherwise, that would be fun.
For funsies, the champion racing Audi RS6s.
Ooh, yeah, that'd be fun too.
They ran World Challenge?
Yes.
Yeah.
K-Pax Volvos.
K-Pax Volvos. I would take that too.
Yeah, that'd be pretty fun. You'd have to cut a lot of power out of it, but it'd be
Well, that's
really
the problem
fun.
with all these, is you have to cut a ton of power out. That's why we should move the power up a little bit, you know what I'm saying? We're close. We're close on a lot of cars.
Yeah.
That if we just edge it up just a tiny bit, just a little bit, just enough that you can run the GT4 cars a little bit more uncorked,
sure,
and then get some of this next tier of cars tuned down, then we're talking about something.
As a kind of reset here, we are inside
Yes.
the final 45 minutes.
Yes, we are.
Of racing here. 38.5 on the clock. It's 2:21 local time. Headed towards the checker flag at 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. Your race leader is Stratus Racing number 60 from 59 from 58. That's all in GTU, obviously. Round 3 racing, number 70 leads in GTO by a minute and 5. Oh, one of these is behind. Stand by, please. My timings do not agree with each other. I have 2 minutes, 1 lap ahead of Kingpin. Like exactly a lap. 2 minutes 3.164. Kingpin leads number 2 Team ACP Tangerine Associates by 16.5 seconds. Moorhead Speedworks number 290 runs 4th in GTO with the AOA Racing number 74 in 5th. GP1, it's a lap, almost a 2-lap margin from 26 back to 38. 3 minutes 57 is the total time difference there. Blaze Racing number 118 sits on the podium. 51 seconds adrift of Palomar number 38. PC Racing has slipped to 4th. 9 seconds in arrears of Blaze Racing entry, and then Primetime Motorsports 30 seconds further back up into the top 5 after some trouble earlier for the El Diablo Motorsports number 48, which is back circulating again.
Keep in mind both Blaze and PC pit recently.
Okay, so that's put Palomar up into 2nd. That'll go back the other way once Palomar makes what should be their final stop.
If they need to.
Oh.
Remember, that car runs a long time.
Yeah, lap since pit was 21 for Palomar. We're probably at 18 more. For them, 16 more maybe. Yeah, maybe if they can stretch it to near 40. Big ask, 120 miles on a tank, but if they can do it. Lagunatic Racing leads in GP2, 779 ahead of the Rebel Racing number 222 by just about 2 laps. It's a lap plus a lot. AOA Racing number 851 into 3rd. Velocity Club Motorsports recovered well into 4th. A couple of laps further back, and then Palomar Racing number 83 rounds out the top 5 there. A minute and 2 seconds off the back of Velocity Club. So Blaze and PC quite literally just pitted, JT. That was a lap ago. Edge Autosports probably needs a stop, but not obviously. He's more likely to need a stop. More likely to need a stop than Palomar, but it kind of doesn't really matter there because they're not going to lose enough time to lose the position.
They do have a pit lane warning already.
Okay,
so
that's the
only. As long
only.
as they have a good stop,
Yeah.
as long as they don't do any infractions or anything like that, it's no worries.
In GTO, ACP Tangerine Associates believe they've made their final stop. They're in 3rd. They are the last car, or the first car running, excuse me, that has made their final stop. Round 3 Racing and Kingpin both need to pit. They run 1st and 2nd. Moorhead Speedworks also probably done on stops here. 17-ish laps to go. They were in 12. That'll take them right up to about 29 or 30, which is pretty much their range. So the question is when Kingpin pits, because they are definitely going to have to, how far do they fall? And it seems like the answer is probably just back to 3rd, being that margin on track is 18 seconds. That would be my guess. Stratus 59 is into the lane and already gone for the final time. With what may currently hold the WRL record for largest pit structure. Genuinely don't know that I've seen anything that size. Oh, Layla posits Hammer Racing and Tim Myers. I think it might be bigger than what Tim had. It's also possible they just bought Tim's. It is really something. It's the you see it there where the two pit marshals are talking to each other on the pit lane. Big Stratus logo on the side. Pretty much, I think we're kind of everything here in status quo to the end. Other than that Kingpin pit stop and this question mark over whether or not Palomar is going to need to pit. PC maybe chase down Blaze for third?
Maybe.
They were not quicker last time through, but they were also both pretty fresh out of the pit lane. So let's see how that refreshes here. Blaze puts in a 2:11. PC comes through and... Oh, has my timing stopped updating again? Yes, it has. But this is also still old. Yeah. Yeah, can't get a lap time there. If you haven't been following along at home through the course of the weekend, Primetime Racing this weekend being sported, or one of the drivers in that car, Stingray Rob.
Nice.
Didn't see Stingray up here in the booth this weekend.
No, we did not.
Staying active in the off season.
Just as a reminder here, since we had the question a little bit earlier, as ACP pits again. Oh, and Kingpin is in. All right, so final pit stop for the 77. 2 being in as well for a splash. Do they have to do tires on the 2? They do. Car goes up on air jacks. They are now doing right side tires. Fascinating. So is the 77 able to get fueled and sent? Yes, they are. 2 drops off the air jacks. Right front is done. They send him. This is going to be a straight fight in the battle for second in GTO between Kingpin number 77 and ACP Tangerine Associates number 2. Fresh right side tires on the M4 GT4. Just fuel on the Kingpin Supra. What am I seeing? Why am I seeing flashing lights somewhere? Oh, it's a reflection in the window. Got it. But since we had the question about AE Victory Racing and their positioning class a little bit earlier on, I did want to briefly revisit that. And because Sarah Montgomery was not available, or did not have the all of the available information when she was up here in the booth earlier, I will try and help. Starting tomorrow, AE Victory Racing is accepting applicants for their Female Driver Development Program shootout. That starts tomorrow through November 9th. That is similar to the shootout they had earlier this year, back in January at Indy Motorsports Ranch. That gave Lana Carter the opportunity to run with the number 119 squad throughout this WRL season. That's a great opportunity for any female driver to earn a seat for the World Racing League's 2026 season, gain access to mentorship, plenty of driving seat time, and real-world experience with a fantastic team. If you're interested, or somebody you may know is interested in being a part of driver development shootout and driver talent search, go to aevictoryRacing.com/shootout2026 or follow at ae.victory_racing for more information over on social media. I think it's fair to say, Ryan, or JT, that that has the investment that was made to run that shootout earlier in the season fully paid off.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tremendous.
And the first applicant is sitting in the booth with you right now.
That is incorrect.
Ooh, side by side into one. There goes number 2 with a late move up the inside, shoves the 77 out wide, out over the exit curb. Are they going to go too wide through the S's? No, because the move is done. That was quick and aggressive from the number 2. And unfortunately for the 77 squad, just like yesterday, ends up shoved out wide over some of that paved runoff there, despite trying to defend fairly down at turn number 1. Remember, fresh right side tires on that number 2. It was quick. I mean, they were a good 8 to 10 car lengths back when they left the pit lane.
Timing is working for me. So looks like Blaze is still slightly pulling away from PC Racing to hold on to 3rd in GP1.
About 2 to 3 seconds a lap, Jay. It's gone up to 17 and a half now over the last 2 laps.
Last time through, Palomar, the 83, took a pretty good chunk out of Velocity Club Motorsports for 4th in GP2. That gap is under 40 seconds. If that continues to fall at, God, what was that, 8 seconds a lap, 9 seconds? That can be a change for position. Waiting for an update on the 60s pit stop here. If it's going to come out ahead or behind the 59.
If I were new to be looking for it, I would have been able to give you that answer.
Because before the pit stops, that was about a, what, 5-7 second gap, something like that.
I'm showing 12.2.
Yeah, wait for it to update because it's their outlap was a 2:48.8, I think. So gonna need to see what that's like.
There's the 60, so no. Sorry, it stayed in favor of the 60. Look to my right. Next up is the 59.
Okay.
Just across the line now.
All right, so that's at 11.4 seconds now. So the 59 lost a little bit there, but last time through they were also almost 7 tenths quicker.
Yeah.
Let's go flying wide out of 1.
It is getting awful gray, in addition to the wind.
Yeah, Jordan had made comments about a cold front rolling in.
Well, I was at his house.
Oh, I thought he was talking about here.
No. I mean, there might be, but not here. Well, yeah. Anyway, you know, you're feeling what I'm putting down.
Yeah.
There's still 10,000 laps to go.
That's correct. We've made barely a dent in them.
Mike Anderson says radar showing rain at 9 p.m. So you'll be well home and in your pajamas, watching the F1 highlights, watching the highlights from the Formula One MSC Cruises United States Grand Prix.
Is that the proper order of?
I think that
everything?
is the proper order. Yeah.
Okay. That's a good thing. This band of showers and storms is coming later than anticipated. A lot going on there.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot going on here until the next weekend.
What happens here next weekend?
Here there's rain next weekend.
Oh.
We can continue to get an unseasonable amount of rain.
I thought you meant like that one.
Not that I'm aware of. I don't have my finger on the pulse of the Watkins Glen schedule.
Admittedly, I don't either.
I also don't know what's going on at Sonoma, which is currently my home track, I guess. Sonoma, the track I'm closest to? Probably.
We drove by Sonoma.
That's a terrible road.
It
that
did not
that
seem
road across,
sufficient for a major spectator venue.
It's not. That road across the estuary on a race day is terrible. Like,
Yeah, I
that's
believe that.
awful. They're trying to replace that whole stretch of road with like a bridge that they're going to charge an enormous toll for. That people are up in arms about.
Great.
Yeah, I agree. Did you go to Mare Island and look at all the old buildings?
No, we went up to the Presidio and then.
Presidio is not. What? You went to the Presidio via that highway? Why?
No, we went to Sonoma via the Golden Gate Bridge.
Got it. Okay.
From Presidio.
From the Presidio. Okay, that makes more sense. Got it. Like, what are you talking about? Like, that's.
No, we went to the
makes no
Presidio
sense.
like first thing in the morning and took some pictures and did some things and then
Sure.
drove up to Sonoma, up through the wine country, and then back down the other side to Berkeley.
What? So, what did you do driving through the wine country? What is that?
Nothing.
Okay,
I
why
wasn't
do
sure what it
people-
was like because like Finger Lakes wine country is like it's very pretty up here. It's rolling hills, lakes, vistas.
See,
I mean,
if
there's
you
a lot
had
going
talked
on.
to me, I would have told you not to do that.
Well, we had time to kill.
Yep.
I could have found other things for you to do that would have been fun with that time that you had to kill.
It was fun.
No,
we
it's
like
really...
we like driving. We like
What?
driving.
No, that's terrible. Terrible idea. See, folks listening to the broadcast, we're planning on going to Thunder Hill next year. Save yourself from this exact discussion that I'm having right now.
Yes, and
where
then you
people
can do
just
all
go
the
to Northern
things Ryan likes
California
to
without
do.
a plan, and they do the most insane things that don't make sense. Save yourself.
What insane
To be clear, we did
Let me
not
plan
have a plan.
your trip to Northern California.
We did not have a plan, to be very clear.
But you planned to drive around Sonoma?
No, we didn't plan to drive around it.
Oh, then
It
see,
just
that's the
kind of
point, though.
happened.
Oh, gosh.
We had time to
Yes.
kill. We were up early.
Yes, let Ryan plan your trip to Northern California. You two can spare 4 to 5 seconds to have a drink.
Actually, instead, you would have left Presidio and gone down to the ferry building and taken the ferry to Alameda to your brewery, or you could have taken the ferry to Oakland and then taken the train to Berkeley, had all those good restaurants, and then come
DriversEye
back
Live
and
does
then
not
gone.
endorse Ryan's exclusively boat-based tours TM.
It's not boat-based. It would have been much prettier to take
Boats
the
I
ferry
Live.
across the
Didn't
bay
want
than it would to
ferry
have, like,
I don't. Is the
driven
ferry
through
operating
Sonoma.
Does the ferry operate during Fleet Week?
Yeah, that's the hot ticket, though, is you want to make sure that you take the ferry during Fleet Week because you can see all the stuff.
Yeah.
Well,
but
is
they
that... Oh, sorry.
Didn't need
You got time to kill. Go see the USS Hornet.
Yeah, no kidding.
JT's exclusively boat-based tours TM.
No, JT's exclusively
Military
air
history-based tours.
museums.
Right.
Yeah. Like if I'm going to Ohio, then I would go to the U.S. Air Force Museum.
JT, if you're like 14, they do overnight stays on the aircraft carrier.
They do, yeah.
They do like a whole camp. It's like,
You can do the same. The USS Alabama as well.
Wow.
You don't have to be 14. I believe once the Texas is out of dry dock, you can do the same thing as well.
Wow.
Wild.
For those who don't know, the USS Hornet is kind of like the USS Intrepid, but with like way fewer people at it. Same type of vibe.
It's the hipster USS.
Round 3 has made its final stop out of the GTO lead, but obviously the margin there is not anywhere near something that would cost it the lead. And as a matter of fact, it's only just allowed the number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates car onto the lead lap.
What if we get a late race safety car?
Sure.
Then it's on.
Unlikely. The kingpin margin, by the way, from ACP back to the 77 has gone out to 3.2 seconds. So an air of inevitability around that has kind of settled that, at least for now, with about 18 minutes to go in favor of ACP. No sign. Go ahead.
No, you're talking about something important. Go ahead.
I was going to say no sign of a pit stop yet for Palomar number 38, but the margin from them back to Blaze is now 51.2 seconds. So even if they came in for a splash, they might have enough in hand to hold off that Blaze Racing number 118. And the margin from Blaze back to PC is out to almost 26 seconds.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Did their pit strategy end up working out?
I was just thinking that, but I'm like, I'm going to let that go.
Kind of like I talked about earlier, where I said, actually, I feel like there's an angle here where if they just take a splash.
Why did they have to do it? This would have worked out exactly the same if they had pitted under the code 35.
Because they kept track position.
What did the track position didn't matter?
No, not at the time.
You're not bunching the field up. It's not like they're separated by 20 cars on a restart. It didn't matter. Just pit under the code 35 and take the risk out of it.
Seems like it's worked out all right.
Strategy by Brendan, TM.
Seems like it's worked out all right.
It's worked out just fine.
They could have won GP1, but...
probably not, actually. Edge pretty much single-handedly dominated GP1 this weekend. It's not been close.
Can we aggressively discuss the strategy, says Mike Anderson. Gosh, I hope so. Man. Very excited. He's even got lightning bolts next to the name of the car, dude. Look at that.
I feel like had they done the code 35 pitting, they would have put more pressure on Edge, who could have possibly made a mistake on the pits, losing a lap, and we could have had a good fight for the win at GP1.
Okay, but he's got the double Harry Potter right now. Edge only has the single Harry Potter. This one's got the double Harry Potter. Right here on the timing screen.
What?
It's the lightning bolt. It's the scar.
Oh, right. Yeah, I got you.
For positions gain.
Yeah. The Harry Potter. That's what it will henceforth be known as.
The scar.
Is it bad that I'd really like to see Mike Anderson, Ryan West, and Brendan Kazmarek at a table together, aggressively discussing strategy?
That could be the first podcast.
Trip planning.
Could be the first podcast.
JT, all that means we need to do is we get Mike on the broadcast for like an hour through a pit stop cycle in GP1, and we just have this debate on the air. Can we aggressively discuss the strategy? There is only aggressive discussion. No passive discussion. There's no calm discussion. We only discuss aggressively. As we begin to wind things down here from WGI, dear viewer, if you are enjoying your coverage of the 2025 Glen Continental weekend and are upset that it's over, fear not. We at DriversEye Live will be back with the World Racing League Circus in just 3 weeks' time. 3 weeks, 3 races in a 6-week span. Who'd have thought? Yeah, 7-week span? Is that how that math works?
You're going to have to hope that Scott's available in 3 weeks.
Yeah. Work in progress.
Otherwise, you're going to have a...
Or that JT's going to Chuckwalla.
Or that JT's going to Chuckwalla. Yeah.
Well, we'll see. Anyway, Sebring, November 7th through the 9th.
Indeed.
The
Bring.
Yeah. The former site of the WRL 24-hour.
The first ever 24-hour race at Sebring.
That's correct, by 3 weeks.
Yep.
Never done it before. They did 2 and 3 weeks and haven't done it since. Tremendous.
What a done.
But we do go back and get to, revisit one of the best venues on the World Racing League calendar. Always a really good races down there. Get to wrap up the Eastern Region Championship while doing it. It is the championship finale, 8 hours Saturday, 7 hours Sunday, just like it has been through most of the season. And we'll have some points updates for you when we leave here at Watkins Glen and turn our attention to that weekend. Oh, big accident there in the background, headed into the inner loop. Is that AOA number 74 and a BMW,
Open
green
throttle.
BMW in the background?
Oh no, I think that's the 60. Is that the 69?
We'll wait for race control to confirm the numbers. Waving green flag there at the exit of the inner loop, of course. And, red flag. We do go immediately to a red flag. Yep. So just like we saw and have seen in WRL in the past, anytime there's a question of driver safety or a fire or anything of that nature, no hesitation with the red flag.
Oh my. Yeah, that was okay.
That is, do we have a confirmation on that number, JT?
It does look like the 69.
Yeah, okay. There was a chance it was maybe the 112 from TC Climb, but I don't know that they had been circulating recently.
Oh man, that.
Yeah, tough situation in traffic there, working down the back straightaway there at top speed. From the looks of things, from quite far away, appeared to be side-to-side contact with a couple of cars, and it put both the 74 and the 69 there into the wall. So a day that was, for a long time, substantially cleaner than what we saw yesterday, smoother, and just altogether really quite a good day. Unfortunately, is going to end here with a bit of carnage and some pretty heavy contact down there at the midpoint of the back straightaway. It actually doesn't look like the hit itself was extremely hard, but it hit square on the back of the number 74, and the energy it had, the bounce back, kind of spun the car around a couple of times on driver's left.
Now we're going to send the safety car out to collect the leader and lead everybody back into the pit lane. I think that is going to mean curtains, unfortunately.
It would be difficult to see this one resuming with 10 minutes on the clock. Now, obviously, we go recover the leader, as you said, Ryan. Sorry, but just to put a period on that.
Yeah.
The normal procedure is to go at least 3 laps under the safety car, give everybody a chance to pit and kind of equalize things, and then send everybody on their way back to green flag racing. 10.5 minutes. I mean, that's 2 laps under safety car.
Right. 2 or 3.
If we were to start going now, maybe 3. So I don't know that, you could get the full procedure done. And even if you shorten the procedure and say, hey, we're just going to get the field under control and go back to green, is there a big push to get ourselves back to racing for one lap is question number one. And question number two is there any barrier repair that needs to be done up there that would prevent us from going back to green here?
I think recovering up to 3 cars is going to take 10 minutes.
Is there a third car involved there?
No, well, there might not have been able to stop in time, but the third car that I was mentioning off managed to luckily avoid everything. The 779, your GP2 leader, somehow got through that.
Yeah, it does look a bit there like maybe somebody tried to split a gap in traffic that was not necessarily going to be there by the time they got there.
Would you say that was an overzealous move?
Yeah, wait, they're not even... Wait, what?
Overzealous?
They're in the Blaze car.
Yeah, I know.
Got it.
But, like, just in general, the name...
No, starter has the checkered flag in hand.
Okay, yeah, so that answers that.
Yeah, and I think this is the right move here. Like yesterday, we want to see races go to their written distance. At a certain point, I think it behooves everybody to kind of take a look at the circumstances and say, we don't need to push the issue here, or it's just not going to happen for us. And I kind of wonder if that's a little bit of what we're looking at here. 8.5 minutes now on the clock. But I do wonder if maybe this one ends a touch early.
Well, hopefully to hear from Brendan before we leave that everybody is okay. I think that'll be the preferred outcome here, is for Brendan to tell us that he's heard from race control. That
I have not.
Right.
No, I was just describing what we saw to an fairly interesting party up here.
Got it.
But yeah, the good news is here, and the most important thing that matters is obviously the safety of the drivers. And relative to what we saw yesterday, I think it looked a lot worse than it probably actually was. Partially because we were so far away, partially because there's a lot of leaves and stuff to be thrown around.
Yep.
Over there especially. And that last hit, Jordan going for his sports Emmys again. Caught it in real time there, and it kind of looks like it's that last hit that does most of the damage, and it was both pretty square and pretty light. It just sent the car rotating in a way that we don't normally see. So they obviously will still have to go send the safety car out to go pick up the leader, at the very least to bring them all back to the pit lane under control. So that is an inevitability that we're likely going to be bringing them around in sort of a paraded fashion. The question is, do we bring them all back to the checkered flag, past the checkered flag, and past the incident scene again? Or are we more likely to just roll this back to the last completed lap and finish it there? I don't know that there are provisions in the WRL rules to roll back to the last completed lap if we finish under the equivalent of a red flag.
Force majeure, you can make up whatever rule you want.
I suppose that's true. I don't think as well, as we hear the safety vehicles back in the pit lane, or the ambulance back in the pit lane, turn its lights off. Almost certainly just a mandatory ride at most NASCAR tracks. When you make contact with something, if you can't get it back to the pits under your own power, you have to go get yourself checked out. Presumably the case here as well. Anyway, confirmation that it was the number 69 for sure now on the race control log. This all happened with 13 minutes remaining on the clock. The timer has disappeared from the upper left corner of the screen, but we are under 5 minutes remaining now on all of our other timing sources. 74 has been recovered on the hook. I can see it driving back through the paddock area now. We return to the team. And the 69, I suppose, is the next question. Not seen that car yet. Unfortunately, gentlemen, for the second race in a row, we don't get to see a checkered flag, presumably do not get to see a checkered flag in anger.
I'm never angry to see a checkered flag.
I am a little bit sometimes.
What?
Rolex 24 last year, and they threw it like 2 laps early.
Oh, well, yeah, sure.
Yep. That was a couple years ago, wasn't it?
No, it was 24, right? It was 24. Anyway, yeah, we obviously would have preferred to see it yesterday with the wheel-to-wheel battles. Today it was probably more a foregone conclusion, the way this thing was going to go. Mike Henderson, Palomar is still thinking about making a pit stop. That's very funny. But that would have been our only question mark there, was whether or not the 38 was going to need a splash. Obviously, it doesn't seem like that was going to be the case. And, yeah, this thing is probably going to end the way it otherwise would have. The 64 and 74, 69 and 74, excuse me, that were involved in the incident up there, notwithstanding. The only thing that could potentially happen here, the 74 is sitting fifth at the moment, but it does have 2 laps in hand over the FPRS car, as best I can tell. So I don't think we complete enough laps for the FPRS number 91 to displace the 74. Even if we were to start rolling around now, we'd be kind of in the same boat regardless.
Sebring up next, November 7th through the 9th.
How about it?
We'll see you then.
50 cars on the entry list so far.
Thank you so much for watching. Good night.
Okay, no, Ryan.
Oh.
No.
No. Oh.
We're not there yet.
Oh, we're doing a lot of dead air, and there's no racing going
I'm
on,
aware.
so.
What I'm trying to do is to get I was pulling up the right camera to get a sense of what we were looking at there on the back straightaway. There are still a number of vehicles up there that are facilitating the recovery of both of those cars and trying to get the circuit cleared. I have a suspicion that the checkered flag... Oh, well, we are reconsidering the options here at start.
Are we weighing the options?
I would say that we are.
Like we're an endurance team in 2012?
The question would be, do we come back around and have the whole field take the checkered flag? What's happening now is I see a black flag in hand, which would normally be used to facilitate cars returning to the pit lane. And then at some point we're going to have to declare results here, and I wonder if we're just going to go to the last completed lap in order to accomplish that. Or if the starter is just putting every possible flag in his hand.
I mean, with the win you're having, it's the day to
sure.
do that.
But as it currently stands, there's no change to the track condition there. The race is going to end the way that it is, so we can begin our wrap-up here. We already have obviously already discussed Sebring on its way. 3 weeks from now, we'll finish up our Eastern Region Championship there, down in Highlands County, before we head to the National Championship a month later at Circuit of the Americas. So just 2 races to go in the 2025 World Racing League season. We've already touched on the 2026 calendar, but more thoughts on that to come later. Gentlemen, for the meantime, we turn our attention to wrapping up our weekend here at Watkins Glen under some slightly odd and unfortunate circumstances here on Sunday for the second day in a row. But I'll leave it to JT and Ryan West to put together some thoughts, and then we'll wrap up here and head for home.
A bummer end to both days, but I think some good racing throughout. Stayed competitive in GTO for quite some time. Today it ended up just kind of going the way of the 70 as they consolidate their position at the top of the championship here. An incredible year, incredible season for round 3. Really looking forward to what they're going to accomplish next season. See them going on to bigger and better things, I think. At least bigger things. I don't know if they're better, but there'll certainly be more cars involved. If they run those Mustangs.
We don't know that, to be clear.
Fair. So, the general production classes, as always, remained pretty close, and it became a war of attrition and a war of strategy calls as well. So, happy to see a huge GP1 field, a decent-sized GP2 field, and everybody trying their hardest out there. Good chat all weekend. We enjoyed that. We love the chat. It's fantastic. Can't wait to see everybody at Sebring/Coda.
Yeah, definitely. Always looking forward to Sebring. That's always a great race. It's a great racetrack. We're going to have a pretty large field, which is always great to see. We had a pretty good day today. We had a lot of green flag running. Quite a few of our Code 35s that we did, unfortunately, have to take care of. We're taking care of quickly. So we got to get in a lot of racing today. Which is, at the end of the day, what everyone's here for. Big thanks to everyone who puts on these events. Every weekend we have all the WRL staff, track staff, our marshals, pit lane, and the corner working stations. So, I'm looking forward to the next one.
Yeah, hard to talk about today without comparing it to yesterday, I think. But I think today, just in broader terms, played out like a pretty good, solid WRL day. We got dry running throughout the day. Got to watch what turned out to actually be some pretty good racing and some good wheel-to-wheel stuff from one of North America's great road racing venues. Would love to see a great finish to go with a great day. And I think we, to some degree, actually kind of deserved it after what we saw yesterday and some of the struggles we had with, incidents, Code 35s, red flags, etc. But these things happen. This is racing. And, I think the results are likely to just reflect what we saw here at the very end. With round 3 racing taking the GTO class win by a lap over number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates. GTU Stratus 60 from 59 from 58. Round 3 in the number 1 hangs on over the automatic number 908 there to finish 4th as well. Kingpin is going to hang on to finish 3rd, just about 5 seconds in arrears of the number 2 car.
Good weekend for Kingpin.
It was, yeah. You know what? Had the chance to go for the class win yesterday. Didn't quite get the opportunity in the end, but I think today probably maximized what they were going to be capable of with or without this red flag at the end. Edge Autosports is going to win GP1, sweep the weekend in the top class, general production class. Palomar Racing, number 38, by saving a pit stop, ends up P2. Blaze Racing rebounds after a tough day yesterday to finish 3rd. Good rebound for Palomar as well, missing most of yesterday to an engine change. PC Racing, number 44, to finish 4th. And the Primetime Motorsports Ford Mustang, Chevstang, finishes in 5th ahead of El Diablo. Good recovery day from El Diablo there as well.
Yep.
In P6, GP2 Lagunatics. Number 779, Lagunatech Racing, narrowly avoids the incident up there at the run into the inner loop. Wins by 2 laps over Rebel Racing and the number 222. 8OA Racing 2 laps further back from that, finishes on the 3rd step of the podium. Velocity Club Motorsports, another good recovery day today. Kind of the story of things for the most part here. Finishes P4 with a car they didn't intend on running today, just 30 seconds ahead of the Palomar number 83 in GP2. That's about all I've got from Watkins Glen. We turn our attention to Sebring. 3 weeks' time, we'll have Friday qualifying coverage, of course, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, as we have all season long. Racing on Saturday at 9 and Sunday, we believe, at 8, although I'll need to confirm that reference sunrise time, etc., because it does occasionally change around to 8:30 or so. But we'll have more on that when the SUPs get posted here in a couple of weeks' time. So do please plan to join us Friday for qualifying, Saturday for racing action from Sebring International Raceway. For Ryan West, for JT Tammy, for Jordan Worth on production, the ones and the twos, as it were, guiding us through the weekend here at Watkins Glen International, for Layla Kazmarek, who joined me up here in the booth, and on the @, at World Racing League on Instagram, at DriversEye Live. Give us all a like and a follow. Thank you all for joining us from Watkins Glen International and the Glen Continental weekend. See you in 3 weeks' time from Sebring International Raceway for the Eastern Region season finale. Until then, take care.